Hello and welcome to the live telecast of the 89th Battle of the Saints between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. Two great institutions, plenty of tradition and history between these two teams and these two schools rather, and it will be an incredible encounter that we are about to witness here at the SSC. To chat about and give you an introduction of how important this encounter is to these two institutions are two men who have been part of this incredible encounter themselves. From St. Joseph's College, it's Rajiv Veerasinghe, and also from St. Peter's, we have Hans Fernando joining us. Welcome to the chat, gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining with us. Now, these two men have incredible experience playing in this encounter. Both of them have played in 5 big matches, 5 two-day encounters, and also 5 one-day encounters as well. In fact, Hans Fernando is the last one to do that for St. Peter's, having played 5 encounters in both the 2-day and the 1-day, and also Rajiv Veerasinghe, one of the last to do that before Sadira Samaravikrama, who's now involved with the national outfit. Now, both of you have played against each other. Rajiv, you captained in 2007 and Hans, you in 2006. I'm sure there must be plenty of memories. Just tell us how important this big match is for both the institutions.
Yes, Sudarshan. So basically, it's a schoolboy cricketer's dream to be a part of the big match in any school, I would say. So I actually played 5 years, Hans played 5 years. So being in the side, being in the 11 is in playing this traditional Battle of the Saints is a great goal, great achievement for each and every player, I would say. So because for me, it's a personal achievement. Like now you said, I have played 5 years, Hans have played 5 years. So those are a lot of memories that you get. So I would say that being a cricketer and being part of this Battle of the Saints is an immense achievement for any cricketer.
Hans, not only being a player, but you talk about the fraternity who is absolutely crazy about this encounter. There is a lot of support that the players get, and also it's an important occasion in any Pete Wright and Josephine's calendar to be part of this big match. How important is that?
You know, like Rajiv has said also, it's a schoolboy cricketer's dream to play a big match. So I think every cricketer who plays for college wants to play that big match. So, you know, as a player, for me and as a Peter Wright, I take a lot of pride in playing in the big match. And I was lucky enough to, you know, play in 5 and also play against Rajiva. And, you know, even for the crowd, you know, everybody is looking forward to come and cheer. And that's the only time, you know, in our cricket calendar where actually the crowds will come in to watch you play. You know, so as a player, even we are excited, and even I know the guys who play, they are so excited to come and show their talents and to be part of this, you know, great occasion.
Absolutely, but that's why the big matches are very, very important, because what you feel as a schoolboy cricketer in the middle is totally different to any other game. The expectations, the pressure of playing in front of a crowd, managing that is totally different to any other game. Let's take a look at how the head-to-head tally has worked out so far in this series. In total, 88 big matches have been played so far. Josephians holding a slight edge of 12 games, with the Pete Wrights winning 10 games. They've caught up to the 12 games of the Josephians. Josephians will want to make sure that they keep that lead intact as much as possible. 66 draws have been worked out in these encounters, especially given the fact that they're still 2-day encounters. Now, Rajiv, 12 encounters in favor of the Josephians. They'll be wanting to make sure that they try and increase on that this year.
Definitely. So basically, the boys have much potential this year than the previous years, because they've become the 2-day champions, actually joint champions. For the past 2 years also, St. Joseph's won the championship, 2-day championship. But they didn't come out to win the big match. But I think there can be a slight edge this year. There can be a slight edge. So we'll hope for it.
Rajiv brought forward a very interesting point. Now, the Josephians have been two-day champions, Division 1 two-day champions for the past couple of years. This year, they are the joint champions. But nevertheless, they haven't been able to put that finishing touch when it comes to the big match. So, when it comes to the big match, it's a totally different ball game, Hans. How does that affect the Petrites going into this big match, knowing that they are going against a team that have emerged joint champions?
Just like the last years, I know the Petrites know that they are the underdogs, and always the Josephians in the recent past has come as the favorites. But always the Petrites has been able to perform well, and most of the time even outperform St. Joseph's. So the thing is, the Josephians will have a lot of expectations to win the big match. So I think the much more pressure is on them, whereas the Petrites, they know that they are the underdogs, and they will go and perform the way they do.
Right, interesting facts. Let's take a look at how the big match has panned out since 2016. The last result in this series came in 2016, where St. Peter's won the big match. It was awarded to them by the rector of St. Joseph's, which was played at the Pisara Oval. And since then, 2017, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22, all have been draws. So both the teams will be hungry and will want to make sure that they try and get a result in this game. And we'll come back to that a little later. Joe Pete is also a very interesting game because they have a very special rule of 60 overs and innings for the first innings, which makes it a little more competitive because both teams will want to make sure that they go after the bowling, try and score runs and make sure that they are ahead in the first innings. Well, let's take a look at how the 88th encounter, which was played last year, worked out. Petrites batted first with putting up 251 for 8 for their innings when they declared. Chinal Boteju was their top scorer, scoring 81 runs, with Siobhan Daniel being the pick of the bowlers for the Josephians, taking 2 wickets for 67. Josephians in their reply scored 163 all out, where Siobhan Daniel again started with the bat, putting up 71 runs, with Wanuja Sahan being the pick of the bowlers for the Petrites, taking 4 scalps for 63. Petrites in their second innings scored 232 runs declared, where Abhisha Vellalage put up 61 runs. Siobhan Daniel again picked up 4 for 80, making a match bag of 6 wickets. And Josephians, who got a target of 321 runs, could only get 163, with the day coming to a close for the loss of 5 wickets. Sadish Jayawardena, this year's captain, put up a valiant knock of 103 runs. So last year, despite St. Joseph's again going in as favourites, it was the Petrites who took a lot of, if you say, a lot of impetus to the game to try and force a result. Rajiv, do you think that would play in the mind of some of these Josephians who were part of that game as well?
Like Khan said, when it comes to the big match, so the underdogs always take the upper hand. They always take the upper hand because a lot of expectations go into the sides where you have a lot of national color players, then under 19 players, past players who has experience with 4 or 5 years in the game in playing the big match. So they have the pressure to win the game because the previous win for Joes was 2008 under Ruanta's captaincy. So since then there was no win for the Josephians. So definitely it comes to the most experienced side. The pressure comes to them where you have to win the big match. So it's typically the underdogs who handles the pressure well in the big matches.
I think that would be some very encouraging words for all the Petrite fans and also the Petrites coming from a Joe Hans. The fact that the Petrites would relish the opportunity of being the underdogs and wanting to make sure that they push for a result.
Yeah, because I think Rajiva has that experience. When we played in 2005, the big match in 2005 and 2006, it was the same situation. Actually, Joe's, I think in 2005 they were won already 9 outright wins, and they just want to come and make it a record by making it 10. But if not for Angelo Matthews, they would have gone home for tea, And then the following year, they had 5 big names who currently played for Sri Lanka as well, and they were stars at that time. And we as Peterites, we knew what we were up against, but still I think we played better than them even that year. And Angie, Dimuth, Thisara, Roshan Silva, Rajiva Veerasinghe, all 5 played for the Sri Lanka under-19, and they were doing well at that time. And everybody thought, it's going to be time where the Josephians are going to win, but it never happened. So me and Rajiva, with experience, we can say, it's just, it's on paper, but when you go to the middle, it's always with the bat and ball. And because they are the favorites, always there's going to be some pressure on them. So we'll see how it goes this year as well.
Ladies and gentlemen, the claws are coming out. The banter is starting to flow. With both these players having played together, a lot of the stories will try and come out during our discussion. But we'll come to that. We'll go for a quick commercial break before we dig into a lot of the more nostalgic memory between these two young men.
Hot and spicy rasada creama kothumi khanatuta papare beat taking a nat way set එක තාරට ගස්සල boundary උඩින් කප්පක උස්සමුදේ තීචියරා කරමාදව තින් creama kothumi big match fun creama kothumi තියනකම්.
Goldman's 3-in-1 face wash and face cream. 3-in-1 fix එක. Sharp look එකට trick එක.
Welcome back to the live telecast of the 89th Battle of the Saints between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. Joining me is Rajiv Veerasinghe and Hans Fernando, 2 past captains of St. Joseph's and St. Peter's respectively, and also 2 players who have played a lot of cricket together. And if you were joining us before the break, the claws were just coming out. They were starting on the banter. We'll get back to where we stopped. 2006, Rajiv, you played in a team which was filled with superstars, namely Angelo Matthews, Dimuth Karnaratne, Thisara Perera, Roshan Silva, and yourself. Under 19 represents at that time. 4 players have gone on to represent the country as well. Superstars at that time. But what happened in that match? 2006, the 2-day encounter, we understand, was a draw, but 1-day encounter. What happened?
It's a good question. I am still living in the shock because actually we got them out for 153 something, and then we had to bat because there were plenty of overs to bat also before the lunch break. And then Ruanta and Dimuth were actually, we were 55 for no loss at lunch. So while we were going for the lunch break and to have our refreshments at the lunch, a lot of old boys were like saying, we need to have a game here. Please don't finish this game at 3 o'clock because we had to get 100 runs more. And then, so we were just on the way to the lunch. These people were, I mean, all boys, they all come, you know, when you walk through, you get a lot of people coming and talking. So at the end, we lost by 40 runs something, and we got all out for 113. Lakshan Rodrigo bowled a splendid bowling performance. He took 5 for 40 something, and then I was the last man to get out. I was just I had nothing to do at all, because I had no way out, because that was the last wicket. I was batting with a fresher there. So a lot of pressure came in from behind, especially from the wicketkeeper, Dasun Randiga. My God, he doesn't stop talking when he's behind the stumps. Hans knows that. I had my ears like blowing off his pressure behind, and then suddenly I also got out at the end to Dylan, and then we lost the game. That was a shocking memory.
Now, very interesting and a very unique fact about the Joe Piri is the fact that the first innings of this encounter is limited to 60 overs a side. Now, talk to us a little more about this very unique aspect of the game, Rajiv. How does this affect the play of the game, the competitiveness, and also why does it make it different to any other big match?
See, now this is the 89th big match starting today, so there has been only 22 results. Apart from that, all the 66 games are tame draws. So the joint committee and the schools both have come to a conclusion to limit the overs 60 per each side in the first innings. Despite that, we play 105 overs also, not 90. So 105 overs each day, which makes 210 overs. Still, we can't get a result. So that is the main aspect of this 60 overs per side in the first innings, bring a result.
What we'll do now is we'll take a look at how the Josephians have fared this season so far. They played pretty well and are joint champions in the two-day tournament alongside Trinity College. They won 2 outright victories, 9 first innings wins, 2 first innings losses. The losses came against Mahanama College and St. Thomas's with 4 draws to their name. Crucially, one of those drawn games was the two-day final. Rajiv, a very splendid season this time around. The Josephians have played very well, despite the fact that some of their key players have not been part of the squad because they were on national duty.
I think, yes, Sudarshana, I think Sadish has done a pretty good job with his experience in the under-19 level, and he has played a couple of games with me in the club arena also. He has handled his troop very well, I would say, and come out of this wins. And apart from him, there have been 2 guys bowled well, like Lahiru and Yenula, the 2 spinners. And they have done because for a team to win, like you said, scoring runs, but you need people to take wicket also. So if you don't take wickets, you can't win the game. So I think those 2 have achieved 50 wicket mark. So one has taken 60 and 50 wickets. So I think that was the major trump card for Sadish also, because him being scoring runs as well, and he had 2 trump cards to take wickets as well. So I think that's a major point that we can look forward to for the big match. Those 2 spinners bowling well.
Yes, and also something that the Josephians will take a lot of confidence is the fact that they've played in high-pressure games, more high-pressure games than the Petrites this time around. Now, they did play the qualifier against Wesley College in the two-day encounter, and then followed it by playing against St. Benedict's, despite being a draw, because they did have more bonus points. They did go through and played against Trinity College in the final. So having played in these high-pressure games where a trophy was at stake, I think the Josephians will revel more in that pressure and will want to try and perform. Let's take a look at how the Petrites have performed this season. So far this season, Petrites have won 3 first innings victories, 8 first innings losses to their name. That's something that they'll be a little more concerned about, and 1 draw to their name. Hans, they haven't they haven't played to their potential, you'd say, and also it's not the bar that St. Peter's cricket keeps for their cricketing team. So they haven't been up to the mark, you could say.
Yes,
but
I agree with you.
yeah, but they will be quite encouraged by the fact that in the latter part of the season they've improved from the start that they had.
Yes, you know, it's actually a below par season for St. Peter's, and what I've seen is, like, you know, their top 3 batsmen has made runs for them, and then after that it has been very the middle order hasn't clicked as yet. And if you take the 3 batsmen who have made the most runs, it's the 2 openers and the number 3. So I think they will have to play to their potential this time, especially in this big match. And actually they did really well in the one-day tournament, and they didn't lose a single game there. So I think they will have to click, and they will have to click at the right time.
We were talking about the importance of making sure you apply yourself when it comes to batting or bowling. But what we are going to do now is to try and take a look at the squads of the 2 teams, the squads of the 2 teams that will take the field here at the SSC. Now, firstly, for St. Joseph's, we have Sadish Jayawardena, Lahiru Amarasekara, Siobhan Daniel, Avinta Dialvis, Hiran Jayasundara, Abhishek Jayavira, Mudita Disanayaka, Rishma Amarasinghe, Hirun Kapura Bandara, Yenula Devtusa, Sahan Dabare, Kavin Patirana, Gagan Chamod, Manasa Madhubashana, Naren Muralidharan, Kenneth Liyanage, Sasang and Sasanka Ranavira making up the Josephian squad. They will be coached by Dilan Ramanayaka, head coach, Torin Pitagala, the assistant, Dinal Dambarage, the assistant coach, and Asari Caldera, the master in charge for the Josephians. Now taking a look at the Pete Wrights, we have Nimuthu Gunawardana, the skipper, Sanche Gunataleka, Vishen Halambage, Ovin Salgado, Rusunda Gamage, Shannon Rodrigo, Sean Robert, Kavika Jayasundara, Lashmika Pereira, Nathan David, Lakindu Sachin, Ishara Ayupala, Chamidu Pereira, Rital Suravira, Sachin Pereira, Venuk Hemachandra, Dilan Damsara, Dinid Disilva, Anupa, Garumana, Janit Kaushan, Aaron Moses, with Shanaka Fernando as the head coach, Johan Dharmavardhan as the assistant, Raghavan Roshan as the strength and conditioning coach, and Sunanda Fernando acting as the master in charge of the outfit. It's going to be a very, very interesting one, how they make the composition of the big match. There is a lot of pressure, a lot of chatter that goes into deciding who the actual 11 who will take the field for the big match is. Plenty of pressure on the coaching staff, plenty of pressure on the captain to try and decide. Both of you have been in that shoes. But some of these young men will not have any doubt in playing. Now, talking about the Josephians, the highest run scorers for the Josephians, the skipper leading from the front, Sadish Jayawardena, has been an incredible man. He's a very cool, calm character, Jayawardena, for the Josephians, the man with the gloves as well. So he's a character who's always in the game, has scored 1,086 runs. Name synonymous for bowling in Sri Lanka, Muralidharan, Naren Muralidharan, son of Muttai Muralidharan, has yielded the bat. He doesn't bowl, he's a batsman, and he's a batsman who can play long innings, as we saw in many of the games. He scored a 200 as well, with 640 runs to his name. Naren Muralidharan and Navinta Dialvis also has scored 568 runs. These 3 batsmen are going to be very important for the Josephians.
I think those are the 3 batsmen who have scored runs during the season. Apart from that, there are 3 more good batters also in the lineup. Siobhan Daniel, Kapur Bandara, and Hirun Jayasundara. So, who have scored runs here, but who are missing to score runs also, being included in the big match. So, I would say in a batting paradise like SSC, that's the home of cricket for Sri Lanka actually. So, I would say 60 overs, the coach might have no idea who's going to bat in the batting order with those top order batsmen, because all 6 of them are in the top order. So I think Murali might open in the batting lineup. So, like you said, yeah, he's more in the name is more into bowling, but yeah, he's a good top order batsman. He's a very young player. Started his season during the first term only, I think, and then from there onwards, he has a long way to go in this school cricket arena.
Yes, like Rajiv mentioned, despite these three being the highest run scorers, Siobhan Daniel, as we know, is an explosive batsman, likes to go after the bowling, and if he comes out to bat with a very good pedestal for Josephians, that could be a very long day for the Pete Wright, especially given that there are only 60 overs to go. Along with taking a look at the Pete Wrights, the highest run scorer for them has been Nimuthu Gunawardena, scoring 706 runs, with Ovin Salgadu getting 562, and Vishen Halabage, the only national under-19 representing the Pete Wright outfit, getting 553 runs. The Pete Wrights haven't scored heavily. There is not a single player who has gone past that 1,000-run mark, which the batsmen will be looking to go at Hans. So they will be more determined to make sure that they make that mark, make that very important mark as a batter in the big match.
Yes, like, you know, as a batsman, I think SSC is the best place to go make some runs. So, like I told you earlier, you know, Nimuthu, who bats at number 3, then Ovin and Vishen, they opened the batting for St. Peter's, as far as I know. So, you know, Nimuthu is a very aggressive player, where he likes to go for his shots, and especially at SSC, if you settle down, you can score big. And then when it comes to Ovin, you know, he likes to play on the back foot, as far as I know. So, and then Vishen, who got shots all around, or like a lot of scoring shots. So if these three if one guy can make it big, I think, you know, we can set up a good score.
Yes, that will be what the Pete Wrights will be hoping and will want to make sure will happen. Now, let's take a look at the bowling aspect. Both these guests today here at the show have been masters of that, to try and get their bowling right. They were masters of that art, and they will want to make sure they are young chargers who are in the middle, try and masters that as well. For the Josephians, so far, Yanula Devutusha is the leading wicket taker, the left arm off, picking up 62 wickets. Lahiru Amarasekara, the right armer, has taken 52 wickets, with Mudita Disanayaka picking up 30 wickets. Now, important fact here is Mudita is going to be very crucial if the Josephians are going to bowl first, because he's the bowler that they will want to try and get that early breakthrough as well. And also, like the batting, like we spoke, the player who picked a match bag of 6 wickets in last year's encounter, Siobhan Daniel, despite not being in these charts, is going to be key for the Josephians as well.
Yes, Mr. Darshana, we have a good bowling unit. Like you said, a lot of options. Apart from this 3, there's another fast bowler, Manasa. He's a quickie. He's very quick. So, as far as I know, I was told that he bowls close to somewhere around 130k mark. So, we have a lot of options. It's just that you need to apply on the particular time where you need to give the captain a scalp whenever he needs it. So these 3 guys are the main 3 bowlers, I would say, who have taken wickets to help St. Joseph's College to achieve this mark where we won the joint championship. So Sadish will use them at the best point, best time to grab the wickets whenever it's needed.
Try and capitalize on the advantage that they have going in as the favourites. Looking at the Pete Wrights, the highest wicket taker for the Pete Wrights have been Shannon Rodrigo, the left arm off spinner, picking up 36 wickets. The right arm offie, Nimuthu Gunawardena, has picked up 22 wickets, and Lakindu Sachin, right arm medium fast, and Vishen Halabage, right arm leg spinner, in total have taken 18 wickets amongst the both of them. So when it comes to the bowling aspect, the beat right, when you take a look at these numbers, that's what where they have lacked. They have lacked in taking wickets and trying to get the opposition out. If you're not going to get the opposition out, you're putting unnecessary pressure on yourself.
Very true, very true. I agree with you. Actually, this is where we should be concerned. And you take the Joes, you got two boys who have got over 50 wickets, and you see where they ended up in that season. So, so I think this is somewhere we will have to improve our game. Whereas, you need to have one or two bowlers who have got 50 wickets in the season. Then, you would have a good season. Your batsmen will have the confidence that whatever they make, your bowlers will defend it. So, like, we were talking about SSC. SSC is a very batting friendly wicket. So these boys will have to bring their A game, today and tomorrow for sure.
Right, very interesting, very interesting thoughts here. Now, just before we go, we only have just a couple of minutes before we try and cross over to the comm box and then to the pitch report and the all-important toss. Rajiv, taking all this into consideration, I know you haven't taken a look at the surface, but knowing how SSC traditionally behaves, if you were the captain, you win the toss, what would you do?
Considering the format, I would, with my bowling attack, I would bowl first because I need to take 20 wickets to win the game. I have a good bowling unit, so I would bowl first. So
you'll take the risk of bowling first despite it being a batting friendly attack. Now, Hans, you know the limitations that you have as a Pete Wright outfit with bowlers not picking up wickets. Win the toss, what would you do?
Bat first.
Well, there you go. I think that matters out. One wants to bowl first, one wants to bat first. Gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure chatting with the both of you, living through your memories of playing for these two institutions. What are your thoughts before we part, Hans? What would you want to tell the boys? What do you want to tell the spectators who are very excited to come to the game?
Yeah, what I want to say is, earlier during this conversation, Rajiv said that he was shocked. I think there is no shock at Joe Pete. It's just about how you perform on that day. And the Joes and the Petes, they've always played good cricket, and they've had good cricketers, and they have produced good cricketers. So I think it's just that on that day, who will live up to that expectation and who will handle the pressure will be on top. So I wish all the very best to the players and for the fans to have a good time.
Brilliant. Rajiv, again, coming to you, Josephians will be wanting to make sure that the trophy comes back to them, which has been parked at Bambalapitiya since 2016. What are your departing thoughts?
I think after 2020, so this is the post-COVID season now. So I wish all the Josephians to come and watch this game because it's a good time for the spectators to come and watch games because it's a Friday, Saturday, and when it comes to one day also it's coming up. So I wish all the fans to come and request them to come and support the players to enjoy this Josephian Peter Wright encounter. And I wish Sadish also and the team the best of luck and keep the flag flowing.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm not going to hold you up here for any longer. Both of them are very eager to try and cross over from our studios to the grounds. First time since the COVID pandemic that we are having crowds here at the SSC, here at the Joe Pete. So it's going to be an incredible encounter. And if you are planning on coming to the ground, I suggest you do that very quickly because we are just minutes away from incredible encounter. Now it's time for us to try and cross over to the comm box, and thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much for joining us for this chat, gentlemen. Absolutely enjoyed it, and we will see you on the other side from the comm box.
Heels Crest Naimir's sausage, the bite that bites back.
Anchor New Delhi yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Goldman's 3-in-1 face wash and face cream. 3-in-1 fix එක. Sharp look එකට trick එක.
Anchor New Delhi yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
cheer up කරමු අදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි තියනකම්
අතේ ඇති මුදලට Anchor New Delhi yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 probiotics සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. Anchor New Delhi yogurt.
These days, everyone's into stock. No, not that kind of stock. Nope, that's livestock. Not this kind of stock either. I'm talking about stock that's exciting, exhilarating, regulated, and so easy to manage. Buy and sell stocks with convenience using Genie. Genie, log on to life.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සොයිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
Heels Crest Naimir's sausage, the bite that bites back.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට Anchor New Delhi yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 probiotics සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. Anchor New Delhi yogurt.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
cheer up කරමු අදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි තියනකම්
Heels Crest Naimir's sausage, the bite that bites back.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Anchor New Delhi yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Goldman's 3-in-1 face wash, face cream. 3-in-1 fix එක. Sharp look එකට trick එක.
අවුරුද්දට කලින් අවුරුදු with Genie Debit Mastercard. Get ready to celebrate අවුරුදු with Genie. Get your Genie Debit Mastercard by downloading the Genie app today. It's easy as that.
Heels Crest Naimir's sausage, the bite that bites back.
Anchor New Delhi yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
cheer up කරමු අදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි තියනකම්
මේ අසනීපයක් වෙනවා කියන්නේ පවුල් පිටින්ම වැටෙනවානේ අඩියටම. වාහනයක් පාවිච්චි කරන එකත් ලේසි නෑ. ඇක්සිඩන්ට් එකක් කියන්නේ වැටෙනවා ෂුවර් අඩියටම. මේ පොරකමක් කියන්නේ බිස්නස් වැටෙනවා අඩියටම.
මේක තමයි වෙලාව හොඳ රැකවරණයක් ළඟ තියාගන්න හයියට. 60 වසරක රැකවරණයේ විශ්වාසය ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඉන්ෂුරන්ස්. වැටුණත් අඩියටම අපි ගේනවා ඉහළටම.
What's the best ceiling sheet, Mr. Basunda?
That's the Ino ceiling, the Rhino ceiling, a wood pattern finish.
You can color it your way. The plain ceiling.
Rhino.
The roofing's Rhino.
The ceilings, Rhino.
Incredible strength. I know.
Durability, that's high.
I know. Cost effective too.
I know.
It's the best choice always. Rhino.
Over half a century of trust. Now in a new formula. Rhino roofing and ceiling sheets.
I know. Rhino.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
Heels Crest 9 sausages. The bite that bites back.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංකනියුඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංකනියුඩෙල් යෝගට්.
Cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී. Big match fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
ඇංකනියුඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි.
Goldman's 3-in-1 face wash and face cream. 3-in-1 fix එක. Sharp look එකට trick එක.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී. Big match fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
Heels Crest 9 sausages. The bite that bites back.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී. Big match fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
Heels Crest 9 sausages. The bite that bites back.
ඇංකනියුඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි.
Goldman's 3-in-1 face wash and face cream. 3-in-1 fix එක. Sharp look එකට trick එක.
Hello and very good morning to all of you. Bright and sunny here at the Singley Sports Club ground. The annual delayed encounter, the Josephine Pete Wright, the Battle of the Saints, the 89th in the series, will begin in a short while. Reverend Father Maurice Legault Memorial Challenge Trophy on offer, and rather than me describing all that, as the ground preparation is just been completed, Mahesh Bopage, who is the one in charge at the SSC, doing a good job, a good crowd settled in, as we welcome and say a very good morning to a very famous old Joe, who is sitting with us. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Haritha, and welcome to all our viewers to the Single Sports Club grounds. Yes, Haritha was talking about Reverend Father Maurice Legault. Reverend Father Maurice Legault was the 4th rector of St. Joseph's College, and he was a founder of St. Peter's College. When St. Peter's opened up in 1922, it went as St. Joseph's College South, and Father Maurice Legault was the first rector at St. Peter's College, and after 5 years they changed the name to St. Peter's College, where Father Nicholas Pereira took over the rectorship.
That's why I said Paulinus Dias Vijayaratna, that much better person to talk about the big match. This is what a lot of people forget. We just talk about the present day, but it's the roots that matter.
Yes, definitely. This is the 89th encounter. St. Joseph's College have won 12 games and St. Peter's 10.
You're proud about that?
Not really. Of course, St. Joseph's or St. Peter's. St. Peter's is part of St. Joseph's, basically.
Exactly.
So it's a great brotherhood in this encounter between the...
See, this is the good part of it. The schoolboys permitted for the match after the COVID-19 pandemic. This is what they missed for a few years. But that also gives a few headaches for the joint match organizing committee. But kudos to them too in trying to give these youngsters the opportunity that they have missed a few years.
Well, definitely, Haritha. When I was coming down, I saw busloads of schoolboys coming into the grounds. This is Josephian 10 and the Petrite 10. Beautiful. Beautiful to see the flags fluttering around. And this is after a couple of years. 3 years, I would say, due to the COVID pandemic. The spectators were not allowed.
Yeah, the match commissioner today is Viraj De Silva on behalf of the Sri Lanka Schools Cricket Association. The match referee Brendan Kuruppu, much to be said about him. We'll talk about all that. The on-field umpires Asanka Jayasuriya and Rajit Masalage. Gamini Disanayaka is the standby umpire. Scorers Nanda Pathirana for St. Peter's, former international cricket umpire. Sathasivam Ravindran for St. Joseph's. And Dilanka Sandarwan, the one who is sitting next to me, the digital scorer. You could see the match assistant umpire Gamnisa Naika with the walkie-talkie with the head of the ground as far as the preparation concerned, Mahesh Bopage, and a member of the technical committee.
Yes, Mahesh Bopake has done a great job here. The grounds look very beautiful. Of course, we had a little bit of rain in the last couple of days during the latter part of the day. We just hope that full day's play will be possible. Remember, this game is going on till 6 o'clock. 105 overs to be bowled during the day. That's quite a lot of cricket, isn't it?
You are telling me, frightening. That's 150 minutes before lunch, mind you. This is earlier in the day.
There you see the Petrite band leading the chief guest, and also I hear they felicitating somebody. This is Damien Pereira, the captain of St. Peter's in 1995, who's been honored as the chief guest in this game. Father Rohit Rodrigo and Reverend Father Ranjit Andrade, the two rectors of the two schools. There you see the teams lined up. The Petrite team and the Josephian team singing their college anthems. That's the Petrite team.
Proud moment for all these youngsters.
This is Damien Pereira being introduced to the players.
Nimithu Gunawardana, the captain of St. Peter's. That's the trophy.
That's a beautiful trophy. Reverend Father Maurice J. Legault Memorial Trophy. Played for this two-day encounter is played for this trophy, and the one day is for a different trophy. We'll talk about it on Sunday.
Yeah, probably one of the better cricketing facilities in the country. Not much of a breeze at that moment when the teams and the match officials were introduced. A lot of expectations for 2 days of entertaining cricket, and to be continued on Sunday. I think that's the first time that the Joe Pete is being played over 3 days.
Yeah, it's a different game.
Two
It's a
games.
different game, yeah.
No,
But,
the fact is 3 days of cricket.
Definitely. That is, I agree with you, Haritha, very much. We're trying to copy the role to win, most probably.
No. If you are mentioning that aspect, I think the best to say is the Battle of the Goals in Morocco. They play over 3 days. That's the main part. Some of the matches were played in that fashion. Eventually, when the centenary is being played, I'm sure it'll be a 3-day affair like the Royal Thomond. But there are a few other 3-day games. The Battle of the North, the Battle of the South being played, the Battle of the Blues there. But getting back to this game, it's not only about what's happening out in the middle, what happens in the dressing rooms, but it's also about the partnerships that happen as far as the spectators are concerned. That's what is important, the camaraderie and the renewing of friendships over a period of time, couple of generations, mind you.
Yeah, that's true. Most of the young old boys and the old boys have been waiting for this opportunity. Well, you see the young boys, the schoolboy tent of St. Joseph's College.
Okay, now we are coming into the situation where we will have a chat with the one in the middle, Ranjika Pereira.
I'm at the centre to take a look at the pitch for the first day's play at the SSC Grounds. From the outset, you can see a very clear and very even grass cover here in the pitch. But underneath, I think it's pretty hard soil, and I was told that this is a brand new pitch available for the Battle of the Saints. There will be some assistance on offer for the seamers in the first 1.5 hours, but as the day progresses with this heat, it will settle down and it will assist the batters more than the bowlers. So the captain who wins the toss will surely would want to bat first.
So that seems to be an opportunity as far as the bowlers concerned, at least for the first hour or so. Ranjika usually bowls pretty quick, so he would understand what he was trying to fathom out.
Yes, definitely. Well, both teams, definitely for that matter, will be wanting to win this toss and decide on it. But there you see the Josephian tent, as we were talking earlier. It will be interesting to see what the captains will do. And there we go down to the toss. And it's Damit Veerasinghe there with the toss.
It's a good track. If you bat long enough, if you're a good bat, you will make use of this situation. There'll be a fair amount of pace, bounce. But if you can handle that, you can also make use of the fast outfield and get it going really well. Make them happy. That's the main story. 60 overs you can be bowled out. Yeah, the teams are all lined up as we go down to Damit Veerasinghe, who will be chatting up with the two skippers.
We are all set for the coin toss of this 89th Battle of the Saints cricket encounter. I have the two captains with me, Nimuthu Gunawardena of St. Peter's College, Sadish Jayawardena of St. Joseph's College, the match referee Brendan Kurupu, and the match commissioner Viraj De Silva. The home team captain Nimuthu Gunawardena will now spin the coin. Tails is the call. Tails it is, and St. Joseph's College has won the toss. Sadish, what are you going to do?
We are going to bowl first. I think this is a good pitch to bowl. We have good conditions to bowl. So I am hoping my boys will do their best.
What sort of a score do you want to restrict the pit rights?
We are try our maximum to get them lower score. So we try to manage our basics correctly. So that's it.
What's the team combination like? You have 4 Sri Lanka under-19 players in your team.
Yeah, there are 4 under-19 national caps and 3 fast bowlers and 2 main spinners who have got almost 110 wickets. So we are very confident. That's it.
Wish you all the very best, Sadish.
Thank you.
Nimuthu, you lost the toss, but if you had won the toss, what would you have done?
You were going to bowl first.
Now you all are batting first. What sort of a score do you want to post on this pitch?
We must score above 230, 250 to have a good score to give them a fight.
The crowds are back for the big match. How excited are you as the pit right captain?
Yeah, after 3 years, after the COVID pandemic, there's a crowd for the first time after 3 years. So it's a good challenge for us.
What's the team combination like for the big match?
Yeah, we have 6 batters and 3 all-rounders, and we have a good combination.
Thank you very much, Nimuthu. All the very best.
Thank you.
So the news from the centre is St. Joseph's College has won the toss and they will bowl first.
Thank you very much, Damit. That's an interesting toss, and the decision is not altogether coming up because this batting lineup will be under tremendous pressure.
Yes, there you see the St. Peter's batting card. Vishen Halamage, Owen Salgado, Nimuthu Gunawardena, Rosanda Gamage, Chamidu Pereira, Sanche Gunatalaka, Kavika Sundara, Nathan David, Shannon Rodrigo, Lakindu Samarajiva and Shane Robert. So an interesting lineup for St. Peter's.
Yeah, the top order will be fully tested and people like Nimuthu Gunawardena, the captain, and Sanche Gunatalaka, the vice captain, will have to do well with the bat.
And the Josephian lineup, Sajis Jawardhan, the captain, Navintali Alves, Shivon Daniel, Naren Moralidharan, Hirun Kapru Bandara, Hiran Jayasundara, Mudita Disanaika, Manasa Madhubhashana, Yanulan Devtusa, Lahiru Amratsekara, and Gagan Chamod.
That is a top batting lineup full of youth internationals, good all-rounders. I'm expecting Lahiru Amratsekara to do well. And there will be a good support role for Mudita Disanaika to do with the ball and the bat.
Yeah, I think Haritha Gagan Chamod is a good pick, I think, for the Josephians. Really will be wanting to go at full speed. It's the quickest in the Josephian lineup, Gagan Chamod, and this wicket, if it does help them in the first couple of hours, well, St. Peter's might have a bit of problem there.
Yeah, he will have to be on target too. Paul likes to bowl with a fair amount of pace and bounce, and the carry of this wicket over the first 2 overs we will get that. Top score of 115 for the pit right opener. He's made over 500 runs. That's a good average of above 40. Strike rate not all that important in a 2-day encounter. But that's a batter who's been amongst the runs. First ball.
And he's given out LPW first ball. That's a wicket for St. Joseph's. So what a start for the Josephians here in SSC Grounds, the 89th Battle of the Saints.
Hear it out from the crowd. Oh, almost a warm-up delivery. It was a perfect in-dipping Yorker. And you must feel for young Salgado. You come out and you go out before you know exactly what happened. Played across the line, missed it completely.
What a delivery that was. And Owen Salgado had a very good season, but unfortunately in this big game, going back to the pavilion after the first ball.
Glorious uncertainties of cricket. First ball. None for one. Salgado not.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages. The bite that bites back.
Big responsibility. This is somewhat surprising too. To me, to see him walk out to the middle as the number 3. But if he wants to lead from the front, this is the best thing to do.
Yes, Captain Nimuthu Gunawardena is come on at number 3. The Josephians playing 3 pace bowlers. Manasa Madhubhashana is opening, and I thought Gagan Chamod will take the new ball, but of course they have done correct. The right choice they have made there.
Yeah, the captain, top score was 141, over 700 runs, average almost 30, strike rate above 60. He's an experienced campaigner.
Madhubhashana again, this time well pitched up, good delivery.
You couldn't have asked for a better start. It's not altogether unexpected, because any bowler on a wicket of this nature would want to start off with line and length. That's what you've been told to do. Don't try to waste the new ball. But unfortunately for the batter, 5 for 18, best figures. It's taken 11 wickets. That's okay. The economy rate is good, under 3.
That's Manasa Madhubhashana. That's a good delivery again. St. Joseph's got off to a good start, getting a wicket of the very first delivery.
You've got to build on that, because when you put pressure with that sort of situation, the tough gets going. When the going gets tough, the 2 experienced right-handed batters will want to see the pressure of playing the new ball slowly taken away from them. Good thing is 3 slips and a gully in support for the bowler.
That's down the leg side, but well taken by the captain, wicket keeper Sadish Gunawardena. Yeah, that's right. 3 slips a gully. That's the way you could attack at this stage. Try to get the wickets as quickly as possible. Use something which is there on the wicket, isn't it?
Yeah, you're trying to put the expected pressure as the first delivery of this big match. Madhubhashana lost his balance, never mind.
He was a bit overjoyed, I think. Getting a wicket with the first ball. Who will not be overjoyed, isn't it?
Yeah. Feel for Owen Salgado. Big match is a turning point in your career. And before the crowds have settled in, you're back in the pavilion. That's what it's all about. That's what you need to get about. Madhubhashana, I would have been supportive of him being supported by a forward short leg, but that's not the story. So it's expected he's going to be outside off stump. Better delivery.
And allowed appeal. And it's given out. Another wicket for St. Joseph. So St. Peter's 2 down without scoring. That's another wicket for Manasa Madhubhashana. What a start for St. Joseph's.
Wicket keeper, captain, getting the catch of the departing Pete Wright captain. This is a big start. Take a look at this. Outside off stump. Played at it. And it was a shot that was inflicted on the batter because of good line and length.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
That's the Pete Wright captain following the opener, not opening his account. Not for 2.
That's a good over by Gagan Chamod. Earlier we was talking about Madhubhashana. There's a correction there. Gagan Chamod getting 2 wickets in the first over. What an over that was. St. Peter's 2 down without scoring.
Here's the one that we were talking about first. He need not be under tremendous pressure just to pick up wickets like his opening bowling partner. He's from the Vidya Mavata end. Big opportunity. Vishen Halamage top score of 122. See that strike rate over 90, average over 40, over 500 runs, and Sri Lanka Youth International. But his responsibility is now to safeguard his end. Never mind, the runs will come later on. You must stop the opposition from picking up more wickets and creating havoc.
Yes, definitely. Well, Vishen Halamage has been among the runs. He has been getting runs for St. Peter's even in the previous seasons. So a lot will depend on him.
We have already spoken about his bowling stats. Yeah, 5 for 18, 11 wickets, more than half of his wickets in one go.
Pushed on the onside and looked for a single, but no run given there.
See, the ball is coming straight onto the bat, so the wicket is a good one. Take a look at this outside off stump. Not much of foot movement, played away from his pads. That was the mistake.
There was a bit of movement there in that delivery, and Sadish Jawardena, the captain behind the wickets, will not make mistake on that.
Nimuthu Gunawardena, huge challenge to come in at number 3. Dangerously close. Vishen Halamage. Aerial route he took. He'll get off the mark. That's the first boundary of the Battle of the Saints for 2023.
So St. Peter's 4 for 2, but that was also a rather risky shot, I would say. Just going over the head of the mid-on fielder. There you see the replay on that. A valiant effort by the fielder there, but of course went safely down towards the deep mid-on boundary.
It was pitched close to his pads and he took the aerial route. Didn't try to overhit. Rosanda Gamage is at the non-striker's end.
Manasa Madhubhashana, the bowler. That one pitched up to him.
Good to see that the captain is encouraging the bowler to pitch it up. That's how you use the new ball. Under these circumstances, it will naturally start swinging. Plenty of blue skies though. It's just a matter of batting for half an hour, maybe 1 hour at the most.
Yeah, actually, as the Peter batsman should be able to absorb the pressure at this moment. They must not think very much on the wickets that has fallen. Absorb the pressure and get the runs on the board, and that's nicely played towards the fine leg area, well fielded inside the boundary. They cross over for a single.
Oh, that's a poor bit of fielding. Backing up was not perfect. These are small things that could take the pressure off. The 1 run became 3. Left-hander Rosanda Gamage, the first left-hander in the batting lineup. See what happened. Fine leg. Sending it over the wicket-keeper's head, and there. Backing up was not perfect.
That's exactly poor backing up there by the Josephians. Allowed Pete Wright to get 2 additional runs.
Gamage is a good strike batsman. Plays his shots all around the wicket. Angled across his body. Very well delivered. Good leave too.
St. Peter's 7 for 2. We're in the second over, but definitely a very good over by Gagan Chamod. The first over got 2 wickets. The wickets of Owen Salgado and Nimuthu Gunawardena. There you see Rosanda Gamage's figures. 170 best score, an average of 28.38, 596 runs of 23 innings. Not a bad season for him, isn't it, Haritha?
Oh, playing well away from his body. Again angled across the left hand. End of the second over. 7 runs coming off it. St. Peter's put it to bat, are 2 down for 7. It's always going to be a big story.
You see the two teams once again for you. Sadish Jawadana, Avantadi Alves, Shamon Jani, Naren Moralidharan, Harun Kaprabandara, Hiran Jayasundara, Mudita Disanayaka, Manasa Madhivashana, Yemula Ditusa, Lahiru Amratsekara, and Gagan Chamod.
Captain is Sadish Jawadana. He is also the keeper. Lairu Amarsekar is wicket keeper for the Dali Road team. St. Peter's, there's Nimuthu Gunawardena, the captain, Ovin Salgadu. Both of them are back in the pavilion now. Vishen Halamage is there with Rusanda Gamage, Chamindu Pereira, Sanchez Gunatarka, the vice captain, Kavika Jayasundara, Nathan David, Chenan Rodrigo, Lakindu Samarajiva, and Sean Robert. You bowl with any amount of pace on the pads of Vishen Halamage, that's what happens.
That's a lovely shot. He picked it up well and put it over square leg into the boundary for 4. So that takes the Pete Rides on to 11.
Yeah. Another quick delivery, but he was half waiting for it. Vishen Halamage against St. Joseph's had a nightmare of a start. 3 ducks before he got into double figures. But today is a different story for him.
Ready to take the challenge.
I think he has to. He has to take not only the challenge but also the responsibility, Polly, because he can make a huge difference. St. Joseph's will be attacking for the first 1 hour. That will make the outfield a little bit more vacant for him. But his shot selection will need to be good. I'm waiting to see Mudita Disanayaka come in and bowl.
Definitely St. Joseph's winning the toss and putting the Pete Rides in. They got to attack, and that gets the inside edge and goes towards the fine leg area. Gets a single.
He's made all the runs now for St. Peter's. Put into bat. Yeah, Rusanda Gamage could be the balm for the Pete Ride batting, because he is a lot better in his shot selection, but he'll be under pressure for a moment until he gets 20 on the board for himself. There'll be areas where he would play and miss.
Well, I think Vishen Halamage has taken the correct approach, Haritha. After losing 2 wickets, he's not going to be bogged down there. He's going to play some shots. That's nicely played again, this time by Rusanda Gamage.
See, Gagan Chamod has only 2 slips and a gully, and he's bowling over the wicket, so he's angling the ball across the left-hander's body. Why not have a 3rd slip? He's having a square leg, a backward square leg, and a fine leg, in addition to the wideish mid-on. Because he's a better stroke player, That's it, exactly what we want to say. That's 600 runs for the season for the left-hander.
It's a shortish delivery. Well, you can't bowl like that to Gamage. Rusanda Gamage puts it nicely into the cover point boundary. So he gets off the mark. He's on 4, and the Pete Ride score moves on to 16.
First over 2 wickets, second over 2 boundaries. Entertainment for both parties.
Definitely the Pete Ride batsman up to now has taken the correct approach, I would say.
Yeah, when it comes to the big match, all these predictions don't work exactly that way. Another fine shot off his pads. Just take a look at that. Oh.
That's a 4 gifted runs, I would say. Well, it's unfortunate, no doubt about it.
So they have so far gifted 5 runs, I'll tell you that much. End of 3 overs, 20 for 2. St. Peter is put into bat.
රුපියල් හැටේ මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Keel's Crest Naimeris sausages. The bite that bites back.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිවඩේල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිවඩේල් යෝගට්.
cheer up කරමු අදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී. big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
All of a sudden, 13 runs coming off the second over bowled by Gagan Chamol.
Yeah, you see the scorecard also 20 for 2 after 3 overs. First over was a maiden, so the last 2 overs have given all these 20 runs. That's another loud appeal, but the umpire says no.
Rajit Masalage indicating that the ball is missing leg stump. Angle of delivery, I would imagine, but the batter was beaten here.
Yes, he pitched up to it.
Good decision. But he was slightly late in coming onto the front foot. Gamage rushed up to him and probably shared his thought about it. 2 slips or a slip and a gully. Vishay Nalamage goes aerial fielder.
Dropped it. Dropped it. Oh, everything is happening here at the SSC Grounds in this Josephine Peatrat cricket encounter. Well,
Who's answering whose prayer?
the Peatrats are lucky that time. Well, I don't want to be too biased towards the Josephines, but definitely the Peatrats approach was good. But unfortunately, that was a very takeable one indeed.
Regulation catch. I'm waiting to identify him because you have a full look at what exactly happened. Siobhan Daniel, he is the most experienced, most talented of the 22 players in this big match.
Maybe too much of cricket, isn't it? Playing a lot of cricket this season.
Brilliant save. Oh, so much has happened over 4 overs.
Pretty unfortunate. Minus
Yeah, you feel for the bowler.
Madhuvashana.
You feel for the bowler. Yeah, you feel for the fielder too, but more for the bowler. Vishay Nalamage given a life.
And also Haritha, when a fielder like of that sort drop a catch, the team is entirely depending on him.
See, he tried. He didn't. It's not a question of he didn't try. He tried. He did everything possible. That's the game. 3 slips and a gully now in position. That's good. Usanda Gamage. He's a class act. It's a good start. He's hitting with the middle of the bat. Now that's a good sign. If you're a Peatrite supporter, I'm sure the Peatrite coach Shanaka Fernando will be hoping these two will not make any more mistakes.
Well, they cannot afford to make mistakes, and the Josephians too have made a couple of mistakes at the first. We are still in the 4th over of play. 5 gifted runs were given on 2 occasions. 5 the total runs given. 22 on the board.
22 for 2.
Again, another bit of overthrow. I thought unable them to get 2.
So 6 runs have been gifted so far by the Josephians. Halabage was out of his crease. Again, it's the covering up work that needs to be done. It is powerfully returned.
Haritha, could it be possible the spectator pressure, how they're playing first time in the Josephine Petright game with the spectators on, young cricketers?
Well struck, well struck. Good cricket again from the middle of the bat. He's offering the full face to Gamage. That's the way he plays. That's another couple of runs to end that fourth over. St. Peters have moved up to 25 for the loss of 2 wickets at the end of 4 overs.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Heels Crest 9 sausages, the bite that bites back.
ඇංක නිවඩෙල් යෝගට් යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Gagan Chamud continuing from the tennis court end. Oh, that's a lovely stroke. Vishen Halambage. He is one player who the Josephians cannot afford to let loose. He was dropped early on and now he is cashing in. Gagan Chamud, short, wide, asked to be hit. As I welcome Ranjika Pereira. Ranjika, very good morning to you. Heavy night. How was that night?
It was a good night. A lot of performers yesterday at the St. Peters College grounds. Had a good time meeting friends. But now it's game time. And St. Peters College under the pump, losing 2 wickets, 2 big wickets to men who've been in form. And that's the wicket.
Oh, that's
another
the
one. This time Siobhan Daniel holds on. And Vishen Halambage will have to walk back. 3rd wicket down for the Peterites.
We were just praising Vishen Halambage. Siobhan Daniel, he'll be a relieved man out in the middle. Vishen Halambage, he's a free-flowing batter. Oh, that's lovely to see. Young Josephians cheering Gagan's 3rd wicket. Vishen Halambage, he's furious with himself. Pitched up, played uppishly, and a good catch from Siobhan Daniel. Last over, he was dropped at the same spot, mid-off. St. Joseph's College, having won the toss and elected to bowl first, they are on top. Halambage departs for 18. St. Peters, 29 for 3.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
Cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය. Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය තියනකම්.
Chamidu Pereira, the new batter for St. Peters College. 2 left-handers in the middle now. But this has been a very good start from St. Joseph's College, especially Gagan Chamod. He's bowled those wicket-taking deliveries. The Peterites, they need a partnership here. Chamidu Pereira, playing his first big match, has a best score of 82. Close to 500 runs this season. A lot of responsibilities on his shoulders, Ranjika.
Chamidu, very patient batter. Again, held one end up for the Peterites. That will be expected for him, and you can see already taking the guard outside the crease, knowing that Gagan is swinging the ball out there, trying to negate that with the stance, batting in front of the crease, but it's pressure. It's a lot of pressure on the Peterites. They came into the game with pressure, and now it's even worse. 3 wickets, down 3 big wickets, back in the hut. 29 runs. The runs won't matter at the moment for the Patriots. It's just a matter of getting through this first hour without further damage. But it's going to be really, really tough against this Josephian attack.
Chamidu Pereira gets off the mark with his first delivery. Now the main batter, Rusanda Gamage Ranjika, lad from Kotte. He needs to stay there in the middle and make sure that the Patriots get a good partnership. That's very important at the moment. Here's the wicket of Halambage.
Yes, like you mentioned, key man now for sure, Rusanda Gamage. Best batter from this in this period outfit for me. Technically sound, very pleasing to the eye when he gets going. Have a couple of centuries under the belt this season, and he'll surely hold the key for the Patriots now. If St. Joseph's can get this wicket, it would be curtains for the Patriots.
Slight change in tactics from the Josephians. Now Gagan Chamod coming round the wicket. They have a close-in fielder, more or less like a leg gully for Rusanda Gamage. Beautifully played. Good timing. And they've run across for 2 runs. St. Joseph's College early on have had many issues with covering up.
Not quite sure why they are opting for the short ball strategy with the new ball. The ball is swinging, there is resistance off the pitch, and already opting to go for the short ball strategy. It won't work with Rusanda. He's really, really strong on the back foot. So if he is to trouble him, he'll have to pull really accurately. Double bluff and beautiful piece of fielding there from Yenula Devtusa. Stopped a certain boundary there. Rusanda once again very comfortable and looking untroubled out there compared to other batters.
A good bit of fielding from Yenulu Devtusa. Good cricket all around. Now Gagan Chamod coming over the wicket for Pereira. Lovely delivery to end the 5th over. It's a wicket taking over from Gagan Chamod. St. Peter's 33 for 3 at the end of 5 overs.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩේල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩේල් යෝගට්.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
ඇංක නිව්ඩේල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි.
If you are just joining in on this live coverage, this is the 89th Battle of the Saints cricket encounter between 2 premier Catholic boys schools in Sri Lanka, St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. We are bringing you these live pictures from Sinhalese Sports Club Grounds. March Madness, the final weekend of big matches in Sri Lanka. And St. Joseph's College, having won the toss, elected to bowl first. They struck twice in the first over. And St. Peter's now 33 for 3. Manasa Madhubhashana Now, when you have one bowler, Ranjika, who's running in hard, picking up wickets, the other bowler must make sure that he contains the batsman. It's always important to have that bowling partnership. And Manasa Madhubhashana, who's got the potential to have a major impact, especially with the new ball. Here's the official umpire, Rajitha Massalage. He's standing from the Vidya Mawatha end. Little poke at it, Rusanda Gamage.
Tentative. Outside is off stump. Wants to feel the ball still, but Rusanda have to keep in mind that he holds the key for the beat rights in this innings, with the captain back in the pavilion and Vishen Halambage also back in the pavilion, and inform Ovin Salgado was also dismissed. Gamage needs to make sure that he hangs around and get through this phase. Pretty sure the wicket is very good for batting, Damit. It's hard, it's even, and also the Asanga Jayasuriya, the other on-field umpire, officiating this big match. And as I was saying, I was there in the middle, and it's a really good wicket to bat on. So it's just a matter of getting through this first 1.5 hour of play, and when the dust settles, Patriots will have the time, will have the opportunity to bank on. And as we speak, Apesh from Gamage, but beautiful piece of timing once again. It was a gentle push, but it was enough to beat the fielder infield and race away to the boundary. Another boundary for Gamage.
Manasa Madhubhashana pitching it up. That's Rusanda's third boundary. Needs to make sure that he keeps it on the ground. Lovely to see the young Josephians coming in numbers. After 2 years, the crowds are back for this Battle of the Saints encounter. Now another slip has been removed from the slip cordon. Extra protection in that offside ring. Squared him up, but a single for Gamage. Also a gentle reminder to all of you that if you want to make some money, take part in the AICPA and CIMA Big Match Bonus Competition, make sure you log on to the Papare Facebook and comment your answers and be a part of this 89th Battle of the Saints. You can tweet, you can engage all on the Papare social media platforms. End of the 6th over, St. Peter's 38 for 3.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Heels Crest Naimiri sausages, the bite that bites back.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික්ස් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
Cheer up කරමු ආදරයෙන් ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී. Big match fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
extended spell for Gagan Chamod. Rightfully so. He's picked up 3 wickets. First ball, first wicket to start off proceedings in the 89th Battle of the Saints. It's one of the most exciting big matches in Sri Lanka because of especially the first innings restriction of overs. Each side can play a maximum of 60 overs in the first innings. Oh, that's lovely batting. Rusanda Gamage. I'm quite pleased with what I'm seeing here from Gamage.
As I was saying, Damit, undoubtedly the best batter in this side, Rusanda Gamage. Lot would have been expected from Vishen Halabage and of course the skipper Nimuthu Gunawardena. But if you follow him around, Rusanda Gamage, I've been following him from the junior cricket days. He has very sound technique and very elegant batter, I would say, and very good on the front foot and the back foot as well. We saw that earlier when he scored that first boundary off the back foot through the offside. And he has runs as well this season, couple of hundreds for the Peterites, couple of big hundreds, and more than 500 runs as well. So that confidence will come in handy for Rusanda Gamage. And hopefully, for the sake of the Peterites, he can come up with the goods in this match.
From the Josephian point of view, Gagan Chamod, he's been among the wickets this season. Also last week, they played a practice game against Mortuma Vidyalaya, picked up 6 wickets. Fuller delivery. Inside edge would have saved Rusanda.
Lucky escape there, Rusanda Gamage. It was a dolly. It was not struck in front of the pad, in front of the wickets rather, but could have easily gone on to hit the stumps off the bat. Lucky for him, the pad saved him.
After 50 overs,
The Josephian and the Peterite prefects going around the ground. Hiran Jayasundara wearing the helmet and fielding at extra covers. Here are the 3 wickets that fell. That was the first ball in the game. Ovin Salgadu, then the captain Nimuthu Gunawardena. They were 2 down for none, and this was Vishen Halamage, Shevon Daniel holding on that time. They were 29 for 3, rebuilding phase for the Peterites. Despite wickets falling, Ranjika, they've been positive, and that's a good sign from the Peterites.
And also, Josephian's fielding has been a bit disappointing in this first hour. They've gifted away a couple of boundaries and some misfields. Also from the Josephians, and the miscatch from Shevon Daniel. It didn't cost them, luckily. Vishen Halabage perished in the next over. But these runs will come in handy for the Peterites, and or in the 7th over they're up to 40 runs. If this keeps going, it will affect the Josephians for sure.
They don't have a point fielder in place, so an easy single for Gamage. He'll keep the strike. 7 overs completed. St. Peters 41 for 3.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO
Heels Crest Naimere sausages, the bite that bites back.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී. big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
First bowling change from the Josephians. Mudita Disanayaka coming in from the Vidyamawata end. Picked up 30 wickets this season. A handy all-round cricketer. Look at that economy rate. Impressive. He has bowled 259 overs and has given away only 525 runs. That's very impressive bowling. Best of 5 for 15. He's coming round the wicket and the keeper up to the stumps. It's that sort of a bowler, Ranjika, that I wouldn't want to face with the keeper up to stumps, because he won't bowl that express pace. He'll do his variations, the off cutters, the leg cutters. Very hard to get him away. Rusanda Gamage, he's a player who likes some pace on the ball.
It will be testing for Gamage for sure. Appeal from Mudita, but withdrawn very quickly. It's drifting down for sure. But as I was saying, it's one of those types of bowlers who keep on nagging just on and off that the stumps, always accurate, and slowly just mount the pressure on the batters with dot deliveries and they price out the wickets. Ideal bowler for Gagan Chamod, but in this occasion doesn't control the swing. Mudita Lakshan concedes a boundary. It's leg by, says the referee, so slight deflection.
Umpire Rajita Masalage that time. Yeah, straight down the leg side. Almost hit the helmet. But, yeah, the runs have been coming for the Pete Wrights. So Josephs must make sure that they put a lid on the run flow.
It's true that they have taken wickets, Damit, but giving away easy runs like this will not help the cause. They need to have a lead on it. And also, given the field as well, Damit, I think it can afford to attack a little bit more. And even especially against Gagan Chamod, who is in rhythm, opening that point region for an easy single. And you know how the West left-handers work. They are always very good in that region. And both these batters just milking those singles in that region. I don't think that's ideal for the Josephians. But maybe they do want to concede boundaries.
Make sure y'all keep tweeting on Battle of the Saints hashtag. 8 overs completed. 46 for 3 St. Peters.
Heels Crest Naimere sausages, the bite that bites back.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
2 slips, a deep point, fine leg, and square leg, mid on, mid off, extra cover, and a short extra cover. 2 slips. Gagan Chamud bowling his 5th over. St. Joseph's looking for that 4th wicket, especially the wicket of this man, Rusanda Gamage. With 2 left-handers in the middle, Ranjika, I'd be tempted to bring on Lahiru Amarsekar, the vice captain.
This is the highest wicket take, if I'm not wrong, for the Josephians. More than 50 wickets, 60 wickets to be exact. Beautiful stroke there, off the legs, whipping it towards the leg side boundary. This is a worry, Damit. I think Josephians need to control this run flow. They have 3 wickets in their bag, but if you let loose, it's gonna release all the pressure that they put after taking those 3 wickets. Look at this, easy pickings for Rusanda Gamage, asking to be hit, and he pounces on it. Brilliantly done.
Yeah, Gagan Chamud still looking for that swing, but also another factor they should remember, Ranjika, these days it's pretty hot out there, so they need to make sure that the bowlers stay hydrated and they stay fresh. So I'd reckon giving them maximum of 4 to 5 overs maximum, especially the seamers. St. Joseph's have a couple of spinners as well.
Chamidu strike, and as you were saying, totally agree with you, giving them short spells throughout the 2 days is very important to keep them fresh. Not easy in these conditions. That's Apesh. The ball will run away for another boundary. This time it's off the bat of Chamidu Pereira. Because once again width on offer. He had that point fielder in the boundary, but it didn't matter. He guided that fine off that fielder, flew away off the bat. Second boundary of the over, and I think it's time to bring on change for Gagan. Looks a bit tired as well.
Yeah, it's very important that you stay fresh. He has picked up 3 wickets, and I think the captain will look for a change of the 55 runs. Gagan has given away 33. Another loose delivery. Chamidu Pereira will be disappointed that he couldn't put it away.
Last ball coming up. Expensive over for Gagan. Need to finish strong. Tempting, but Chamidu withdraws at the last second. 9 overs gone, St. Peter's College. It's 55 for 3.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
For 3 after being 2 down for nothing. St. Peter's would think that there is a sort of a recovery. 29 runs added before Vishay. Colombo was dismissed. So from 29, 26 run partnership again. I've been impressed with Rusanda Gamage. What I can't understand is that there's only one slip for your most economical bowler. Mudita Disanayaka. Good morning, Michael Adams.
Good morning, Haritha, and good morning to all the viewers. Yes, Haritha, spot on. Bit baffling to see this field. Even for the wicket taker, we saw a deep point. So going for that shot. But be a little bit careful. I know he can see the ball much better than he came in, but Mudita Disanayaka, very wildly customer. Change his pace.
Rusanda Gamage has hit 4 boundaries. All 4 have been very well executed from the middle of the bat.
Looks a compact player.
Well bowled. He could make a huge difference, Mudita Disanayaka, with his nagging accuracy over a long period of time. Stats earlier showed that his economic rate was just above 2 and over, having bowled something like 259 overs coming into this game. That's a lot of bowling. This is exactly what I'm trying to tell. Middle of the bat, 5 boundaries for Rusanda Gamage. He is turning out to be a star.
The good part of it was, Haritha, even in his defense, he looks very positive. Right in the middle of the bat, not in 2 minds. Either you drive it or you defend it.
See,
beautiful.
Into the pitch of the ball, playing through the line, beautifully played, so very well balanced. It's a copybook cover drive. Here for a left-hander, that looks good. Partnership now 30 for the 4th wicket. The other thing is the running between wickets. That's a superb understanding. This is good stuff. Dhiran Ramanayaka, the head coach, will have to do some serious thinking.
Well, I think just bring the field in a bit. You've got 3 wickets. You win the toss, put them in. Going at over 6 runs over at the moment.
There was a lot of cheering for the Josephians that are subdued for a little bit. What are you laughing for, Michael Adams?
No, I just can't believe this. Suddenly it has changed. Just in the 10th over. Fielders all over the place.
It's a question of just picking up another wicket. You can really get to the middle order. It's batting for the Pete Rights, no questions about that.
The Rusanda Gamage is the mainstay at the moment. He's going at a runner ball, 32 of 32 deliveries.
So even Mudita Disanayaka is bowling on either side of the wicket. Yeah, tweet. Be involved. Battle of the Saints, that is. It's your chance to be involved. Oh, that's mouth-watering stuff.
Melbourne.
Crisco. Chick bits. Too early?
I think we can go for it. I like the Crisco.
Not too early. Anytime. End of over number 10. St. Peters are going at 6 runs and over despite losing 3 early wickets.
Heels crest Naimere sausages, the bite that bites back.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Yeah, Sunanda Fernando, I'm sure he would have given exquisite, appropriate instructions to Chamindu Pereira as he came in at the fall of Vishen Halambage, who's out for 18, dropped by Siobhan Daniel, caught by Siobhan Daniel. Halambage didn't make use of the situation.
And didn't cost the Josephians much. It was the next over that that wicket fell. Unfortunately, it was two different bowlers.
Yenula Devtusa is a wicket-taking commodity for the Josephians. Battle of the Southpaws, left-arm spinner around the wicket.
This is interesting. Bowling to the left hand with two slips basically.
First delivery, full toss on the pads. Couple for Gamage once again. Pereira rather. Yeah, if he plays that support role, Michael, could be a different situation. 6 for 57, his best figures for Yenula Devtusa.
62 wickets. Not starting off well. Or delivery is in the same place.
So he's on to double figures, Chamindu Pereira. He's not one of those entertaining sort of batters, but a very effective one. Plays the bowling on merit.
He can take his time, Haritha. Yes, the Lusenda is just going.
Yeah, Naren Muludharan probably will be called upon to bowl, provided that the Peterites make a tremendous comeback. Yeah, Devtusa. See the economy rate under 2.5. That's what you need. So the bowlers from either end are workhorses for the Joes this season.
Yeah. Ideally, he would like to get amongst those wickets early on. Just get that confidence up.
On to the pads once again. Friendly first over from Devtusa. See if there was any life on the wicket. It's quickly drying off the moisture. It will settle down to be a good batting track, conducive to good stroke play.
And the outfield is pretty fast, Haritha, so you'll have value for money in your shots.
Yeah, there's no square cover. There's a deep backward point on the fence. There's also a deep square leg on the fence.
The good single. Just played it down there. Takes a quick single. End of over number 11. St. Peter's 67 for 3. Bowling performances in a match. Battle of the Saints. Chanal Varnakula, 1997. 14 for 113. Another off spinner. Haritha?
Yeah, I remember Tanisha Veerakon's 10 for 114. Oh, Rajiv Benedict 10 for 77. He was a different character. He could swing the ball both ways with the new ball. Gerald Solomon's 10 for 60. Yeah, Rajiv Benedict has a 10 for 24 also, so he's appearing twice there. Julian De Silva 10 for 91. Travis Fernando 11 for 87. That's a long time ago. Dion Wallace also appearing twice. 13 wickets once, 11 wickets once.
Pretty consistent. 1946 and 1947.
Consecutive years. Not born, so hard to talk. But that's the history going into 89 years of Battle of the Saints in Colombo. Brilliant stuff. They've all played their part in making this big match so spicy. The history, the tradition, the culture. It's the culture that matters.
It's the culture. It's the culture that keeps the game going. Still run rate going at 6.09.
Soft hands. It's because there's only a slip in position. You can afford to do that.
I would like to see another guy coming in there, Haritha. Maybe just two slips. Because this guy, he bowls the off cut, he bowls the leg cut as well. Keep the batsman guessing.
I tell you, I will have a slip and a silly mid off, if not a forward short leg. It looks to me to be a defensive field. Yeah, it can work your way. You make it difficult to score the runs and they'll go for the runs. But at this stage, you don't expect St. Peter's to be going after the bowling.
Well, if you look at the run rate, looks as if they're going after the bowling.
The difference is that you've opened up the ground with this sort of field.
Correct. And when you play at the SSC, these are big grounds.
Yeah.
So when you open it up, there are enough of gaps that you can, even if you play a fall stroke, it might fall in the gap.
Yes.
It's not like playing in your school ground where it's very small. You see the fielders everywhere.
You see the fielders everywhere.
Modi will want to just bring that run rate down.
Yeah, that will be part of his task.
Nice bit of fielding there in the covers. Prevents a single. I thought we would see the vice captain, the off spinner, coming on Haritha because of the two left-handers in the middle. But they prefer to bring the left arm spinner.
So it's Lahiru Amarsekar at cow point, is it? Because there are two players with the number 75 on the field for St. Joseph's.
That's strange because you're not supposed to have two with the same number. There we go again. The game that's edged here.
They always doing the picking up. Madhubhashana is the slip. Like leaking runs, the current run rate handy 5.8. Good delivery in line with the stumps.
Now they keep moving the slip a bit wider, and next time it might go from the other side to the right of him.
This is good cricket. This is good cricket. Stealing those quick singles. End of 12. St. Peter's put in about 70 for 3 against the Josephines.
Heels crest Naimir's sausages. The bite that bites back.
Anchor Noodle Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Two Pete-right batters are left-handers. And Sadish Javadana, the Josephine captain, has Lahiru Amarsekar and Siobhan Daniel.
Yeah.
He wants to.
Opting to go with his main spinner, the main wicket taker. See whether he can find his line. I thought the first over was a little bit too much onto the legs of the left-handers.
That's positive cricket. That's what you want to see from a batter in form. Rushan Gamage is a batter in form. That's boundary number 6 for him.
He's playing fearless cricket. Easily he could have gone into a shell, but he has chosen to do what he knows best.
This was played beautifully. It was pitched up. He could have easily driven it through the covers on the offside, but he decided to go aerial on the onside, played across the line a little bit.
Another one.
Bigger and better. Oh, we are in for a treat.
He's in a hurry.
Really in a really wonderful situation. He's on 43 better than run a ball with 7 fours.
And now he's managed to push that field onto the boundary, making it easy for him to get the singles now.
So Mudita Disanayaka at the long on fence. The field dropping back, even the square cover back of the point is back. There's a gap on the offside though. Intelligent cricket. Intelligent cricket. Already 9 runs off the over.
Without any risk.
Yeah, the aspect of playing risk-free cricket, that's a big story. And this partnership is now worth 50 runs.
Now coming over the wicket.
Run a ball 50. Ooh. Well played. It's getting gloomy.
But no signs of any rain at the moment. Yen has not got his line. So after 13 overs, St. Peter's 79 for 3.
Brings it.
Heels crest Naimir's sausages, the bite that bites back.
Anchor Noodle Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
Heels crest Naimir's sausages, the bite that bites back.
Hot and spicy රසට ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී කනකොට Papare beat එකන නැත වෙයි සෙට් එක තාලට ගස්සලා boundary උඩින් කප් එක උස්සමුද ඉතින් cheer up කරමු අදවතින් ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී big match fun ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී තියනකම්.
Protect your child's education even in your absence. School Fee Protector from Sri Lanka Insurance makes sure your child's education continues uninterrupted by paying their school fees in case of an untimely demise or total permanent disability of the parent. Go ahead, ensure your child gets the future they deserve with School Fee Protector from Sri Lanka Insurance. Sri Lanka Insurance, like a father, like a mother.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
For 3. From 29 for 3 when Vishen Halamage departed. See, 50 runs off 52 balls. They played some good cricket, especially Rusanda Gamage.
I think Rusanda Gamage's positiveness is rubbing off on Chamindu as well. They're playing it well, they're running well. That's the main thing. Would have gone into a shell, basically 2 down for 0 basically. Then 29 for 3.
Great story. It's not easy.
Here we see that partnership. Chamindu Perera 13. And Rusanda Gamage has got 44 out of it. 33 deliveries.
Yeah, his contribution into the partnership is 33 runs, while Chamindu Perera has made 13. So that is what you need, and that's what Rusanda Gamage is providing. When the top 3 has not really given you anything. And I was surprised to see Nimuthu Gamage coming in at number 3, Nimuthu Gunawardena rather. But that's what St. Peter's had decided after losing that first wicket, first ball. What a start it was for Gagan Chamod to remove the first over of the game with a first ball duck And then follow it up with the captain removed without scoring. Drop catch.
I don't think there are a lot of bowlers who have got a wicket in the first ball in the big match.
Yes.
Haritha.
That could be.
We'll have to check that out.
That could be for the statistician.
Yeah. I'll try and get those details.
I'm sure a lot of people will. You must appreciate the joint match organizing committee. I know it's a delayed big match, but the entire setup has been activated.
Still continuing with that 6-run run rate.
Rusanda Gamage, big match innings 13-7, 44 not out. Is more than double this contribution with the bat.
Easily. Like to have a big one here. Josephians will have to have other ideas. Field spread out. Slight misfield, but no run. So Rishma Amar Singh is on the field. Someone would have stepped out.
That's 42 balls for his 44. 7 fours. Strike rate of over 100. That doesn't matter. It's a question of him being positive. Good supporting role from Chamindu Pereira. You need two batters to bat sensibly, Michael, to get to lunch, and then you can regroup, and the strategy would change a little bit, not much.
So there would have been a message coming out during that water break. See whether we see anything different by the Josephians.
The only thing that would be said was not to throw away your wicket. Don't play too far away from your body. Bat sensibly, bat on merit. But look for the runs.
Which they have been doing. Wonder what the Josephians would have been thinking about. Try and keep the run rate a bit low.
Yeah, probably put a little bit more pressure, especially on Gamage. Don't try to give him easy pickings. He's batted well, Gamage.
Some spectators in the crowd after a couple of years.
Any of your friends?
I don't think they'll be there today. It was probably tomorrow, but for sure on Sunday in the numbers.
Yeah, now you've got to strategize how you're going to enjoy over 3 days.
Most people will have problems getting permission from the home front.
Talk for yourself, don't talk for others.
I have no issues. I know a few of them, you know. So when they're coming on Saturday and said, no, I'll be there on Sunday.
Better directed over from Mudita Disanayaka. 80 for 3 after 14. St. Peter's put in the bat.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages. The bite that bites back.
Anchor Noodle Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය. Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි තියනකම්.
So now Josephian vice captain is being introduced into the attack. Rahilo Amarasekara, tall off spinner, could make a difference.
It would be ideal for him with two left-handers.
If there's any bounce on the track. Good leave. Friendly delivery to start with, but yeah, the right ideas. 6 for 53, his best figures. Good economy rate of 2.5. 52 wickets, mind you. He's bowled a lot, 362 overs plus. So he'll have a long ball if centuries are going to hold on.
Well, it's 60 overs in the first innings, Haritha. So need them to bowl that fast. Try and get in as much as overs possible. I like to see that second slip coming into play. It's driven.
You have the protection. Now you got to use your feet.
Yeah.
If you're going to play from the crease, you may be in trouble. But probably a let off because only a slip in position. He came out of his crease. That's good.
Don't think you'll see a lot of turn on this track, so you can use your feet.
If the bounce is there,
then you're asking for
yeah,
the slip will come into play.
You wouldn't expect Pereira to do a lot of walking up to the pitch at the ball, but Gamage is a different situation. Well bowled. Teasing line and length, good flight. He's a tall chap, so he can make the adjustment quickly, using the crease very well too. Amrasekara.
That's nicely played. Going across and putting it into the gap. It's a single, so after 15 overs, St. Peters move on to 82 for 3.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
ඇංක නිවඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි. ඇංක නිවඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Mududi Disanayake to continue from Vijayama with the end. Good recovery from the Pete Wrights. Nicely driven from Chamidu. Welcome Ranchika Pereira to the commentary box. Ranchika, what do you feel about the comeback from the Pete Wrights?
I think it's more like Josephians let the game slip away. They were put in the field in the boundary line, letting easy singles to these two left-handers, and couple of errors in the field as well, couple of loose deliveries from the seamers, and also the pitch is also playing a part as well. And so far, there's been a really good fight back from the Pete Wrights.
Just beats the outside edge, Mududi Disanayake. Bowling on one length. Still yet to be rewarded. He needs to continue the good work. On the other hand, I think Rosanda Gamage has been holding the ship for the Pete Wrights. 46 of 49 deliveries. Punish the Josephian bowlers. Josephians would really regret after having a great start. First over, couple of wickets. They haven't capitalized, but on the other hand, the Pete Wrights have fought well and fought hard.
they have indeed. Also reminding all our viewers, you can watch this Battle of the Saints, the 89th edition, from Dialog TV Channel 70. Get back to that, another misfield there. Only single taken from Chamidi Pereira, and also the #1 sports hub, www.papare.com, the ViU app, and Futureverse from Dialog. Can use any of those platforms to watch the Battle of the Saints. End of the 16th over, St. Peter's College 8-3 for 3.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Lahiru Amrasekara to continue from the tennis court, and he would be the most likely bowler to get this 2 wickets of these two left-handers.
Yet to see spin off the pitch, Rishwan. Ball is just holding its line. Chamidi Pereira on strike. No single there. Rishwan, would you like to have some 9 minutes?
Never say no to those.
There's 2 for you coming on the way. 1 for me as well.
Really good partnership, 9 minutes and some cricket.
Yeah, take another.
Cheeky stuff from...
Sorry, brother. 9 minutes courtesy of Keel's Crest. Spicy bite for us at the combox.
Really good, just like this partnership going on between Rosanda and Chamindu. Brilliant partnership with 9 minutes and the cricket. Just the ideal bite to have watching a game of cricket.
Indeed. Good tight over from Lahiru. He's shaping up well. A lot of wickets this season for Amrasekara. All that experience will come in handy. He's sizing him up. Nicely just keeping it outside the off stump. Single taken, another misfield there. Oh, that would have been close if he gathered that. End of the over, 17 gone. Pete Wright's 85 for 3.
Battle of the Saints, the historical facts. These three current test players, Angela Matthews, Dimut Karnaratne and Sadira Samara Vikram, have all made big match hundreds. And all 3 are currently playing down in goal against Ireland. And these 3 have been a big name in this Battle of the Saints.
All 3 class acts, I think, products of St. Joseph's College. Angela Matthews, Dimut Karnaratne have dominated during their time in school. Sadira Samara Vikram as well. Now they're doing it for the national side. All the credit should go to St. Joseph's College for guiding these youngsters, young promising cricketers, giving them the platform to perform and make a name for themselves and then go on to play the national side.
Most of the cricketers who are playing today as well will want to reach those heights.
That's the ultimate dream, Rishwan. Someday represent your country. There's no bigger joy than that for any athlete who is doing any sports. That's the biggest dream. Crowd slowly turning up for the big game. Today we won't have all the crowd, but tomorrow for sure, Saturday, people will turn up in numbers. And also the fact that crowd is returning after 3 years, which will give an added interest for the fans to come back, enjoy with their friends, and reminisce the memories in the school days. That's Apesh, but just away from that fly gully fielder, Chamidu Pereira guiding that for a single.
As you said, the stands will be back in big numbers and colourful next 2 days, and hoping crowd would turn out today as well, the latter part of the day. Just 1.5 hours into the game. Rosanda Gamage closing on his half century. As you see, Rosanda Game big match innings. He hasn't made a mark in his last big match, but this game he's trying to get that maiden half century. Just 1 run away.
The prefects on the boundary line, cheering them on. Both schools. Prefects on the ground, cheering the boys. And that's the end of the 18th St. Peter's College, 88-3.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සොයිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Anchor Noodle Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Lairo Amarasekara, vice captain of St. Joseph's College. And that's the maiden big match half century for Rosanda Gamage. He raises the bat towards the dressing room. It's been a brilliant innings from Rosanda Gamage. Maiden big match half century.
It's a knock of real class from Gamage. Came in under the pressure. He was losing partners at the other end, but he kept his cool, went for his strokes, backed his instincts, and just kept on going. Reaches his half century off just 57 deliveries. Good counter punching innings from Gamage. But the job is not done. As I was saying from the beginning of this game, a lot will depend on Gamage, and he will be the key for Pete Rice if they are to post a challenging total. Long way to go, Reshwan. 18.2 overs, another 40, more than 40 overs remaining. St. Joseph will have to dismiss him soon.
So he has made that big half century in just 57 deliveries. That's come in quickly. Partnership currently 60 runs and he has scored 50. Chamindu just playing second fiddle. Nothing happening in the wicket. Josephines will want to stay alert on the field without any mistakes that could cost them.
It's good bowling, very economical, and just sticking to the plan, backing that offside, and bowling to his field, Lairu Amarsekara. End of the 19th, St. Peters 89 for 3. Take a look at that Gamage's innings. See how he started. Beautiful punch off the back foot and then off his legs as well. Couple of cheeky little boundaries for him. But throughout, I think he was well in control of his strokes. Look at that. Nicely leaning into it. Such a class act. A lot of skill. And when he wanted to take the aerial route, he took it without any hesitation. That's a real good innings from Rusanda Gamage.
It's a brilliant innings from him. We will want to continue, as you said. Petrats will want him to stay in the middle for at least another 30 odd overs. Rusanda Gamage, 51 of 58 deliveries, 7 fours in that innings. He's made his runs in a good strike rate. On the other hand, Chamida Pereira playing a good supporting role for him. Petrites have, even though wickets have fallen, they haven't got into a shell. They have got the runs, and I think it's all to blame for the Josephians. Just letting the Petrites let loose and be comfortable. Petrites glove stayed there in right now. 94-3, 19.2. They lost 2 wickets in the very first over of the game.
This is Lakshan. Doing a good job at the other end as well, keeping a tight line. He has done that throughout the season. Most economical bowler of this Josephian bowling attack. So into his 7th over, only given away 16 runs on the pads this time though. Easy single for Chamida Pereira.
Yes, Mudita Lakshan has been right on target, but just not rewarded for his good bowling. Needs a good partnership from the other end as well. It's not just about the batting partnerships. In a brilliant delivery from Mudita. Will rely a lot on their vice captain Lairu Amarsekara. That's Gagan Chamod on your screens, who got the 3 wickets off in the morning. 2 wickets in the very first over.
It was a close call. Rusanda went off balance, but size was too late to take off the bails. End of the 20th over, St. Peters 91 for 3.
අයිනෝ රයිනෝ පුතා හැබැයි යා ගෙදර නිදියන්නෙම අමූතු තැනක.
කාලගුණය කොහොමුණත් රයිනෝ නං වහලට සේෆ් තමයි මුළු ගෙදරම. Rhino cement roofing sheets. Then you know Rhino. I know.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
hot and humid day here at Colombo Sinhalese Sports Club. Players will really feel the heat. They will most important to be hydrated. Just not bowling to the right places. Lahiru just short, a tad bit short there. Would want to pitch it up a bit. Invite Chamindra to make a mistake.
Nicely done, Lahiru, inviting the batsman forward, just letting the ball creep away. Here's that earlier chance we were talking about. The foot just back on time for Rusanda. It's a good take from Sadish, but just took a little bit more time to take off the bails.
Shafian's going with just one slip. I think Josephine bowlers have backed the captain's call at the toss. So they got 3 early wickets, but they didn't capitalize from that start. Nevertheless, just one ball away from getting a breakthrough, and one can bring 2. Right now, the Pete Wrights really sailing well, and that's the end of the 21st over. St. Peter's 92 for 3.
Heels Crest Naimere sausages, the bite that bites back.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
The Disanayaka to continue. 8th over on the trot.
With one, he's getting that inward movement towards the left-hander. Just need to start from outside the off stump so that it ends up within the stumps. So far, he's not getting it right. Tough one for Sadish in that occasion.
Flags are flying high here at the Sinhalese Sports Club. Will fly high the next 3 days. 89th Battle of the Saints happening today and tomorrow, and the 49th Battle of the Saints happening on Sunday. Muthu Disanayaka 7.2 overs, and he's just given away 17 runs.
Easily nudges away for a single. Chamidu using that vacant third man region very effectively so far, Ashwan. He's just maneuvering that field, maneuvering those open spaces to keep the scoreboard ticking. So a good support role, I would say, to Rusanda Gamage. The pair understanding each other's game and doing a good job for all the Pete Wrights so far.
So I think ideal partnership, one attacking and one just playing second fiddle. Prasanta Gamage, since reaching his half century, he has scored 2 runs for his last 8 odd deliveries. driving very nicely, well fielded by Siobhan Daniel. As you see, last 18 balls, just 5 runs given away.
Good face from the Josephians once Lahiru Amarsekara came into the attack. I think Mudit Lakshan and Lahiru Amarsekara both doing a very good job with the ball, not giving away those boundary deliveries. Just a singles. But Pete Rice wouldn't mind it. They wouldn't mind it at all. That's the end of the 22nd. St. Peter's College 96 for 3.
Protect your child's education even in your absence. School Fee Protector from Sri Lanka Insurance makes sure your child's education continues uninterrupted by paying their school fees in case of an untimely demise or total permanent disability of the parent. Go ahead, ensure your child gets the future they deserve with School Fee Protector from Sri Lanka Insurance. Sri Lanka Insurance, like a father, like a mother.
Water break for the 2 batsmen. As you see, great sportsmanship. Pete Wright sharing with the Josephians. That's the brotherhood which brings from the Battle of the Saints. Lahiru Amarsekara, 4 overs, given away just 7 runs. He will want to get a wicket here. A wicket or 2 would be ideal for the Josephians. It's half an hour away from the lunch break. Josephians would love a wicket or 2.
Wicket is ideal for Josephians if they can price out one of these batters before the lunch break. I think they would be ecstatic going for the break.
If not a wicket doesn't fall, the Pete Wrights would be high on confidence coming in for that second session. Pete Wrights can only bat for the 60 overs in that first innings, so rotation of strike and scoring runs is important as well.
This time towards the leg side boundary, and that will run away. Welcome runs, welcome boundary for Chamidu Pereira and the Pete Wrights. Lahiru Amarsekara didn't do much wrong there. It was just the skill of Chamidu. Look at this, moving towards the offside and just getting enough bat to it for the ball to run away to the fine leg region. Nicely done, Chamidu.
Partnership growing really well. 72 runs from 109 deliveries. And the slip has been removed from Satish Jayawardene. That shows how well 2 batsmen have played here. That's
I was shaking my head when he did that, and this is exactly why I did it. That would have been the wicket they wanted. That would have been straight into the hands of the first slip fielder, but Sadish took him off.
yes, not the best of captaincy from Sadish there. You have your premier off-spinning bowler bowling to a left-hander. You need that first slip field position there. And he's back there.
It's too late. That's a chance gone begging. 23 gone. St. Peter's College 103 for 3.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausage. The bite that bites back.
Gold 3-in-1 face wash, face cream, 3-in-1 fixer, sharp look digger, trick kicker.
St. Peter's College 103 for 3. How many boundaries will be scored in the first session? Cast your vote right now on the Papare YouTube and the Papare Cricket Facebook. Stay engaged with the Papare.com, Sri Lanka's #1 sports hub, bring you the March Madness. Yes, we are in the last weekend in April and it's the last weekend of big matches. Plenty of big match action will be brought to you by the Papare.com this weekend. And we are here at SSC Grounds as St. Peter's College have made a brilliant comeback thanks to some poor game.
Mistakes.
Poor
unforced
strategies.
errors.
Yeah, that's the correct word, Haritha. Unforced errors, and the Patriots have cashed in.
It was not easy. There was a lot of pressure. 29 for 3 after losing 2 wickets in the first over, including a first ball wicket loss after being sent in. But this is a different story.
Poor delivery from Mudita Disanayaka. Valiant effort. If I am not mistaken, that's Hiranja Sundara.
Ran a long way. Seems to be a good 800 meters runner.
But strangely, Haritha, he's the wicket keeper of the Sri Lanka under-19 team. Not having the wicket-keeping duties for his college team this season. I'm sure he'll be the keeper next season. Good delivery from Mudita Disanayaka. You should also commend the effort of Chamidu Pereira. He's playing the second fiddle, but he has done the job.
I remember once covering a game at Bambalapitiya. He scored a very hard-working half-century. No frills in his batting, but very effective.
Loud appeal.
Probably came off the bat. Interesting to see what happened there.
Yeah, probably the height also factored in for umpire Masalage to go in favor of the batsman. Yes, I think it'll go above the stumps. Yeah, Chamidu Pereira is a player who puts a heavy price on his wicket.
Nice term.
Yeah, that's usually what the coaches tend to teach you. Don't give your wicket away easily. Put a heavy price on it. Make sure that the fielding team has to do a lot of work to get that wicket.
This partnership, 77 runs so far. See what a big difference it has made.
Yeah, someone who's just tuning in wouldn't have guessed that the Patriots lost 2 wickets in the first over. 24 completed, 106 for 3. St. Joseph's College won the toss, elected to bowl first, and the Patriots, they lost 2 wickets. Ovin Salgadu and the captain Nimuthu Gunawardena, they didn't trouble the scores. They were none for 2 in the first over. Vishen Halamage played some delightful strokes, but he too departed for 18. But since then, it has been Rusanda Gamage and Chamidu Pereira. They've added 77, 5 extras, 106 for 3. St. Peter's College, plenty of batting left too. Sanshay Gunatilaka, Kavika Jayasundara, Nathan David, all can be very good effective batters. Gagan Chamod stands out, 3 wickets, but he was expensive. So was Manasa Madhubashana. Mudita Disanayaka, he was a little unlucky in my opinion, being the most economical bowler. And the spinners, I think Yenula Devutusa the two left-handers took him on. Lahiru Amarasekara, the vice captain, yet to pick up a wicket. I'm quite surprised not to see Siobhan Daniel.
I was just about to tell you, there were two left-handers batting, and Satish Jayawardene delayed bringing in Lahiru Amarasekara. I mean, I would have gone with the two off-spinners from either end at an early stage, mind you.
Gagan Chamod coming back for his second spell. St. Joseph's desperately looking to break this partnership.
And the other aspect, Damit, that I'm surprised that Dilan Ramanayaka has looked to be very defensive. In the 8th over, there was only one slip, and St. Peter's were 3 down. And he had stayed in that fashion, employing a defensive field when your priority is to pick up wickets.
There's some questionable tactics from the Josephians after picking up 3 wickets. But nevertheless, Rusanda and Chamindu, they've been brilliant so far. Here's the wicket taker. Straight away, getting some movement off the pitch. Gagan Chamod, he'll come in any day, any time and bend his back and give it all for his alma mater.
He's tall, he's strong. So on this SSC track, which has now settled down, if there's a little bit of bounce, it could be quite a handful. Kamage angled across his body on that occasion, played away from his body too.
Only a slip in place for Gagan Chamod. Played up easily. He gets the breakthrough. Yenula Devtusa holds on to it. That's what wicket takers can do to you. Rusanda Gamage, he played a few uppish strokes in the start of his innings, Haritha. He didn't lose his wicket that time, but this time, perfect execution from the Josephians, inviting the batter to go uppishly. Gagan Chamod, he's delighted. St. Joseph's, they come back into the game. Much needed breakthrough of the set batter. Rusanda Gamage, he departs for 55. A valiant knock from the left-hander. St. Peter's 106 for 4.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
Super bowling change. You got to give it to Satish Jayawardene. About 20 minutes remaining, slightly above that for lunch on day 1. And you bring your wicket taker and he provides you with the breakthrough that was sadly needed.
New batter for St. Peter's College, the vice captain Sanshay Gunathilaka. 304 runs this season. From his standards, it's below par. The stats, best score of 56. But he's a big match player, just like his brother Santosh Gunathilaka, playing his last big match. Sanshay, he'll need to first get through this little phase of 20 minutes or so before lunch.
This is a great contest, Damit. I can see Gagan Chamod looking for a fifer. And when you get a batter of the caliber of Sanshay Gunathilaka, you know that if you give him anything loose, he will probably make use of it very quickly. 3 slips a gully, good attacking mould.
We spoke about 5 wicket hauls. Haritha, the last time St. Joseph's College won the big match 15 years ago, that time also a certain fast bowler by the name of Thisara Pereira picked up a 5 wicket haul. So here's the last wicket. Rusanda Gamage playing uppishly. Easy catch for Yenula Devtusa. Gagan Chamod, yes, he's been expensive but he has bowled those wicket-taking deliveries. And if he can be consistent in this second spell, he'll be in business. That's very good. Sanjay Gunathilaka almost fell for the trap that time.
It's a teasing situation. If you're a player with shots 360 degrees, this can be a nice story.
Prima Kottumi, guess and win. You can win hot and spicy gifts from Prima Kottumi. So make sure you log on to the Papare Cricket Facebook and take part in the guess and win competition.
Three deliveries well outside off stump. You can just recall how Nimuthu Gunawardena was dismissed. It's predictable. You know where he's bowling.
Yeah, I had a chat with the head groundsman Mahesh Bopage just before play, Haritha. So the pitch, this pitch wasn't used for quite a few weeks leading up to this game. So it's a fresh laid pitch. So there'll be some assistance for the seamers. Good over, a wicket taking one, a maiden from Gagan Chamod. St. Peter's 106 for 4.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
Shannon Nathaniel has tweeted, nice to see Gagan, a homegrown Josephian talent, shine at the Battle of the Saints. Make sure you all tweet on Battle of the Saints hashtag, and we will try and feature all your tweets. All the Josephians, all the Pete Wrights, the well-wishers, fans watching this game. Make sure you log on to your Twitter accounts and tweet on Battle of the Saints hashtag. Yes, Gagan Chamod. Good young talent for the Josephians. Here's Mudita Disanayaka. Extended spell for him too from Vidyama at the end.
No wonder he had bowled something like 259 overs coming into this big match.
Yeah, he's that go-to bowler when Sadish Jayawardene wants one end tied up. His economy rate is just above 2 runs per over. Here too, just about 2.4. That's his job. That's how he gets his wicket, by tidying up the run flow. Personally, I hate facing these types of bowlers, Haritha. When you don't offer that much pace, when you have the wicket keeper up to the stumps, you can't even go out of the crease.
The good thing about him is his variation of pace. Not only the pace, the line and length. He's a thinking cricketer. That's the good thing about him. 7-7 run partnership was broken for the 4th wicket with the last wicket. But of top scorer Rusanda Gamage, he looked good for a 3-figure score, mind you.
Here's another national cap in the Josephian lineup, Hirun Kapuru Bandara. I'm pretty excited to see how he bats on this pitch. Fresh from a trip to UAE with the Sri Lanka under-19 setup. Chamindu Pereira. Now I think both these batters, Haritha, must have put a plan in place to play till lunch.
No questions about that. Just to hold on. They don't want to lose another wicket. Yeah, Hirun Kapuru Bandara. First year you were talking, how many catches has he taken? 2 catches, 3 catches on the boundary. That's what he was known for. But he's come a long way with his career to get national youth recognition.
Another maiden. This is good stuff from St. Joseph's College. 2 back-to-back maidens, 106 for 4.
රුපියල් හැටේ මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Cheer up කරමු ආදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී අරන්. Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
Lot of cricket around the country. Mercantile Super Premier Cricket has that wonderful scoreboard. Looks slightly in the balance the game at this stage after that strike. They can get another one. St. Joseph's, they'll go in for lunch happy.
Oh, that's wonderful. Gagan Chamod, by far the best bowler for St. Joseph's College this morning.
I'll tell you, I want to see the forward short leg in position. Just about 10 minutes to lunch.
Coming into this game, Gagan Chamod picked up 6 wickets against Murtuma last weekend. St. Joseph's College wanted to play with an opponent for 3 days, playing a 2-day and a 1-day encounter, just like this weekend. Played upishly, Sanshay Gunatilaka, he gets off the mark. The point fielder was a little deeper than the usual.
I can understand that because wanted the player to play the shot and get the slips in business.
Talk about slips in the business. We have Melbourne Crisco, the snack crackers, and the Melbourne chick bits, savory biscuits, helping out throughout the big matches. Haritha, I'm sure you've had about 4 or 5 of these throughout the big match season.
Exactly. I mean, you don't miss out on this sort of thing.
Not at all.
Even if you miss a slip catch.
For sure. Yeah, grateful for Melbourne Crisco and Melbourne chick bits for staying with us and giving us that exciting snack throughout the March Madness. Chamidu Pereira almost chased that out. Gagan Chamod has that ability to seam the ball both ways. That's not every seamer can do that.
He's not that sort of intimidating bowler where you would get the shin music going, but he bowls with reasonable control. Certainly today he has bowled with reasonable control.
Look at that. Excellent. This is what we want to see as commentators, as the lovers of this wonderful game of cricket. We want to see fast bowlers bending their backs, extracting. Look at that seam movement. Not good batsmanship, but nevertheless he still remains there, Chamidu Pereira.
Played away from his body. Superb angle created by the bowler.
Lovely. This is excellent stuff. I'm sure likes of Torin Pittigal, Dinal Dambarege, the assistant coaches at St. Joseph's College, both were good seam bowlers. Would have done plenty of work with them. Torin Pittigal, former DSN Nayaka College seamer, Dinal Dambarege, former Josephian captain, both assisting Dilan Ramanayaka. Dilan Ramanayaka himself is a very handy seamer in his day. Oh, wonderful delivery. Loud appeal. Would have missed the leg stump. good in-swinging Yorker from Gagan Chamod. Another testing over from the Josephian speedster. 27 completed, 107 for 4.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
Brilliant stuff. Great comeback. Agonizing couple of overs probably remaining till lunch.
Here's the Pete Wright batting card. Rusanda Gamage stands out with a valiant 55. Vishen Helmage got a start. Chamidu Pereira is still there. These two, Chamidu Pereira and Sanshe Gunatilaka, needs to make sure that they don't lose any more wickets before lunch. Gagan Chamod, best out of the 5 bowlers used by Captain Sadish Jayawardena. Surprisingly, the 2 spinners have only bowled 7 overs. The seamers have bowled 20. I think that's why one of the reasons for the low over rate.
Not too bad. It's not too bad because 4 wickets have also gone down. Good running between wickets.
Yeah, inside edge. Easy couple of runs for Sanshe Gunatilaka off your screens. We are seeing Mudita Disanayaka struggling with his hamstring. Here's that last delivery. That was very close. Umpire Sanga Jayasuriya would have reckoned that would have missed the leg stump or maybe an inside edge, but nevertheless, that was a very good over. Here's the Papare music. And fans are enjoying proceedings, and all Sri Lankan fans, Sri Lankan cricket fans, must be waiting until the remaining 5 wickets fall from the Irish camp. 113 for 5. Proceedings from Gaul. Oh, fielder didn't pick it up. Gagan Chamod after a testing over.
It was in the agonizing moments there for the batter.
Yeah, even if he picked it up, Haritha would have needed a Superman effort to hold on to it. That's much better from Gunatilaka.
Disanayaka keeping the ball well up. That's what you need to be doing. See how many dot balls over the last 3 overs.
Yeah, when we came on to commentaries, Haritha, they were scoring well above 4 runs per over. Now it's fallen down to 3.9, which is good from the Josephian point of view. 28 completed, 109 for 4.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages. The bite that bites back.
Cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී Big match fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි.
Yeah, few clouds gathering on top of the venue. Plenty of blue skies towards the western area. Let's hope that we can have enough cricket today.
Yeah, that's the hard-working photographer from the Papare.com, Varuna Lakmal, Make sure you all check all the photos he's clicking at the end of first day's play. Also a big shout out to Ruanta Fernandopoulos, who's watching from Australia, the last big match winning captain for St. Joseph's College. He's hoping that the Josephians play positive cricket, just like he and his boys did 15 years ago, and bring that Reverend Father Maurice J. Legock trophy back to Dali Road. Thank you, Ruanta, for watching the coverage of the Papare.com all the way from Australia. Gagan Chamod bending his back, getting that outside edge, but Chamidu Pereira throughout his innings, Haritha, he has played with soft hands. If he went hard at it, would have gone straight to that slip cordon of 2 slips and a gully. Loud appeal, another loud appeal. Umpire Sangajayasuri, I think again reckons that would have missed the leg stump.
See, he's creating enough pressure on the batter. They want to survive.
Yeah, here's that replay. Yeah, clearly missing the leg stump. Umpire Asanga Jayasuriya, a very experienced umpire. He has officiated in many big matches, in many domestic games, at the highest level of Sri Lankan domestic games. If I'm not mistaken, some of the T20 games also for Sri Lanka. Oh, another good delivery. Peach.
He's showing the full variety of his armour. Gagan Chamot. Movement off the track. Pace in dipping Yorkers. The good thing is Sanjay Gunatilaka has got to the non-striker's end, and he's letting Chamidu Pereira, who's been out there for most of the morning, to face up to this wicket-taking bowler. He's tired, all right.
Yeah, probably his last over before lunch. St. Joseph's might be able to sneak in another.
Last 20 minutes or so after the departure of Rusanda Gamage, it's all about survival for the Pete Wrights.
Yeah, the over rate is low because they've been operating the seamers for a long time, and Chamidu Pereira gets a single, puts Sanjay Gunatilaka back on strike for this last delivery from Gagan Chamod.
Will he be inspired to do something special, the bowler? Will he try to get one right on the toe of the Pete Wright boys captain?
Oh, he must be thinking, will it be an outswinger? Will it be an in-swinging Yorker? Well left from Gunatilaka. 29 completed, 110 for 4. Looks like it's lunch. Umpire Asanga Jayasuriya reckons that there's no time left for another over to sneak in. So that's it from the first session of this 89th Battle of the Saints. St. Joseph's College having won the toss, elected to bowl first, picked up 2 wickets in the very first over. Ovin Salgado in the very first ball of the game. Then 5 balls later, it was the captain Nimuthu Gunawardena who nicked behind. Since then, Rusanda Gamage, he came in at a very tough stage and played a good, valiant, resilient innings from Rusanda Gamage.
David, I was surprised to see Nimuthu Gunawardena coming in at number 3.
He batted most of the games at number 3, number 4. They shuffle their batting lineup for most of their season. This session, 29 overs, 110 runs, 4 wickets, run rate of 3.79. Thanks to some good Josephian bowling in that last half an hour, the scoring rate came well below 4 runs per over.
At the end of 10 overs, it was 6 plus 61 for 3. And going into 15 overs, it was still 5 plus. And after that, St. Joseph's did well.
Here are the highlights from the first session. First ball, Ovin Salgadu was trapped plumb in front by Gagan Chamod. And then 5 balls later, Captain Nimuthu Gunawardena nicked behind. And the Peterites were 2 down for none. Great start from the Josephians. Then Vishen Halamage, as he always does, played some positive cricket. Rusanda Gamage, that was his first boundary. He played it late and he played the ball on its merit. Some disappointing fielding also from the Josephians, especially ground fielding. They dropped one chance. This was that experienced campaigner Siobhan Daniel dropped him, but the very next over he held on to it. Siobhan Daniel. It was the end of Vishen Halamage. They were 29 for 3, and then Rusanda Gamage and Chamidu Pereira. Some might say it's a match-defining partnership. Some might say it's a match-saving partnership. Nevertheless,
it was positive batting under the circumstances, without being overawed by the situation, playing the bowling on its merits. Very good stuff.
Yeah, Rosanda took on the left-arm spin of Yenula Devtusa, one of the most prominent bowlers. Rosanda Gamage, his first big match half century. As I said earlier, he played well, square of the wicket.
There were 12 boundaries in that first session. 7 of them came off Gamage's bat. That was a soft dismissal from his standards. The last wicket to fall after he made 55. 79 run partnership.
Rusanda Gamage stands out, 55 runs off 71 deliveries. Chamidu Pereira, he's still out there, 29 off 71 deliveries. Nimuthu Ovin didn't trouble the scores. Sansha Gunathilaka, the vice captain, he's still out there in the middle, 110 for 4. 29 overs in the first session. Think about 4 overs less than what they would have expected, 4 or 3 overs probably.
4 batters have been dismissed, Damit, so I think it will just even out to about 3 overs, as you said.
This is the 89th Battle of the Saints between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. Haritha, first session, you reckon it was shared?
No, I think St. Joseph's are on in the fact that they have come back strongly in that last 20 minutes or so, picked up a wicket. Yes, they had done enough damage early part. There was a period where St. Peter's did well with that 4th wicket partnership, but I think nose in front St. Joseph's.
Indeed, and Gagan Chamod is one of the reasons why St. Joseph's College, as you say, are on top because of some brilliant fast bowling. He picked up 4 wickets. He gave away 33 runs in his first spell, and his second spell just gave away just 2 runs. 4 crucial wickets, and his ability to seam the ball, swing the ball both ways, impressive bowling, Haritha. I told you 15 years ago, St. Joseph's won because of a fast bowler. They need a heroic performance from Gagan Chamod going forward in this game.
He needs to be properly managed too, because if you are going to win the match, he has to bowl well in the second innings too. So It's a question of managing his ability and the others helping him.
Yeah, it's a hot and humid day here in Colombo. Rusanda Gamage and Chamindu Pereira, that 79 run stand, Haritha, I think probably the best out of the Pete rides in this session.
See, what I liked about that was they were playing the loose deliveries to the boundary. Their rotational strike was very good, and more than anything else, it was their approach under a difficult situation that really got St. Peter's out of a very tight situation.
Yeah, they played positive cricket, and the Josephians, in my opinion, were a little defensive throughout that partnership. That paved the way for the Pete Rides to put 110 runs on the board. But nevertheless, a good session, and I think we are in for a treat, Haritha.
I only hope that there won't be too much of time lost in the last session of play for maybe rain or bad light, because it is definitely brewing into a 60 over total that is going to be a difference in this match.
Yeah, I think the Josephians would want to somehow get the remaining 6 wickets before the Pete Rides bat out the 60 overs. They still have 31 overs left, the Pete Rides, and the first session, I think probably more towards St. Joseph's College, but our stats gurus down there in the production room reckons that it was shared.
No, it's a story. I said why I said it would be nose in front. If they think it's shared, fine, good enough, because there was some good batting, good bowling, and if there was a minus aspect, it was the fielding for the Joes.
So we'll take our lunch break now of day 1 in this 89th Battle of the Saints. St. Peter's College 110 for 4. Make sure you all stay logged on to www.thepapare.com, Dialog Television Channel 70, the Dialog ViU app, and also Dialog Futureverse. So we will be back in another half an hour for the second session of this 89th Battle of the Saints.
Battle of the Saints between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College.
The toss of this 88th Battle of the Saints. I have the two captains with me, Vanuja Kumar of St. Peter's College, Siobhan Daniel of St. Joseph's College, and the match referee Pradeep Jayaprakash. Siobhan Daniel will now spin the coin. Tails it is. St. Peter's College has won the toss. Vanuja, what are you going to do?
Which is a bet first.
It was mentioned about there are three youth internationals. You see Rusanda Gamage, Vishen Halamage. Plenty to say to his charges. Here's a strong outfit. Sadish Javardhana, Naren Muralidharan. A big oval here. Plenty of gaps. It will be interesting.
So the first ball of the 88th encounter, outside the off stump, swinging away. It's in front of first slip. And that's the wicket. Just wide outside the off stump. The Peterite batsman just throwing his bat into it.
He'd be a disappointed exit here.
Yes, there you see, definitely wide outside the off stump, just throwing his bat into it. Got the outside edge, straight into the hands of Sadish Javardhana, the wicket keeper. Gracefully accepting. That one nicely played. That's put between mid wicket and square leg. That's going towards the boundary. It's gone into the boundary for 4.
For the moment.
Sit upishly over mid-off. That's going towards the boundary.
Off the pitch. I just mentioned that's very well struck. It went like he did before. That's nicely played as well. Just a bit in the field right mid-wicket. So, change of angle for the seamer, and this time he lifts it over the infield. At least the long on fielder to inside the ring. This time sweeps. Given. Took a bit of time. The head umpire could touch it. But straight away you could see it's a lot slower, wasn't it? Yeah, that would have been umpire's call. But yeah, those who are watching at home will probably ask the question, where did it pitch? But umpire is the closest person to judge, so he's raised the
slight misfield from Deshan Senaviratna. Very good score, considering that this is a 60-over encounter. Shanal Boteju taking on Dunit Pellalage.
At the one-day, big match one-day.
Loose delivery from Siobhan Daniel. Got the treatment. Short delivery. Lahiru Davatage. Miscues it. Team is training, but here's the replay. Short delivery. Toe end of the bat. Easy catch for the captain, Siobhan Daniel.
A rather dragged down from Dunit Villa, like one of those loose deliveries, rare loose deliveries from Dunit. This time whips it off his pads, beats that fielder there and trickles down.
Pulled him. What a delivery from Siobhan Daniel. Should have played on the front foot there. Look at where he is.
He's the set batsman.
That's his half century. Beautifully played on the offside for a couple of runs.
Yes, very well played, young man. And tough cut. He needs to carry on. The Peterites would definitely want him to carry on.
Lahiru Amarasekara.
One shortish, pulled upishly in this fashion for quite some time.
Again, outside his pads, again the angle.
It's tossed up.
Oh, brilliant strike this one.
Definitely the Josephians are applying pressure. That's nicely played. That's going towards the cover.
Comes down the track, lifts it over the mid-off fielder and gets a boundary by Daniel. Another cross-pattern shot. This time he finds the gap. The ball will race away.
There you are. He has mistimed it. Well. He's gone. Turning his wrist.
27 runs on the board.
Yeah, just only a moment ago that I was just talking about how he's been a bit loose since he got his 50. And again, see where his head was and never in a position really. The ball was just outside his eye line, so that's not the easiest thing planned from Shinal Boteju. 81 of 136, St. Peter's College, 1-2-7 for 5. Bat in hand, certainly can make a contribution, as you can see. That's Lahiru. Again, a flighted delivery. So it's going to be Mudita after a successful over. Driven nicely.
Got him. Dunit Vellalage strikes. Him up. Vellalage. Beautiful delivery. You cannot do much for a delivery like that. As we speak about Dunit Vellalage, he strikes. Third wicket. Niman Umesh. Not every day you'll see a national player coming and playing the big match. Yeah, he kept a little low. That was hit very hard by Sanjay Gunath.
Big shot. Sanjay gets enough on it. Goes all the way. Delicately done there. Done. Straight away down the ground goes. That he will want to develop. That's a top edge, and it will go all the way.
That's a match referee, Jayaprakash. Took his head away from it. Otherwise, it could have been a run out.
That's a heave on the leg side. Danal Hema has already got a big match half century. Sanjay Gunath playing his first big match.
So that is the end of. There you are. That seems to be his half century. That's gone. So Peter has gone to 250. Hassan Dugambage got out for 13. The main scorer has been Danal Hemananda got 55 and Shinal Boteju got 81.
Josephian bowling card. Siobhan Daniel and Dunit Vellalage, the outstanding bowlers there with 3 wickets apiece, and Mananda.
Again.
Once again, short and wide, and Sadish Javardhana goes for that back.
Reach at the front foot. That's nicely played. Beautiful shot. Going towards mid-wicket boundary.
For a very long time. Oh, that is as good as she can get. What a catch. And Jayawardena.
But the Peterites, they've set a high benchmark. Look at that. It was flying. It was moving away from him when he was going on to his left. Gamini. Catchers win you matches, and this kind of batting can also win.
So Peters have not that has been put away nicely.
Big stroke this time. Goes down on one knee.
And a youth international. Big one. Comes back. Very good. Is Muralidharan. Beauty.
He got as Niman Umesh continue.
Short delivery. Another big stroke from Daniel.
Oh, beautiful timing and placement, even better.
slower ball, but equally dealt with. There was some risk involved, but very well executed.
St. Sebastian's Morotua. He batted deep inside his crease.
This time again, Balalage.
Hiked over for leg side. Three fielders on the boundary. And with this time where Lalage goes over the off. They lost 4 wickets. Go by the end of the day.
Oh, that ball gets Walalage.
Going on the back foot. Oh. Josephines have quite a batting lineup. That one down the leg side.
He's got their 251 in 60 overs. And that bowled him. So that's another wicket to fall.
Pretty short, trying to pull it. No, he missed it completely.
Continue. It's been very impressive. Right arm off spinner. That's the half century for the Josephian captain, Siobhan Daniel. Brilliant knock so far, but his job is not done yet. The Josephian captain tumbling from the other end. 71 deliveries. They'll surpass the Josephian, the Pete Wright score rather. As we speak, Siobhan Daniel. Bowling change. Captain Vanuja Kumara. The schools rugby, the Dialog Schools Rugby League happening concurrent.
Get inside the popping crease. Another big stroke this time. And that's gone.
Shenal Boteju. Gone. Good attempt. Good attempt. Superb work.
What a catch from the substitute fielder. Diving in front to take that catch. Really good catch.
He dropped it short.
That was the last batsman out. 11. You see that replay of that coming down the wicket and trying to swing at it.
The Josephian card, Sadish gone for 15, Narayan 6, Siobhan Daniel the keeper, a brilliant knock 71.
Shannon Rodrigo got 3 for 26 of 7, and then Nimman Umesh got 1 wicket and Nimtu Gunawardene got the other wicket.
Peters winning the toss, batting their first in their 60 overs, 251 for 8, with Shanal getting 81. Then Alimadan the easy batting on this track quality, so that will be a handful. Plus 5.
That is definitely not needed.
Yeah. And there again, that's saved.
Put it nicely. St. Peter's 19 for no loss in their second inning. That's another swing at it. Gets
3 maidens in that process.
And that's a wicket. Wow. There you go. Lairu Amarsekar straight away in the game. That's a wicket. Over 10 minutes remaining on the clock. And he tries to do this. Shenal Boteju had to walk in after Halambage lost his wicket. But overall, I think wickets will be
for the entirety of this innings. The 4 spinners have shared the 12 overs bowled so far.
Lalage started off for the Josephians, 1 for 17 of his 5 overs.
88th Battle of the Saints between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. We are live from P. Saravanamuthu Oval Grounds in Colombo. This is day 2.
St. Peter's College won the toss and elected to bat first on the strength of a superb 81 by Shenal Boteju, and a workman-like 55 not out.
Day 2, we have 105 overs scheduled at the Oval Grounds. Good start from Mithira Tenura. Oh, Abhilash Vella.
Maybe one reason why that's perfectly it. Timed it nicely.
Try to get on the attack.
As we say that, Siobhan Daniels has Daniels who have perished. As you see, the ball is well flighted outside the off stump. Goes for the expensive drive. An easy catch, well taken. Well bowled to Siobhan Daniels. So
No, you're right, Bridges, because the Pete Wright should at least get 225 to 250. I would say that's nicely played. That's good.
Adjustments which obviously you're taking a calculated risk and score some runs.
That's again nicely played off the back foot this time by.
That's gonna put St. Joseph's College out of the game. Cheeky. This outfield is very fast here.
And even in the second, lines have not been consistent enough to trouble the batsman. This time, Lavatake gets enough bat to it, and he will get a boundary.
Get wickets, which, as you see, Pete Wrights are just playing the ball on off every ball. Well, ball again. There we go. Run. Bad fielding, I would have said. The fielder should have been in quicker than that.
Yeah, that's his 50. Davarage deserves that. Stands here at Tamil Union Grounds or the Pisara Oval. Particularly the last hour. So, as a result, like I mentioned, the wicket has got a bit better, and that's his half century, Abhilash. And not many times you will see a night watchman getting a half century, but this time he has helped his team immensely in order to make a substantial total, get a substantial total on the board. Very well played, young man. That is why they are trying desperate to get back into this game. Batting and very good thinking.
That's how a proper batsman thinks. There goes Devatage over the top, straight into the hands of Deep Midon. 9 for 4. As you see, the ball comes down, didn't connect. He got too close to the delivery, didn't get the leverage he wanted to clear the boundary. He backed himself to go.
After 49 overs in their second innings, that he tried to move away, give a lot of pace and try to put another wicket. There, see the replay of that. Moving towards the offside. Trying to hit it over to a fine leg, but misses it complete. Oh, he bowled him this time.
With some turn. I see a flighter delivery, slowed it up, and just clipped the off stump.
Did he get touch on it? A reverse sweep.
Siobhan Daniel continues, and it's a full toss, and these two batsmen.
That one a foolish delivery.
It's fairly high in a two-day game. This time, does he find the gap? No, he doesn't. And that's a wicket.
So that's 5 for Siobhan Daniel.
Hit it straight to deep square leg. And well-deserved 5 for Siobhan Daniel. He has had a magnificent game for St. Joseph's College. A lone warrior, I must say, for the Joseph. He is known for his big hits. And as we speak, that will be the first boundary for him. This time he darts it. He gets elevation and a misjudgment from the fielder. And misjudged the elevation. A boundary for Niman Umesh.
That run again, high in there. 60 overs in the innings. He had 12 yesterday. We see the Pete batting card, Rosanda out for 7, Vishen 22, Abhilash a fantastic 61.
Bowling performance, Siobhan Daniel stands out. 5 for 80 for him. And Lairu Amara Singh, St. Peter's College 232 for 7. Abhilash Vellalage and Lairu Davatage scoring half centuries, while Siobhan Daniel
is from the scoreboard end. Positive start off the back foot is the bowler. Here is Sadish Javardhana, top score of 207.
Next one off the edge, down to third man. That'll go all the way to the boundary. Very good shot, very well pulled in front of square. Right. Edges it and is taken at second slip. Close.
Yeah, for the second time in this match, he's provided the breakthrough for the openers. Genuine edge straight to the fielder. And Vanuja is a safe fielder.
Siobhan to take strike. Pulls it brilliantly in front of square.
4 for 63.
Beautiful shot by Sadish. Again puts it around the corner, goes to the second run.
Take a look at this. Take a look at this.
This is disaster for St. Joseph's. Bad calling.
Oh, how can you describe this? Very well played. And he was running very quickly for the second. There was no communication at all. Sadish Javardhana was also ball watching.
Boundary line on the leg side. Here's that short delivery. This time Sadish Javardhana finds the cutaway nicely. That's 4 runs.
Chance of throwing down the stumps. Sweep shot. Nicely played.
9. This is the Sanaiko on 9. That's beautifully driven this time. Pass mid off. Let's go. That's swung away towards the mid-wicket boundary.
Trying to get him off his lengths. And that's gone against the run of play. Not quite sure what he tried to do there.
Yes, that was definitely a good catch too in the slip position. Is he well taken there by the beat right captain.
For
this time Javardhana off the back.
He has been around for some time. That's a bad delivery down the leg side, asking to be hit. Continue bowling his 11th. Nicely driven again by Sadish. That will bring up his half century. Coming back for the third, a good piece of fielding there on the boundary, just pulling it.
Knock from the Josephian wicket keeper batsman Sadish Javardhana, able to score. He's looked good and he looks solid. He's got it. Yes, exactly. We were all up for an exciting finish as Sadish Javardhana pierces the gap. And that's gone. Niman Umesh has produced a beauty to get Dunit Villalage. The Josephians have lost their 4th wicket. As you can see the replay. It was not quite short enough. A loud appeal from
Batted for an extra hour. Nicely played there into the gap. Now teams. Oh, that was closed. Got an edge. Arnold in his playing days, if whoever dropped a catch was given the opportunity to bowl and get the wicket. Straight, he has the batsman guessing. There we go. There we go. Another wicket for St. Peter's. Vanuja has struck wicket for 112.
Yeah, this has been a great over. The first one was a quicker one. The second one spun past the outside edge, but this one had bounced.
Then put unnecessary pressure on yourself. The best way to go about thing is to play the ball on its merits.
He won't let those go.
St. Joseph's. I think more than the runs, it's the occupation.
Welcome back to SSC Grounds for the post-lunch session of the 89th Josephine Peterite Cricket Encounter, the Battle of the Saints, they call it. St. Joseph's College in the morning won the toss and decided to put Peterites into bat. And at one stage, they were 3 down for 29, but they recovered with a 4th wicket partnership of 77. And at lunch, they went into lunch at 110 for 4, slight bit of recovery. As I say, good afternoon to former Sri Lankan opening batsman. There you see the card, the Peterite batting card. Owen Salgado out for North, Vishen Halapage for 18, Nimuthu Gunawardena for North, and Rasantha Gamage for 55. Rasantha Gamage definitely with the pick of the batters. Chaminda Pereira is not out on 29, and Sanche Gunathalago on 3 with 5 extras, 110 for 4. St. Peter's after being put into bat. As I said, good afternoon to Malinda Warnapura, the former Sri Lankan opening batsman. And also remember, Malinda Warnapura is the only player in the Josephine Peterite Cricket Encounters have got a century in the 2-day game as well as the 1-day game.
Very good afternoon, Polders, and very good afternoon, everyone. As you know that St. Peter's were put into bat in 110 for 4 at lunch. As you said, Rusantha Gamage made a good inning for the Peterites after they fell first 2 wickets in the first overs, and this is the bowling card for the Josephians.
Gagan Chamod 4 for 35 was the pick of the bowlers. He got all the 4 wickets. Economic rate of 4 for 38. 2 maidens of 8 overs. It was good bowling, as I can remember mentioning to Haritha Pereira in the morning that Gagan Chamod is the bowler to watch. He's tall and he has some kind of pace in it, and with the help of the wicket, he will be a handful for the Peterites.
Yeah, definitely the way he's opened the bowling and the first delivery of the day. It's very important that a fast bowler comes in with the new ball and opening the bowling with the first ball straight in, and there's no doubt for the first decision made. And again, Nimuthu Gunawardena, the first over, got a couple of wickets, even though his economic rate is 4.38. And these are the fast bowlers that Sri Lanka will look for, some fast bowlers who can take wickets, and in a big game like this.
Yes, definitely. Chamod has a future, no doubt about that. And we're getting it out from a veteran cricketer and also a high performance coach, isn't it, Malinda?
Yes, Sri Lanka doing well in the test match in goal. Double hundreds, and it's good to see Nishan Madhushka, an emerging player, 18 player, getting a double 100 in his 3rd test match.
So shall we arrange another tour of Ireland to Sri Lanka? And it has to be in Sri Lanka. But don't underestimate Ireland. Ireland had got England out for 85 in their 2nd test match in Lords. And then when they had to get about 160 runs to get, they were dismissed for 38.
Definitely, and the way they came back for the 2nd test, scoring 500 runs, I think that's something to look at. And it's not that easy for the Islands to bowl against the Sri Lankan batters. But when it comes to SSC, once again, St. Peter's 110 for 4, and it's going to be a great battle, as you know that the first inning is 60 overs per side and 29 overs gone. St. Peter's 110 for 4. Chamindu is 29 not out, faced 71 deliveries, as you see, because it's a bit of a session that they had to build up. But once again, when you have a 60 over game, it's very important that you play your game like Rusantha Gamage showed some class, and definitely the run rate was 5 runs and over. He built up some great confidence, and he's been batting really well for the Peterites. Otherwise, St. Peter's would have been in great trouble.
Yes, and I thought the Josephines also, although they got the first 3 wickets, but later on they fell on the defense because the runs were leaking. And especially Rasantha Gamage playing his shots And Chamita Pereira, yes, you said, mentioned 71 deliveries, but he provided great support for the Kamage, holding things up together. They are up there.
Yeah, that's the partnership required for the beat rights. So there's a big responsibility. Just after lunch for Sanjay Gunatilaka and Chamindu.
So it's Mudita Disanayaka to start from the Vajra Road end, and he'll be bowling to Sanjay Gunatilaka, who's on 3. Chamidu Pereira, sorry, it's Chamidu Pereira.
That's a good start for the beat rights. They'll have to look for singles.
Well, we are almost on the halfway stage of the innings. This is the 30th over. Well, I thought St. Joseph's did bowl a couple of overs short in the first session. They will have to catch down.
Mudita Disanayaka, very good economy rate. 11.1 overs. Just 25 runs.
We saw a couple of fielding lapses also on the Josephian part in the first session, but they got to come out with it. Must be looking for a couple of early wickets. But the beat rights did very well to recover. A 4th wicket partnership of 77 between Rasindu Kamage and Chamidu Pereira. Chamidu Pereira is on 30. And Sanjay Gunatilaka, the beat right vice captain, he was on strike now. He's on 3.
You could see the field with one slip, third man point cover, extra cover and mid off on the offside, and fine leg, short mid and mid on the leg side. So just 3 fielders on the leg side, so he's maintaining that line outside the off stump.
But just a slip there, Malinda. The Josephians won the toss, sent the beat rights into bat, and they were 20 out for 3 at one stage. I thought the Josephians should be more on the attack.
Yep, we could say that, but you know, these guys might always have that thing 60 overs in their mind, and they just want to bowl with that field set, about 5-6 fielders on the outside, and just keep on bowling. As you said, yeah, definitely they would have tried a couple of more wickets if they would have attacked a little bit more, but I'm sure they have done their best for 112 runs, 4 wickets for 30 overs.
Yes, I think you got it right. They're thinking about the 60 overs in the first innings. Well, both the coaches might be wanting to get on top on the first innings in this 60 over game. Well, the second innings, it's unlimited. You can bet on and on. But St. Peter's 112 for 4. We're in the 30th over. One more delivery remaining in this over. It's Mudita Disanayaka to Chamidu Pereira.
This is once again, as I said, Mudita was just keeping that line and length, maintaining. Bowled 12 overs for 26 runs.
So it's 30 gone, 112 for 4 St. Peter's.
Heels Crest Naimere sausages, the bite that bites back.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
So 112 for 4 St. Peter's in the 30th over. Well, Malinda Vanapura is with us. We'll talk about his innings of 159. That was way back in 1998. And Malinda, same year you got the 100 in the one day, isn't it?
Yes.
How was it? You can take us through those 2 innings?
Yeah, it was a great inning because St. Joseph scored 300 runs at also a 60 over game. It was under pressure for the beat rights. We lost 3 wickets for 40 runs. And it was once again the end of the first day. I remember I was 40 not out, and the next day morning it was once again because Josephians were on top, because they had some great bowlers like Shinal Varnakula, who got 13 wickets in the earlier big match, record bowling performance, and then I was able to make it 159, and St. Peter's got 280, and we declared at lunch.
So that was before 60 overs you declared?
That's the 60 overs, yes, we had to declare.
That's nicely played. This time by Sanjay Gunathilaka. Pass extra cover. That's gone into the boundary for 4. So 4 more to Sanjay Gunathilaka takes him on to 8, and the P-Trite score moves on to 116. And in the same year, you came for the one-day game. Of course, you might have been a bit worried Josephines getting 300, but still you thrashed the Josephines to counter the ground.
Yeah, it was the highest score made by Joe Pete, and Joe's made 249 and 50 overs, and we made it in 45 overs with 3 wickets. So once again 126, and always remember, when you pass the Pisara over, one of the greatest innings you will never forget for St. Peter's and for me.
It's definitely a great play. Of course, undoubtedly went on to play for Sri Lanka. That's again nicely driven this time by Sanjay Gunathilaka, straight down towards the mid-off, wide of mid-off, gets a single, takes score, P-Trite score on to 117.
There's something good to see 2 fast bowlers after lunch, and he's bowling with 3 slips and a gully, and also Sanjay Gunathilaka played very well. That's the way to play. It's outside the off stump if it's there, and I'm sure he's a player who can play the ball very well, and very important that they should have another partnership here, as Chamindu is batting for 75 deliveries, and as you mentioned, one of the important partnerships for St. Peter's. So he's still there, and new batsman is Sanjay Gunathilaka. I'm sure they'll have to put something for the P-Trites at this moment.
That one a full toss, put away nicely this time by Chamudi Pereira, wide of square leg and fine leg. So he gets 2 there, takes the P-Trite score on to 119, and Chamudi Pereira goes on to 32. Yes, we were talking about the P-Trite batsman, but on the other hand, Gagan Chamod 4 for 42 must be looking for his fifer.
Definitely. That's why I mentioned he's bowling with 3 slips for the right hander, and he was bowling bit outside the stump, and that's the reason that Sanjay Gunathilaka able to hit the ball down cover for 4 runs. And for the left hander, 2 slips, third man point extra cover and mid off.
That's another full toss, but this time down the leg side, Chamudi Pereira fails to get a hold of it. Goes to the wicket keeper. Wicket keeper is Captain Sadisha Jayawardena. Sadisha Jayawardena too has been among a lot of runs this season. Scored more than 1,000 runs.
Yep, this is a great effort by Sadisha as a schoolboy. Get that 1,000 run mark. Been playing for the Sri Lanka under 19 as well.
Gagan Chamod, the shortish delivery, worked away towards the cover point, no run. So that's the end of over number 31. St. Peter's 119 for 4.
Anchor Noodle Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී Big match fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
So St. Peter's 194 4 after 31 overs. We're talking about the heroics of Malinda Varnapura. Well, 1998, and you were the captain also on the P-Trite team that year.
Yeah, a lot of pressure because we won the toss and put the Josephians into bat, and a couple of players like Johannes Jayasuri and Daniels, one of the top Josephian batters, and they scored 279, yeah, for the 60 overs.
And coming into the one-day game and winning the one-day game, isn't it? You won the one-day game that year?
That was a good game. Chasing 249. Jerome Fernando opened for St. Peter's, then Mahesh Perra not out 40.
So that's the first bowling change after lunch. Janula Devtusa has been brought in. For 2 overs before lunch, given away 15 runs. Has been among the wickets for St. Joseph's during the season. Yanula Devtusa and Lairu Amrasekar, the 2 spinners the Josephians have.
That's a better line.
Bowling left arm round the wicket to the Pete Wright vice captain Shanshay Gunathilaka. He's on 9. Shanshay Gunathilaka, normally a hard-hitting player. He's batted for 21 deliveries up to now. The Pete Wrights must be expecting some quick runs from him.
As we mentioned, because it's 60 over rule, definitely the Josephians will put pressure on the Pete Wrights as they set a very good field and keep on bowling in the same line. And as you mentioned, that Sanjay and Chamidu will definitely have to score at least 3-4 runs and over. Current run rate is 3.74.
Yes, this run rate of 3.7, I was about to mention, we had a run rate of about 6 per over earlier on, and the Josephians have managed to bring that down to 3.74. So that's the end of number 32. A very quick over from Yanula Devtusa. St. Peter's 119 for 4. There you see the highest scorers in this series. Clive Edmund 204, that's way back in 1954. Clive Edmund is no longer there. He passed away a couple of months ago. Santosh Gunathilaka, Shahan Fernando, and there you see Malinda Varapura 159, that's way back in 1988. Amal Silva, also a Sri Lankan player, wicket-keeper batsman. Joe Miso, Rohan Paul Pillay, whoa, what a player he was too. Edgar Devrain, okay, I can remember this game, Malinda, you won't believe that. No, that was just 50 years ago. St. Peter's got 200 and the Josephians were dismissed for 100. And Josephians were enforced to follow on and they got 166 and the Pete Wrights won that game by 6 wickets. Gerard Solomons, you would have seen, he got 10 wickets in the game, 7 wickets in the second innings.
Same with Santosh Gunathilaka made a match saving inning for St. Peter's with 161 not out. That was one of the good innings that we've seen in the Joe Pete big match.
So Gagan Chamod, this time a good delivery to Chamid Pereira. Pushes it towards mid-on, no run. Well, Josephians might be wanting to curtail the runs as much as possible during the session, isn't it?
That's what they were trying to do, setting that field, and once again for the left-hander. There's only third man and a square leg and a fine leg, so just 3 fielders. But then again, all the infielders are just saving the single.
I must mention also 1973, the St. Peters were captained by Gamni Gunasena. What a wonderful bowler he was, a left-arm spinner. Then the following year, the year before that, in 72, St. Joseph's won by innings, and that was the year Rajiv Benedict. Oh, Rajiv Benedict, of course, another name in the Josephian Pete Wright cricket history we cannot forget. He had 8 wickets for 6 runs.
And that's driven for 4. Shamit Pereira waited for it. That's very good batting. Didn't try to hit it hard.
St. Peter's 123 for 4. That's nicely played by Chamit Pereira. Wide of mid-on. That's going towards the boundary. That's the replay of that. Gagan Chamod looking for his fifer. 4 wickets to his name. He's 4 for 46. He's bowling his 10th over. Chamit Pereira 36 not out. Have faced 80 deliveries. Shanshay Gunathilaka 9 of 24. It's outside the off stump. Try to work it, but very close one. Didn't carry to the slip or second slip.
That's a better line for Gagan. You see just outside the line of off stump. All the fielders are on the off stump, offside. 2 slips, just short of the second slip.
Chamita Pereira putting his bat into it. Lucky it didn't carry to the second slip. Just falling short. This time another good delivery by Gagan Chamod. Good bit of movement and also a little bit of bounce in it.
This is what the SSC wicket we're talking about. Good for the fast bowlers, a true pace wicket. And also for the batters, there's nothing slow. If the ball is there, that's why Rusanta Gamage played his natural game this morning. As you mentioned, the run rate was over 6 runs at one stage.
That's firmly driven but didn't get hold of it properly. Ball goes down towards the third man. He gets a single. That's Chamita Pereira. Takes him on to 37. And the Pete Wright score to 124.
As they are building up a partnership, they'll have to maintain that run rate as well. Josephians will be very happy to keep under 3 runs and over. The set batsman Chamita Pereira, left-hander, will have to look for that single.
But the last wicket has fallen on 106, so that's a 28-run partnership between these two players, Sanchay Gunatilaka and Chamita Pereira. This time Chamo to Sanchay Gunatilaka hits it up over mid-off. That's going towards the boundary. 4 more to him. He moves on to 13 and the score moves on to 128 after 33 overs St. Peters.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
So St. Peters 128 for 4 after 33 overs. Sanchay Gunatilaka is on 13 and Chamita Pereira on 37.
The Josephian Pete Wright one-day game will follow on Sunday just after the 2-day game. For the first time that Joe Pete is played just after a big match.
Yeah, as Haritha mentioned early morning, it's a 3-day game like. St. Joseph's and St. Peters playing continuous cricket for 3 days. That's the first time too. You see a new deal being distributed there. Oh, it's beautiful. The schoolboys enjoying that.
It's good to see Josephian Pete Wright schoolboys at the schoolboy tent.
Enjoying this new deal, which is a good drink to have at this stage in the heat especially. So we are 33 overs gone, 128 for 4 St. Peters. Chamita Pereira on 37. Slowly and steadily getting towards his half-century mark. Sanchay Gunatilaka on the other hand is on 13 after 25 overs.
Yeah, he played a couple of attacking shots just off over mid-off. And now Chamita Pereira on strike.
Yes, Marinda, I think you said it right. Sanchay Gunatilaka Pete Wright might be wanting Sanchay Gunatilaka to get some attacking strokes and Chamita Pereira to be hanging around there doing the supportory role, and this time Chamita Pereira comes down the wicket, drives it, didn't get hold of it.
Yeah, mid-off and mid-on, both fielders on the 30-yard circle, so it just came out but couldn't get it.
Trying to play some attacking strokes. Chamita Pereira been there for some time. 85 deliveries he has faced. 37 to his name. Well, followed the last wicket was at 106, and this time he sweeps it towards the fine leg area.
It's good batting. He used the crease, moved across. There's a short fine leg and a deep square leg fielder for Chamindu. So that's the way to play. Have to rotate the strike. At least if you can get a boundary. A couple of overs. I'm sure this is what Pete Brides need at this stage.
Yes, we are in the 34th over. That's nicely played by Sanjay Gunathilaka into the gap there. Ball goes down towards wide of deep mid-on. Gets a single. Takes a Pete Wright score on to 130. You see the last couple of deliveries, couple of dot balls earlier on, and then the two boundaries coming around.
St. Peters were in great trouble this morning. They were 29 for 3, and this is how you build up your innings. 130 for 4. Rosadu Gamage making a well-deserved half century for the Pete Rice, and that's the end of the 34th over. 130 for 4.
Anchor New Del Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Gold 3-in-1 face wash, face cream, 3-in-1 fix එක, sharp look එකට trick එක.
Cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී හරහා. Big match fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
So St. Peters 130 for 4 of 34 overs. Sanjay Gunathilaka is on 14 and Chamindu Pereira is on 38. St. Peters expecting a couple of attacking strokes from Sanjay Gunathilaka. He's quite capable of providing them. So that's another bowling change. Lairu Amarasekara is brought in from the commentary box end, or the tennis court end, call it. He has bowled 5 overs, given away just 14 runs. He kept tight, I think, just before lunch, the last half an hour of play before lunch. St. Joseph's came back into the game when the Pete Rides had a good run rate. That's nicely pushed away by Sanjay Gunathilaka on the offside. Gets a single.
Yeah, this is what they have to do. Work those singles and wait for the loose one. Lairu Amarasekara, as you mentioned, bowled his first 5 overs just before lunch. Very good spell. Just 15 runs. And for the left-hander, you could see point, cover, extra cover, sweeper, and mid-off for the offside. Just 3 fielders on the leg side. And he's bowling with a slip.
It's firmly driven, but straight down to mid-off. No run. Chamindu Pereira might wanting to find that gap. Well, I think the outfield is pretty fast. If you get it into the gap, there are a lot of runs there.
They should actually. It's not that you have to come and hit over the fielders. You have to place that ball, and you can run. Actually, you can run 2s, 3s. This is a big ground at SSC.
That's outside the off time. He tried to cut it, didn't get hold up. It goes to the wicket keeper. No run. Yes, there is definitely a lot of gaps. Also, the ground is big, and the batsman got to just push it into the gap.
Once again, outside the off stump. Straight to point.
Chamindu Pereira on 38. Batted for a very long time.
Once again, a flighted delivery. Very well bowled.
So that's the end of number over 35. St. Peters 131 for 4.
Get with the real Vasi life.
Genie Debit MasterCard by Dialog Finance. Download Genie. Enjoy benefits. The real Wasi life with Genie Debit MasterCard.
Cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී Big Match Fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්
Anchor Noodle Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
So 131 for 4 after 35. 25 overs remaining in this innings. St. Peter's must be looking for at least another 100 to 110 runs in that 25 overs.
Yep, they have to maintain that rate. Just 3-4 runs in every over. Wait for that loose one. They'll have to clear. I'm sure Sanjay can do this. And Chamini will have to take that main role. But they cannot just hit straight to the fielder.
Yeah, what I feel is Chamindu Pereira should rotate the strike and give Sanjay more of the strike to go after the bowling. Well, remember 6 wickets intact still, 25 overs remaining. At least another 100 runs.
This is good batting. This is what you need, and as was mentioned, same thing that Chamindu would do. He should rotate the strike, especially for a left-arm bowler that he's a left-hander. He should take more strike for this left-armer and get a couple of singles or 2. And still, he's bowling with mid-off and mid-on with a 30-yard circle, and this is good pressure from the Josephians. There's an opportunity that he could come out and hit over the bowler. Still, Chamindu is trying his best.
Well, I'm sure the Josephian bowlers must be telling, okay, come on, if you can take me on. Their idea must be to curtail the Peterite batting at this stage. Another 25 overs to go.
Yeah, definitely, they're bowling with good lines, and also if they can take another wicket, especially the set batsman, Chamindu Pereira. But he's not trying anything different here. Just a short delivery, straight to mid-off.
That was a quick single taken by the batsman. Takes the score on to 133.
This is what happened. The left-hander don't do it. The right-hander tries something special. Sanjay Gunatilaka came out and missed opportunity actually.
This time off the back foot, but driven firmly to the cover point fielder. No run. So that's the end of over number 36. St. Peter's 133 for 4.
Heels Crest Naimere sausages, the bite that bites back.
So it's 133 for 4 after 36 overs. Well, Malinda, just one question before we finish off the first session. How proud are you to be called the only player to get 100 in the Joe Pete and the 50-over encounter?
Definitely a proud person, but I was really proud to witness that Shehan Fernand scoring 159 in the Joe Pete big match. Then again, when I was the coach, Santosh Gunatilaka made a great match-saving inning of 161 for the Peterites, and it's always great to see players performing really well. And still, as you mentioned, to say that the only Peterite to be a person to score 100 in the big match and at the one-day. So definitely something for always to remember.
It's not the only Peterite, it's the only player from both schools.
Yes.
So that's a great achievement, no doubt about it. It's a great achievement. And I'm pretty happy to be in the box with you.
Were you commentating 1998?
No, not yet, no. So it's 133 for 4. St. Peter's College.
So this is just a single. This is where that Chamindu could push that ball for at least 2 runs. So ones will not do much. He's on 40, faced 98 deliveries, and I'm sure that he can see the ball very well at this stage. And no spinner, Sanjay Gunatilaka will try something definitely. He tried earlier for the left arm spinner as well.
Gunatilaka at least trying to get on with the game.
This is good to see that Joseph is bowling with a slip fielder and just the one field on the offside to stop that single. Cover and straight to that fielder, and on the leg side, short fine, short mid wicket, deep square leg, deep mid wicket and long on. So plenty of singles if you work that ball to gaps.
Do you think, Malinder, that Sanjay Gunatilaka is trying to go for big shots instead of working the ball around and trying to get the singles?
Yeah, I'm sure he'll do his best. Someone who can do better than this. We'll see what Sanjay can do.
So that's 37 gone. It's 134 for 4.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Cheer up කරමු ආදරයෙන් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
Sanjay Gunatilaka now slowly starting to find his feet. Haritha trying to now up the run rate, which is very important because they only have 23 overs remaining. For all those who don't know, the first innings is restricted for just 60 overs. That's the rule came in place for the Battle of the Saints since 2000.
I think it's the only big match that's played under those circumstances or rules.
Beautifully played. Chamindu Pereira neatly swept away. Yeah, they need to make a move on.
We got together at 106. Pereira going down on one knee to smash that ball away. That's well played.
I think one of the reasons for getting that 60 over rule is because since 1978 there was no results for more than 2 decades, and because of the 60 over rule in 2008, after 30 long years, Haritha, after 3 decades, there was a result.
Good work. Good work.
Chamindu have faced 100 deliveries, and straight away now he's trying to up the ante here.
I thought that would be his 5th boundary. Didn't come that way. Yeah, you have to understand the circumstances under which he was batting at an early stage.
Yeah, he played the second fiddle to Rusanda Gamage, and now he's the senior batter. He's the more well set one. Oh, valiant. That's good work from the Josephians. Yes, gave away the single, but nevertheless, that effort, you need to commend that. It's a Kapuru Bandara.
Yeah, if you say Hirun Kapuru Bandara, you will always want to see how many catches has he taken. That compliment because he has done well in the first few years. Few matches that I was commentating when you were streaming those matches.
Loud appeal from Yenula Devutusa. Umpire Masalage reckons that's going down the leg side.
He was beaten for pace on that occasion. Quicker delivery, well bowled.
38 completed. 143 for 4.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Heels Crest 9 Iris sausage, the bite that bites back.
cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
I was just going through the wonderful souvenir that has been published. There's been 37 hundreds that have been scored. One has been a double 100 actually. That's Clive Inman, 204, retired hurt in 1954. But the first 100 in the series, in fact two of them, in 1934, Fred Pereira 114 not out, David Arndt 110, I don't know which one got the first 100.
And that partnership between David and Fred still remains the highest partnership for any wicket in the Josephian Patriot cricket history. Lahiru Amarasekara now coming over the wicket. Oh, this is interesting. Sadish Jayawardena keeping from the leg stump. Once you'll see the signal, the mark, the lines, so it won't be deemed. Yeah, that's a wide call.
Good
by
point you came up with.
Yeah, that's the rule implemented by the joint match organizing committee.
Enforced because of the overs restriction. And the first century in the big match for St. Peters was scored by Joe Misso. He made 141 not out in 1938. He had followed it up with 122 the following year. So the first 200s by Joe Misso for the Patriots.
The Josephians employing this leg side theory. If you are not a good sweeper of the ball, Haritha, you might fall into this trap. There you go, another wide, because that line has been there for the umpires to identify.
Yeah, this rule will not apply in the second innings. It's only because of the 60 over restriction. Yes.
So Amarasekara needs to be a little careful. This is good batting from Chamindu. He moves to 48. It's a left-hander's show here in the 89th Battle of the Saints.
As far as the batting is concerned yet, it was a right-arm fast bowler who has taken 4.
I'm always a little favourable for left-handers because
I know.
I am a left-hander too, Haritha.
I know.
Always a pleasure watching left-handers in motion. Gone. Sanshay Gunathilaka hit it straight back to Lahiru Amarasekara. That's the first wicket for the Josephian vice-captain. He was batting well, Sanshay.
And that's the Patriot vice-captain walking away.
Yeah, the Patriot vice-captain and the Josephian vice-captain. The vice-captain battle has been won by the Josephian vice-captain. 5th wicket down for St. Peter's College.
The good reflection from the bowler. It's not easy. You can easily drop those. It came quickly at him. He'll be thoroughly disappointed, Sanshay Gunathilaka, with the way he was dismissed.
End of Sanshay's innings. He departs for 18. St. Peter's 146 for 5.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 probiotic සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
New batsman Kavika Jayasundara, right arm off spinning all rounder. Playing his first big match, Kavika Jayasundara. There's no mug with the bat. Jayasundara has 100 to his name, 500 runs this season.
Not a particularly bad average, 23 plus for a middle order bat. Decent strike rate, 60 plus. So he can bat. They need somebody to keep company with Chamindu Pereira. Plenty of overs still remaining. At least 225 from now on would be good. 40-run partnership that came to an end.
Yeah, the last two partnerships, I think, just as St. Peter's were running away with the game, they were looking like they are slowly getting on top of it. St. Joseph's have managed to get a wicket. End of a successful over, 146 for 5, St. Peter's.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
Cheer up කරමු අදවතින් ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී. Big match fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
The last 100 for the Josephians came from the bat of Sadish Jayawardena last year. Present captain, he made 103 not out. Santosh Gunatilaka, elder brother of Sanjay Gunatilaka, made 161 not out. 2019, which is the last 100 for the Peterites.
Interesting bowling change now. Former captain for St. Joseph's College, senior player Siobhan Daniel now coming into the attack from the Vidya Mawat end. Knowing that the Peterites will now look to get some runs on board. Definitely he hasn't played much games this season. He was a part of the under-19 setup. He was a part of some of the development squads and the A team. And plenty of other reasons. He didn't play many of the school games. Played the Lanka Premier League also. Playing his final big match for St. Joseph's College. He's a fifth-year colorsman. I've only played, including this one, only 4 games. He and Dunith Vellalage, they missed out on playing the big match in 2021. Before this game, only 2 players Haritha had played in front of crowds. That was Sadish Jayawardena and Siobhan Daniel. Siobhan played his first big match in 2019. Sadish played his first big match in 2020, and since then there was no games, big matches at least, were played in front of crowds.
We mentioned that at the Royal Thomian, and the only guy who had played from the 2 teams, Manchanayaka, what a big impact he had.
Yeah, definitely.
It's an important aspect of what you are trying to say, defining a player's career.
And for Siobhan Daniel, I don't think playing in front of a crowd is a new thing for him. Great player. So the challenge for him now, I think Haritha, he's now done with Sri Lanka under-19 duties. The challenge for him now is how he can get to that next stage, how he can get into a development squad, A team. He's more known for his batting, explosive batting. I think talents like these must be preserved from Sri Lanka cricket, especially for the shorter formats. We've seen what he can do in that Pakistan Junior League, in the Lanka Premier League.
He's done well with the MCA Super Premier Tournament.
Is that the half century? Yes, Chamidu Pereira dives and gets to his maiden big match half century. Take a bow, young man. He has consumed 108 deliveries, but nevertheless, he has stood tall and delivered the goods for the Pete Wrights. St. Peter's 150 for 5 at the end of 40 overs.
Anchor Noodle Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Heels Crest 9mm sausages. The bite that bites back.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Anchor Noodle Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
20 overs remaining for St. Peter's College. 150 for 5.
Yeah, the first 50 came for the loss of 3 wickets in the 9th over. The second 50, no loss, but they took 14 overs to get there. The third 50, they've lost 2 wickets during that period, and it's taken 17 overs.
Is that gone? Yes. Kapuru Bandara, we've spoken about his fielding, Haritha. Umpires will get together and check whether it was a legal catch. Umpire Masalage had a better view from the square leg angle. Yeah, I think they've decided it's deemed a legal catch. End of Kavika Jayasundara. Good catch from Hirun Kapuru Bandara. Lairu Amarasekara putting it on the spot. Good diving catch. Not easy, those dying ones.
Yeah, number 75 bowler, number 75 fielder.
100% for the effort. Kavika Jayasundara departs for 1. St. Peter's 150 for 6.
Hot and spicy රසට ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී කනකොට පපරේ බීට් එකන නැට වෙයි සෙට් එක තාලට ගස්සලා බවුන්ඩරි උඩින් කප් එක උස්සමුද ඉතින් චියර් අප් කරමු අදවතින් ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී big match fun ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී තියනකම්.
Yeah, those catches are not easy. It was his reaction that was the capping success story for his effort.
New batter Shannon Rodrigo. This next hour or so, Haritha, is very important in this game. Pete Wrights, they need to make sure that they bat the 60 overs. Shannon Rodrigo, he too can contribute with the bat. More known for his bowling left arm spinner. Best score of 47. If he can get to somewhere near that best score, I think the Pete Wrights will take it. 270 odd runs.
Yeah, if the lower order 2 batters get to 30, each of them, the 225 is possible. Going at 4 runs and over from now on, that's what the asking rate is.
Yeah, the Josephians now need to make sure that they put in some quiet overs and get the batters to make some mistakes, especially keep Chamidu Pereira off strike. They cannot afford to give away singles like that. There was no fielder sweeping up also.
It's continuing to happen. It's not a good omen.
Straight away giving 2 easy runs for the new batter. There's no need to go for it. Oh, this is wonderful batting. Shannon, he looks good. St. Peter's will need to make sure that they somehow surpass that 200 run mark. Down in goal, Ireland struggling to draw this game, the second test. I don't understand why there's a deep mid-wicket field rather than having a short mid-wicket field. 41 completed, 154 for 6. Chamindu Pereira got together with Rusanda Gamage early on, played the second fiddle. Some cheeky batting. Made sure that he find the gaps at the right time.
Yeah, the third wicket partnership, fourth wicket partnership, 77 runs. And with Sanjay Gunatilaka, he added another 40. So he has played his part so far in this total. Just looking back at that wonderful Sonia, Harin Silva 141 not out and 56 not out in 2009. Good batting double.
Would you believe, Haritha? Harin, I don't think he got half century in the entire season. But boy, oh boy, that innings at Pisara Oval back in 2009, great innings. Siobhan Daniel now continuing from the Vidya Mouth end.
I can tell you about Rohan Buljan's 109 not out and 100 not out in 1979. The only occasion twin hundreds have been scored in the Battle of the Saints. It was my time. I remember playing against him for Dharmapala. Angelo Vikramatna was vice captain then. They had the likes of Michael Elias, Kito Fernando Pulle, late Ashok Vitarana keeping wickets, and the very young Rohan Paulpilla. This is quality batting from a player who doesn't play too many big shots, who doesn't play 360 degrees shots, but sensible cricket.
Oh, Shannon Rodrigo finds the gap this time. That's a good effort. That's Naren Muralidharan.
Ran a long distance. Yeah, his father was also quick. I tell you, he was very quick during his school days.
Yeah, he had a lot of ground to cover. You need those kind of efforts now to lift the Josephians up. And they need to make sure that they somehow doesn't let the Pete Wright tail wag. Teachers enjoying the game here. Good early call from Rodrigo. End of 42, 158 for 6, St. Peter's College.
Aurudda Kaling Aurudu with Genie Debit MasterCard. Get ready to celebrate Aurudu with Genie. Get your Genie Debit MasterCard by downloading the Genie app today. It's easy as that.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Cheer up කරමු අදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී. Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
St. Peter's College, after being asked to bat first. Lost a couple of early wickets in the very first over, in the very first ball. As the players take some drinks, here's the wickets. Gagan Chamod picked up Ovin Salgadu, and then Nimuthu Gunawardena caught behind the Pete Wright captain. That was Halambage. Daniel holding on to it. That was the first half centurion in this game, Rusanda Gamage. Gagan Chamod picked up 4 wickets. Then this was about 10-15 minutes ago, Sansha Gunathilaka and then Kavika Jayasundara both fell for the bowling of Lahiru Amarasekara. Here's the Pete Wright batting card. 2 left-handers, Rusanda Gamage and Chamitu Pereira, have reached the milestone of a half century. Rest of the batters haven't done much well. Sanshay and Vishain 18. Top 4 wickets fell for Gagan, and in this session Lahiru have picked up 2 wickets.
From 29 for 3, I think it's a partial recovery as far as St. Peters is concerned. If these two bat another 8 overs, going into the last 10 overs with 4 wickets standing, they will be happy to push the rate a little bit and see what they can do. But I have a feeling in trying to accelerate, there is a chance for the Josephines to pick up wickets. That's exactly what they should be doing.
Here's the bowling card. Gagan Chamod, the most impressive bowler. He was a little expensive but picked up 4 wickets, bowled 2 maidens. Lahiru Amarasekara, the other bowler, to pick up 2 wickets. That 4th wicket partnership had 77 runs for the Pete Wrights. For the 5th wicket, it was 40 runs. 18 overs remaining for the Pete Wrights. Yeah, it's a hot and humid day as the players take some drinks. Haritha, maybe we can also enjoy a Maliban Crisco.
You're hungry or you're greedy or what?
You can call it anything.
Yeah, I know. You become hungry when you see all this.
Yeah, oh, of course, this packet.
Touching distance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure I'm gonna.
Yeah, I know. You're the boss, so you can open it.
I'm gonna open this now. Maliban chick bits, savory biscuits.
Right around the world, not only for us. Wholly Sri Lankan product. Wholly Sri Lankan company. Rich history. Diversified conglomerate. We are proud of you, Maliban. Thank you for the assistance.
Sadish Jayawardena has gone back to his premier seamer, Gagan Chamod. Also, gentle reminder that you can stay engaged with the game. So we've put in a question: under whose captaincy did St. Joseph's College last record a win in the Battle of the Saints? I'll give a small clue. That was in 2008. So cast your vote now on the Papare YouTube or on the Papare Cricket Facebook page. Game day pulse check. So stay engaged, and you'll be able to interact with the Papare's social media engagement activities. 18 overs remaining. Gagan Chamod for his 4th spell rather. 2 slips in place for Gagan.
Stay with some of those batting records. Oh, direct hit. Good stuff. Yeah, this the first twin half centuries in the series to Leslie Jacobs, 70 and 58 in 1940, St. Joseph's. We also had Roche and Silva, 4 good scores, 66, 64 not out, 59 not out and 58 not out. And that was superseded by Rohan Bulges for St. Peters. 4 good scores, 109 not out, 100 not out, 73 and 66. Was we also in Australia watching the cricket, Rohan Bulges? Well played.
Narayan Muralidharan once again. Shannon Rodrigo He's a busy player, Haritha. He will want to somehow get the score up to around 225, 230.
As long as you bat well, Damit, without taking too many risks. Risks free is not being aggressive to an extent where you can be dismissed. You can still be aggressive, risk free. I think that's what he's trying to do.
Yeah, these are the little phases, Haritha, which can define a game. Now, if the Josephians can take the remaining 4 wickets within maybe 20-30 runs, they'll be on top. But if the Pete Wrights, as you said earlier, if they can bat the next remaining 8 overs and get to about 230, 240, that'll put them on
I say 225.
You never know. Anything can happen in cricket. It's a funny game. Oh.
You're standing too far down.
Which 75 was that? Was it Kapru Bandar or
I think that's Lahiru.
Yeah. Well spotted. That's Lahiru Amarasekar. Yeah, he was clearly standing up. Yeah, it didn't travel as much as Lahiru expected.
He deserves a 5-wicket haul, Gagan Chamod. He has bowled well. Yeah, you are a fan of left-handed batters. No? So I'll stay with this situation where they'll bat the next 8 overs and probably put off 25 to 30 runs.
Yeah, on a pitch like this, Haritha, I'm dying to put on the pads and go out there and have a bat.
Yeah, it's a good track now to bat. It's a good day, good afternoon. Bright and sunny.
Good over from Gagan Chamod, St. Peter's 160 for 6.
රුපියල් හැටේ මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
Cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය. Big match fun ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය තියනකම්.
So as we come back, St. Peter's 160 for 6 after 43 overs. Run rate has come down considerably from 6, come down to 3.72. Shannon on 8, Shamindu on 53. Good afternoon, Reshwan.
Good afternoon, Michael. I think it's been a good comeback from the Josephian bowlers, showing some fight after a bit of a comeback from the Pete Wrights, but nevertheless, loose delivery from Siobhan Daniel, battled away beautifully from Chamdu Pereira to get a welcome boundary for the Pete Wrights.
This is going to be the problem with Siobhan. Crafty bowler, but can bowl a few loose deliveries. Just guiding it down past the keeper. Pretty safe shot. I mean, there are no fielders there. Nicely getting down on one knee, just helping it on its way. So I think the Josephians will need to see the back of Chamidu if they need to, make any inroads.
He's been holding one ender for the Pete Wrights really well. He's faced a bulk of 113 deliveries for his 57 runs.
Seen 17 boundaries hit so far. That's with the help of the, in the morning session. Quite a lot of boundaries being hit. Nicely driven again. Some by Shannon. also pierces the gap into the boundary. 2 boundaries in this over.
9 runs in the first 3 deliveries. Beautiful shot from Shannon Rodrigo. Pierces the gap beautifully. Even though we saw the rains last evening, this outfield is really fast.
And all credit to the shot, that he played straight in that gap. Not easy to get that gap. Fielders converging. Chevon bowling his third. Coming out and driving it. I'd like to see what the pre-trials idea is. I'm sure they'll just look at batting out the 60 overs. We get to that 50 over mark, 55, and then see what they can do. After 44 overs, St. Peter's won 69 for 6.
Anchor New Delhi Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Heels Crest 9 sausages. The bite that bites back.
Cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී Big match fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
Anchor New Delhi Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Gagan Chamod will continue. Bowling his 12th over. That's 4 for 53. Brothers as captains, same school. Very interesting to note. Let's see Pereira's Rienzi and Joe. Mahinda and Raja De Silva. A lot in the early stages. Well, there's 1995, 2001, Asela and Danuka Patirana. There's Traveen and Angelo Matthews. Well, I think they'll need to add Nuwan to that list. Patirana, the Nuwan, Asela and Danuka. All 3 brothers played for St. Joseph's. Lalit and Manik D.S. Vijayaratna. Rajiv and Samira Veerasinghe. Angelo and Denham Pereira. And the latest, Jayan and Chevon Daniel. Rajiv and Samira, both captains. Okay. So since this is captaining, Nuwan didn't captain for St. Joseph's. That's why he's... it was only Asela and Danuka that captained. Quite a lot of Josephians in this list. 3 sets of Pete rides.
It's the Daniel brothers, the Veerasinghe brothers, Matthews brothers and the Patirana brothers. D.S. Vijayaratna brothers. A lot of Josephians, as you said, on the list. Recent past, Jayan Daniel captain in 2018 and last year captain Chevon Daniel. He's two featuring in this 89th, the Battle of the Saints. Slight hold up.
What happened there? I didn't see anyone getting injured unless he's cramping up.
He's being taped up in his right arm, and these were the wickets. First one to fall, the very first ball of the day. Then Gagan Chamod was just on song in that first over. Then Vishen Halamage scored by Chevon Daniel. Then Rosanda Gamage, just a loose shot. 4 wickets for Gagan. And then Lahiru won the battle of the vice captain. And he picked up 2 in quick succession. Just the 2 wicket holders for the Josephians. This is the Pete Wright batting card. Nothing to talk about from the top order. the middle order, Rosanda and Chamindu got to half centuries, and Chamindu unbeaten, 58 not out, 114 deliveries, and we saw a glimpse of Sanche, which is just a loose stroke from him. He had to walk back to the pavilion, caught and ball from Lahiru. And now Shannon Rodrigo in the middle doing the rebuilding phase, and the bowling card, just the two bowlers to pick up the 6 wickets, 4 for Gagan and 2 for Lahiru. I think the pick of the bowlers, even though he has gone for runs, Gagan Chamod has been really good. And he will be eyeing that 5. I think that would be a good landmark for Gagan Chamod. Josephs have 4 more wickets to get in the Pitt-right batting order.
That one nicely driven down the leg. Beats the fielder to the boundary. Gagan Chamod may be tiring a bit. I think the Josephs would look to get spinners on, try and get to that 60 over mark as quick as possible. Tighten the screws.
I think, as you said, they would want to, they can't get remaining 4 wickets, they would want to bowl out remaining overs as soon as possible and have a bat here, because this wicket is looking a really good batting wicket. And we see Chamindu just flicks that beautifully timed.
I'm sure the Josephians must be a bit disappointed with the bowling of their number 1 spinner, Yanla Devtusa. Not being able to pick up a wicket, as well as being pretty expensive. Bowling 6 overs for 27.
I think the matchup was not good enough. He was brought into the attack when the 2 left-handers were out there. And being a left-arm spinner, it's much easier for the left-hand batsman to take him, and they took him on. And that made Yanlo Devatusa was under pressure. The young man would want to make amends here.
I think might be a good time maybe just to bring him on, give him some confidence, because definitely they will need him in the second innings there to make any impact on this game.
And once again 2 left-handers in the middle. But he would take that challenge, and if he can make amends, it would be great for the Josephians, because he has picked over 60 wickets in this season. This Javardhan should sooner or later he should go into his strike spinner Yanlo Devatusa,
because even Siobhan Daniel didn't look threatening. Just couldn't do anything much on this pitch. You see runs coming in easily. The 6th in this over.
New Dale Yogurts. I think the ideal way to beat this heat. We see young Pete Wrights and Josephians enjoying. Anchor New Dale comes up from them for Anchor New Dale to beat this heat. It's a terrible heat. It's hot and humid here at Sinhalese Sports Club, and that's the end of the 45th over. St. Peter's 175 for 6.
Anchor New Dale Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
46th over about to be started. So we see a change in bowling. Yeah, Mudita Isanaika coming in. He has been pretty economical. This bowled 12 overs and one made 26 runs, not picked up a wicket. And I think he is the guy to come and put the brakes on the Pete Wrights. He'll be very handy with his cutters. Thinking cricketer, can bowl the off cutter, the leg cutter, a slow ball, different deliveries.
I think a good bowling change from Sadish Javardhan. Pete Wrights will want to go and attack because there's 15 overs left in this first innings.
Good to see a slip in. I just hope he's not standing too deep. It's not express pace, the medium pace. It won't want to take the edge and falling short. We've seen that happen on about 2 occasions. Some spectators, crowd, after 2 or 3 years, Reshma?
Yes, be precise, 3 years. Just 2 big matches, 2021 and 2022 were played behind closed doors. Sri Lanka right on top in goal, second test. Ireland 167 for 8 in reply. Just 2 more wickets. Sri Lanka could win the second test as well by innings.
Thing is the weather. It will hold. But down here, the SSC, so far so good.
Hope it stays like this till the end of play. So we are heading into a very interesting game. Right now, Pete Wrights will want to get as much as possible in these remaining 15 overs.
That's one. I was told they were predicting rain at 2 o'clock today in Colombo. But
that's quite far away.
That has passed. So let's hope the weather gods keep away.
Earlier ball, quite an interesting approach from Chamindu. Trying to go aerial. Have they got the message from the dressing room?
That one taking that edge. A brilliant bit of fielding on the boundary, but they moved that slip towards second slip, and that's exactly what happened. Went in the region of the first slip. I think earlier when I was on commentary with Haritha, we were discussing that. Went to the left, he moved him towards the left. As I said, I hope it doesn't go from the right. Well, we see it now. Well, if you are moving your slip, the wicketkeeper has to be, he has to cover that area. There again, did that take the edge again? It fell short. Yes, it does take, it went off the bat. After 46 overs, 177 for 6. That was the previous delivery. That was catchable. Fortunately, no one was close by. So 46 overs gone, 178 for 6.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages. The bite.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20
So Lahiro Amarasinghe, the Josephian vice captain, coming on with replacing Gagan Chamod.
He's been bowling his heart out for the Josephians. Just being slightly expensive, Gagan Chamod, then taken off the attack, and Shannon Rodrigo goes aerial. Very first ball of the over, and Lairu Amarasekar has been hammered for a boundary from Shannon Rodrigo. And pressure on the Josephians. And the Peterites showing some intent.
Well, they'll look to, get the occasional boundary and look at the singles, get that total past the 200 mark, and bet at least another 7 to 8 overs, and then try to have some fun. They bet that 60 overs, looking at about 240, 250. That would be a pretty decent score.
They would take that any day from where they started. You have to, everyone will remember they were not for 2 wickets down in that first over of the day. If they get to 250, they would take that any day.
See if the Josephians have any other ideas. Much better. Just a matter of just, trying to tie them down, not give them that easy single, make them go for the big shots. After that lofted shot, we see the mid-off going down towards the boundary. Better make him play it straight back to the bowler.
Would come back from Lairu Amarasekar after being hit for a boundary.
Again played to the fielder. Like you said, Reshwan, good comeback after the first ball. Players, but can't beat that fielder.
Shannon Rodrigo would have liked to rotate that strike after that boundary. Starting the over well, he has had 5 dot balls and a dot ball to end the 47th over. St. Peter's 182 for 6.
Get with the real Wasi life. Genie Debit MasterCard by Dialog Finance. Download Genie. Enjoy benefits. The real Wasi life with Genie Debit MasterCard.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
Samid 164 of 119 deliveries. He has partnership 32 runs of 40 deliveries, so that's pretty good. Good going. So the run rate has come down to 3.87. With the 13 overs, 29, none for 29. Would ideally like to have a wicket or two to that. Done a great job for the Josephians. Bowling to his field outside the off stump. 7 on the off. Slip a third man. Cover, extra cover, short mid off, and a deep extra cover. And driven but straight to the fielder. This will be frustrating the batsman a bit. Really good bowling here. Create some dot balls, some pressure, and Reshwan can get some wickets. Sure, you'll be happy then.
Yes, of course. Wickets is main for the Josephians. They would want to get a wicket or two here and go on aerial, but fall safely. And crossover for 2 runs. And we are seeing some intent from two Pete Wright batsmen.
That's because of those dot balls created by Lairu and now Modita trying to make things happen. Don't think the Josephians would really mind that. As long as they're going in there. Schoolboys trying to go for a big heave. Missed it completely. Shannon coming down the track to just have a word with his partner. Wanting him to just keep going. Don't want new batsman coming in, not easy. Get used to the pitch. Especially with this first innings of 60 overs, you need to be set. Nicely driven again, but once again straight to the fielder.
Pereira trying to up his game here. He's trying to rotate the strike, trying to score some runs. He's faced 124 deliveries. I'm sure he's seeing cricket ball like a football right now. He's been there for a long time. Once again, straight to the field. He's not being able to find the gaps. That brings the 48th over. And St. Peter's College 184 for 6.
Weekend's live fixtures 28-29th, 89th Battle of the Saints at SSC. 28-29th, 71st Battle of the Goals. Sumangala versus Moratua for Moratua. At the 29th, 41st Limited Over encounter, Trinity versus St. Anthony's at Askeria. So 49th encounter, St. Peter's versus St. Joseph's at this venue on Sunday the 30th. 3 matches on the 30th, the Rashwan. We have Sri Sumangala versus Mottavidyala again playing there one day also on Sunday.
Last weekend of the March Madness.
Oh, that's a run out. That's a brilliant piece of fielding there.
1 wicket to aim for Mudita Disanayaka, and he gets it right. He's not being rewarded with wickets when he was bowling, but he gets a big breakthrough in the field.
And Chamindu, the man run out.
Much needed wicket for the Josephians.
Good piece of fielding here. They look for a run, sent back, and he just lobs the ball straight onto the bails. And Chamindu was way out of his crease.
That's the end of Chamindu Pereira. Brilliant innings, 66. Time of he came out to bat. He has played a brilliant innings of 66 runs in 125 deliveries.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
So a run out brings end to that partnership. Peters was 7 down from 184. Shannon still on strike. Nathan the new man in. Nathan David 164 runs in the season. Best score 44. 17 years old. That one in the air again. That's another wicket. Second one gone. Shannon this time gone in there. Lairu picks up another wicket. Well, Hirun Kapurubandar taking that catch.
Hiran Jayasundar rather.
Hiran Jayasundar, sorry. Beg your pardon. going in there. Straight to that fielder. No mistake. Easy gets there, Rishwan. So another set batsman walking back. And then Rodrigo got Hiran bowled by Lairu for 19 of 31 deliveries. Strike rate of 61.
Big match fun, Prima Kottumi Tianaka.
ඇංක නිවඩෙල් යෝගට් යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
The Josephians right now will look on to get these last couple of wickets before St. Peter's reaching that 200 run mark. New batsman Lakindu Samarajiva. Just the 12 matches, 14 innings, 195 runs. An average of 17.73 and a best score of 61. So number 10 batsman having a best score of 61 is a good leverage for the beat rights. If he could give another good 20 to 25 runs, that would be a bonus for the beat rights.
Light was 3 for 28. Looking to wrap this up as fast as possible. That's exactly what the Josephians will need.
Suddenly 2 new batsmen in the middle. Both batsmen yet to face a delivery. Lairu Amarasekara to Lakindu.
So now they'll have to rebuild again. Got 11 overs after this. So the beat rights main target will be to bat that 60 overs. Nicely flighted in there. Gets a single. Lakindu off the mark. So look at those wickets again. It's last 2. Plus that run out. That's live. And see the next ball, very next ball. Shannon going for a full-blooded drive in there. Finding the fielder. That's 2 in 2 for the beat rights. And after 49 overs, St. Peter's won 85 for 8.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිවඩෙල් යෝගට් යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිවඩෙල් යෝගට්. ඇංක නිවඩෙල් යෝගට් යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි.
Big match fun, Prima Kottumi Tianaka.
Bowling change from Dividya Mawatha and Yenula Devtusa, the left arm spinner. Since it's 2 right-handers, Captain Sadish Jayawardena has gone to his left arm spinner. He was taken on by the left-handers. Left-handers had a feast against Devtusa. Ranjiga, St. Peter's College, they've done well in patches, isn't it? They've just as they were looking like they were coming out of a sudden fall of wickets, they've again lost a few wickets. Short leg in place for Devtusa.
Indeed, Damit, I think they've shot themselves on the foot with that 2 wickets especially. And even the 2 wickets that fell in a cluster earlier, Sanjay Gunatilaka and Kavika Jayasundara, both those deliveries deserve a wicket, I would say. Especially the Sanjay Gunatilaka dismissal was so short that he just couldn't even reach the ball. And even Kavika's wicket, it was a good catch at mid-wicket. So those 2 wickets actually hurt the Pete Wrights, because those 2 batters could have hurt rather the Josefians, but not the case today. Josefians right on top. They can keep Peters under 200. That's going to be a really tough task for Pete Wrights to come back.
Yeah, the 200 run mark is a psychological advantage. Nathan David, the wicket keeper, and your premier seamer Lakindu, because I don't see any demons in this pitch. It's a flat track. The batters should be able to feast on this pitch. The only concern for the Pete Wrights or the Josefians is this first innings restriction. But I think from the Pete Wright point of view, if they can bat this remaining 10 overs, they'll be more than happy.
Single to end the 50th over. 10 more overs to go for the Pete Wrights. They are 188 for 8.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
It's the 89th Battle of the Saints. Stay engaged with Prima Kottumi. Guess and win. You can win hot and spicy gifts from Prima Kottumi. Log on to the Papare Cricket Facebook page and take part in Guess and Win competition with Prima Kottumi. That's the experience we at thepapare.com giving you everyone who's watching from the comforts of their home. It's a Friday afternoon. You must be watching from your offices, and some may be watching from overseas. You can stay engaged and stay connected with the 89th Battle of the Saints. Lahiru Amarasekara almost got his 4th wicket.
Lakiru wasn't been the hard bat. Typical tail ender. He can use his long handle, but I think he's advised not to, given the circumstances. Easily nudged away this time for a single.
Yeah, I think Ranjika sometimes asking a batter to go after bowling is a bit easier than to say a player who's more known for going for the big ones to stay calm and work the singles.
Very true indeed. I think if it's his arc, he should go for it. Field is in as well. That's for Nathan David. Only square leg in the boundary. And the ball goes straight to him.
Well, that was a risky stroke from Nathan David. If he had missed it, I think would have crashed onto the stumps or hit the pads in front of the stumps. Let's take a look at that replay. He fired it in. Yeah, probably. This time, I think it pitched outside the leg stump. Never easy getting a LBW dismissal when you're bowling round the wicket to a right-hander rather. From the Josephian point of view, their target should be not to let them bat the 60 overs, Ranjika.
Definitely. Another single, lucky to Sachin this time. It's the end of the 51st. St. Peters 191 for 8.
මේ අසනීපයක් වෙනවා කියන්නේ පවුල් පිටින්ම වැටෙනවානේ අඩියටම. වාහනයක් පාවිච්චි කරන එකත් ලේසි නෑ. ඇක්සිඩන්ට් එකක් කියන්නේ වැටෙනවා ෂුවර් අඩියටම. මේ පොරකමක් කියන්නේ බිස්නස් වැටෙනවා අඩියටම.
මේක තමයි වෙලාව හොඳ රැකවරණයක් ළඟ තියාගන්න හයියට. 60 වසරක රැකවරණයේ විශ්වාසය ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඉන්ෂුරන්ස්. වැටුණත් අඩියටම අපි ගේනවා ඉහළටම.
ඇංක නිවඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Yenulu Devtusa has a slip in place for Lakindu. They are easily getting through these singles.
I think they're missing the trick against Lakindu Sachin, having that point field in the deep. They've attacked and tempted him to go over, but not the case. Gifting that easy single to Lakindu Sachin.
It's a hot and humid day here in Colombo. It's the final weekend of big matches.
Comes down the track, close call, but safely home, and the ball is going for overthrows, a boundary.
This is poor cricket from St. Joseph's College. To start, Ranjiga, there was no single. The field should have been more alert, and then the rest of the fielding. There was no field to back it up. Some late Urdu gifts for the Pete Wrights.
They've got a lot, I think, in this game. But just disappointing in some cases. The Josephian fielding. That will be one aspect they'll be discussing at the break. It's the end of the 52nd over. It's a 197 for 8.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Heels Crest Naimeris sausages, the bite that bites back.
The bowling change from the Josephians. Looks like Captain Sadish Jayawardena is giving Gagan Chamod another go to get his 5-wicket haul. It will be very interesting to see how these tailenders bat against the pace of Gagan Chamod, Ranjiga.
Yes, indeed. I think by far the best bowler of the Josephian outfit today. He bowled brilliantly with the new ball, came back and got the big wicket of Lusanda Gamage. And now he's in for the death overs of this game. Starts off with a Yorker, with David quick enough to steal a single. This is going to be a battle indeed. Two fast bowlers. They don't want to budge. It'll be interesting how Lakindu approach this. I'm pretty sure Gagan will also be pumped up to get some beamers in.
He's sensible. And the Pete Wrights have now got to the 200 run mark, which in my opinion is a very good effort. They lost 2 wickets, and after being asked to bat first, the Josephians probably would have wanted to get the Pete Wrights below 150. But thanks to some resilient batting from Chamindu Pereira and Rusam Gamage, They've been able to cross the 200 run mark.
Cut and miss Nathan David that occasion. David, time for a bite. Do you want? Or can I have it all?
No, I'm not gonna fall into the trap. The bite that bites back. Keel's Crest, Naimiri sausages. Been with us throughout the big matches, and it's always good for events, parties, and all the enjoyment for the friends and family. Keel's Crest, Naimiri sausages.
The bite that bites you back.
Yeah, indeed.
It does indeed.
Yeah, indeed. But Anjika, I'm sure you'll want some after that.
Can I?
Yeah, of course, because of I saw the dancing performance from last night at Bambalapitiya.
It was a fun night, I should say. But when Peterites do something, it's always fun, David.
Did someone bite you back also? Just like Naimiris?
No biting involved.
After this over, 7 more overs remaining for the Peterites. Blue, white, gold.
An update from Gaul. We have the Irish struggling at 196 for 8. 2 more wickets away for the Sri Lankans to complete the 2-0 win in the Test series. We get back to that. 53 gone. So leaders 201 for 8.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිවඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික්ස් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිවඩෙල් යෝගට්.
Goldman's 3-in-1 face wash and face cream. 3-in-1 fix එක. Sharp look එකට trick එක.
Change of ends for the Josephian vice captain Lahiru Amarasekara. Captain and the vice captain getting this final few overs is very important. These two have added 17 runs. Lahiru Amarasekara 12 overs, 32 for 3. How will these two players approach this next 7 overs? If they can just get singles, at least 4 runs per over, it's about 230 Ranjika. The context of this game, it's a very good score.
Indeed. And the field set for Nathan David in that delivery. It doesn't look like he's going to go after Lahiru Amarasekara, but still Sadish opting to have long on and long off in place, and Nathan simply knocking it to that vacant area and nudging a single. Those little things I think Sadish should rethink after the innings.
Yeah, it's never easy inflicting a result in a 2-day encounter. In this game, Ranjika definitely the aggressor who wants to get a result is definitely the Josephians. And how they approach their batting innings, especially today, will be very crucial. Only 102 overs scheduled for day 1. But in my opinion, Ranjika Lakindu looks like Yeah, we've discussed this before. He's more known for his slogging, and I think it's the time for him to stick to that. Maybe get some quick runs. Any team that has batted more than 50 overs, they are in a comfortable position. 54 completed, 202 for 8.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
Hot and spicy රසද ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී කනකොට පපරේ බීට් එකකින් නැත වෙයි සෙට් එක තාලෙට ගස්සලා බවුන්ඩරි උඩින් කප් එක උස්සමුදේ තීචිය රැප් කරමු හදවතින් ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී big match fun ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී තියනකම්
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Gagan Chamud bowling his 14th over. Nathan David getting another easy single. Yeah, Gagan Chamud deserves a 5-wicket haul for how he bowled in this big match. 6 overs remaining, 35 balls to be exact. 25 runs from the remaining 35 balls. Ranjika will be great for the Patriots. These two have now slowly added 20 runs.
I think it will be golden if they can get 25 runs off the remaining overs. And the Josephians, to get upper hand in the game, they have to first score these runs, and then only they can think about how they approach the game. So it's a good effort from how they start, especially they were 2 down for 0 in the first over. But looking back, I think they've done a decent job. Going back to memory lane, Damit, the ODI you played in the Jokrit, Dushan Hemant was captaining St. Peter's College. Now he's in the squad, and your teammate Sadira Samarawekam is playing. Did you ever think that Sadira will go on to represent Sri Lanka?
Another easy single. If he could have collected all the extra runs given by the Josephians, I think that would have been about 15 to 20. Yeah, of course, just talking about Sadira, very hard-working cricketer. Since small days, he's always been a very talented player. Good for him to get another go after 6 years, and hopefully he'll continue to do good things for Sri Lanka. And I'm extremely happy for Dushan Hemanta also being recognized. Oh, this is good running. St. Peter's College slowly but surely stealing some runs here. These two, they've added 25 valuable runs for the 9th wicket. They've not scored a single boundary, Ranjika. All these runs, one was a shy run for 4 runs, and except that, these two, excellent.
Yeah, sensible batting, as you were saying, Damit, especially Lakshmi Sachin, known for his hitting. This time, a confusion and a miss.
Oh dear. Field at cover point. He was aiming one stump, but he wasn't looking at the non-strikers, and everything's happening here at SSC Grounds. Here's that replay. Lakshmi Sachin just guided it to cover point. Look at that. Both were almost in the same end. No harm done for the Patriots yet. 55 completed, 209 for 8.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Hot and spicy රසට ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී කනකොට පපරේ බීට් එකන නැට වෙයි සෙට් එක තාලට ගස්සලා බවුන්ඩරි උඩින් කප් එක උස්සමුද ඉතින් චියර් අප් කරමු අද තින් ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී big match fun ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී තියනකම්.
Heels Crest 9mm sausages, the bite that bites back.
For all the young ones watching this live coverage, as Lakindu Sachin attends to that dive. Here are the young Josephians and the Peterites enjoying Noodle, fresh yogurt drink, the yogurts, the milk packets, everything enjoying by the young Josephians and the Peterites. Noodle, Anchor Noodle. Make sure to buy some. 5 overs remaining in the Peterite innings.
Lakindu looks all right to continue. Is key for the Peterites with the ball, especially when they come out to field. Their main strike bowler himself and Sean Roberts, the two seamers in the Peterite side.
Stay connected with the 89th Battle of the Saints game day pulse check. We've put in a question: under whose captaincy did St. Joseph's College last record a win in the Battle of the Saints? I'll give a small clue, Ranjika. 2008.
I know. We all know. It was not a fun memory.
Of course. The Josephians had a peat for lunch in 2008, but since then the Peterites have won on 3 occasions: 2010, 2012, 2016. So stay connected with the Papare.com, bringing all these live pictures from the 89th Battle of the Saints. It's the Joe Pete weekend here at SSC Grounds. The limited overs game will be played on Sunday. Hopefully there'll be many more people turning up for the limited overs game. For most of the people who are present here, they would have played the two-day encounter or seen it at Pisara Oval. Some of these players played without crowds in 2021 here at SSC Grounds. But for most of the fans here, it's their first experience. Laira Amarasekara, good fielder of his own bowling. St. Peter's College 211 runs now. 27 run worth partnership this from David and Lakindu Sachin Samarajiva. 56 completed. 2-1-2 for 8.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Big match fun ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී තියනකම්.
Mudita Disanayaka will be bowling from the tennis court end. 14 overs, 1 maiden, 31 runs, no wickets, but he's been economical. That's his forte. Ranjika being economical. Mudita Disanayaka. Good, young, hard-working all-rounder. Good asset to have in any team. He's got a gully in place. 4 overs remaining. What will these two players do? Nathan David. He departs. Easy catch for Siobhan Daniel. He took the lower end of the bat. Nathan David. He departs for 15. It's the end of a frustrating 28-run partnership for the Josephians. Ranjika, these 28 runs are very valuable for the Peterites.
Tried to go aerial, Nathan David for the first time, some aggression, but to ended that straight to Danny. He walks for 15. St. Peter's College 2-1-2 for 9.
Anchor New Del Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
The Peterite last man is now in the middle. Sean Robert with the two seamers. They'll be back out there sharing the new ball. Sean Robert have scored only 30 runs this season. Any run what these two can get for the Peterites is going to be very crucial in the final context of this game.
Should try and bat out the remaining balls for sure. Whatever they get, like you said, to be golden for the Peterites.
Outside edge, almost carried to the gully field. Manasa Madhubhashana. There you go. Here's the replay. And also we've got the confirmation from Gaul that Sri Lanka has recorded their 100th test match win. They've beaten Ireland by an innings and 10 runs. Great effort from the Sri Lanka test team led by one of the players who have played in this Battle of the Saints, Dimuth Karunaratne. He has definitely hit a purple patch. Sri Lanka beating Ireland 2-0 in Gaul. St. Peter's College now here at SSC after being asked to bat first. 213 runs for 9.
Trying to be cheeky, Lakindo, going for the ramp, but Mudita too smart, keeping the ball away from his arc. Brilliant over from Mudita Rakshan. Wicket, and only a single given. Look at that. No chance whatsoever for Lakindo to get any back to it.
This time he aimed at the stumps. Lakidu will keep the strike. 57 completed. 2-1-4 for 9.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Anchor New Del Yogurt. Yogurt එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Hot and spicy රසද ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී කනකොට Papare beat එකන නැට වෙයි සෙට් එක තාලට ගස්සලා boundary උඩින් කප් එක උස්සමුදේ cheer up කරමු අද තින් ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී big match fun ක්‍රීම කොත්තු මී තියනකම්.
There's some dark clouds hovering around SSC Grounds, but the ground staff, they know from where rains will come in Ranjika. But still not fast. Gagan Chamod has bowled his heart out. 14 overs. I think this is the first time he's bowling from the Vidyamav at the end. Picked up 4 wickets. 3 overs remaining for the Pete Wrights. Last wicket. Can Gagan pick up his 5th wicket? Loud appeal. Just in hope, Sadish.
Field is in. Everyone except deep cover and the 2 men behind the bat. Third man and final leg. Slip in place, giving all the opportunity for Gagan to complete the 5. Deserving indeed. But he'll have to work for it. The party continues in the stands. Josephians clearly on top and enjoying the cricket that is in display.
There you go. That's the 5th wicket for Gagan Chamod. He'll be a happy man and he deserves it. He was the pick of the bowlers for St. Joseph's College today. Pete Wright innings comes to an end. Lakindu Sachin trying a ramp. You miss, I hit. Great effort from the Josephians, but I think from their point of view, when they won the toss and elected to bowl, they would have liked to restrict the Pete Wrights to well below 175 at least. Ranjika, I think about 40-50 runs extra, but that's courtesy of Chamidu and Rusanda. There you go. Gagan Chamod. He's leading his team out. He took 5 wickets. Here's the session summary. St. Joseph's College picked up the remaining 6 wickets for just 104 runs in this session. 28.2 overs.
Take a look at highlights of the second session. Chamindu Pereira started off rightly. Kept going with Sanjay Gunatilaka. Both look very settled out there, especially Chamindu Pereira. A couple of big blues from Gunatilaka before he got himself out. Close calls as well. But all in all, this was the wicket that started the collapse. Nothing delivery there. Sanjay couldn't even reach the ball properly at the end. Lairu will be really thankful for that wicket. And then this brilliant catch. Absolutely stunning catch from here on. Sean Daniel bowled a couple of overs, was expensive, didn't work out for him. He was taken for a couple of boundaries by both Nathan David and Chamindu Pereira.
Yeah, the first session, the batting revolved around Rusanda Gamage, and in the second session it was Chamindu Pereira. He was unfortunate to be run out for 66. Then in the same over, Shannon Rodrigo tried to take on the the long off field. St. Joseph's College probably gave away about 15-20 runs extra through some poor fielding, but that time Siobhan Daniel holding on to the catch, and that was when Gagan Chamod completed his 5-wicket haul. St. Peter's College having been asked to bat first, 214 all out. Chamindu Pereira, the highest run getter for the Peterites, 66 of 125 deliveries. Rusanda Gamge, 55 of 71 deliveries. The two left-handers got to their half centuries, but none of the other batters were able to score more than 20 runs, Ranjika.
Yes, can see clearly. It was a disappointing batting performance apart from those two batters. Gagan Chamod, standout performer with the ball for the Josephians, 5 for 69. He was expensive, but he was bowling really well with the new ball, and a couple of spells he came back, got crucial wickets, especially wicket of Rusanda Gamage, and then finishing off with the wicket of Lakshman Sachin. Udita Rakshan, economical. Lahiru Amarsekar taking 3 for 36.
Here's how the sessions have panned out. The first session shared. St. Peter's lost only 4 wickets, but the second session belonged to the Josephians. They picked up 6 wickets and managed to keep the Peterites to 214 runs. 4 more sessions remaining in this 89th Battle of the Saints. So it will be an interesting couple of hours coming your way with the Josephian replay. So stay tuned to the Papare.com, Dialog TV Channel 70, the Dialog ViU Up and Dialog Futureverse for the Josephian replay. Battle of the Saints between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. We are live from P. Saravanamuthu Oval Grounds in Colombo. This is day 2.
St. Peter's College won the toss and elected to bat first on the strength of a superb 81 by Shenal Boteju and a workmanlike 55 not out.
Day 2, we have 105 overs scheduled at the Oval Grounds. Good start from Mithira Tenura. Oh, Abhilash Vella.
Maybe one reason why that's perfectly it. Timed it nicely.
Try to get on the attack. As we say that, Siobhan Daniel has Daniels who have perished. As you see, the ball is well flighted outside the off stump.
Goes for the expensive drive. An easy catch. Well taken. Well bowled to Siobhan Daniels. So
No, you're right, Bridges, because the Pete Wright should at least get 225 to 250. I would say that's nicely played. That's good.
Adjustments which obviously you're taking a calculated risk and score some runs.
That's again
Now,
nicely played off the back foot this time by.
That's gonna put St. Joseph's College out of the game. Cheeky. This outfield is very fast here.
And even in the second, lines have not been consistent enough to trouble the batsman. This time, Lavatake gets enough bat to it, and he will get a boundary.
Get wickets, which, as you see, Pete Wrights are just playing the ball on his off every ball. Low ball again. There we go. Run. Bad fielding, I would have said. The fielder should have been in quicker than that.
Yeah, that's his 50. Davarage deserves that. Stands here at Tamil Union Grounds or the Pisara Oval, particularly the last hour. So, as a result, like I mentioned, the wicket has got a bit better, and that's his half century, Abhilash. And not many times you will see a night watchman getting a half century, but this time he has helped his team immensely in order to make a substantial total, get a substantial total on the board. Very well played, young man. That is why they are trying desperate to get back into this game. Batting and very good thinking.
That's how a proper batsman thinks. There goes Devatage over the top, straight into the hands of Deep Midon. 9 for 4. As you see, the ball comes down, didn't connect. He got too close to the delivery, didn't get the leverage he wanted to clear the boundary. He backed himself to go.
After 49 overs in their second innings, that he tried to move away, give a lot of pace and try to put another wicket. There, see the replay of that. Moving towards the offside, trying to hit it over to a fine leg, but misses it completely. Oh, he bowled him this time.
Some turn. I see a flight delivery, slowed it up, and just clipped the off stump.
Did he get touch on it? A reverse sweep.
Siobhan Daniel continues, and it's a full toss, and these two batsmen.
That one a Polish delivery.
It's fairly high in a two-day game. This time, does he find the gap? No, he doesn't. And that's the wicket.
So that's 5 for Siobhan Daniel.
He hit it straight to deep square leg. And well-deserved 5 for Siobhan Daniel. He has had a magnificent game for St. Joseph's College. A lone warrior, I must say, for the Joseph. He is known for his big hits. And as we speak, that will be the first boundary for him. This time he darts it. He gets elevation and a misjudgment from the fielder. And misjudged the elevation. A boundary for Nimanu Mesh.
That one again, high in there. 60 overs in the innings. He had 12 yesterday. So we see the Pete-Wright batting card. Rosanda for 7. Vishen 22. Abhilash, a fantastic 61.
Bowling performance. Siobhan Daniel stands out. 5 for 80 for him. And Lairu Amarasinghe, St. Peter's College, 232 for 7. Abhilash Vellalage and Lairu Davatake scoring half centuries, while Siobhan Daniel.
So as you come back for the second innings, the first innings of the Josephians, the second innings of this match, it's 89th, the Battle of the Saints, in St. Joseph's and St. Peter's. Well, St. Peter's College asked to bat first. You can just take a look at their batting card. Yeah, St. Peter's Owen was out, first delivery of the day for 0. Vishen 18, Nimuthu also 0, Rosanda 55, Chamidu 66. That was the main partnership that was keeping the Pete rides going. And then Sanjay 18, Kavika 1, Shannon 19, Nathan 15, and Lakidu 14, with John remaining not out on 1. The 7 extras in that total, all out in 57.3 overs for 214.
This is the bowling card of the Josephians. The pick of the bowlers, Gagan Chamod, 5 for 69, bowled 14.3 overs and gave 2 maidens and 5 for 69 in the 89th Battle of the Saints. So that's a milestone for Gagan Chamod. And the main wicket taker, Lahiru Amarasekara, the vice captain, 3 for 36, and Mudita Lakshan got 1 solitary wicket. And the big wicket of Chamidu Pereira was a run out created by Modita Disanaika. And Josephians' main strike bowler, the spinner Yenula Devathusa, who had picked over 60 wickets, went wicketless in the first innings. And Shevon Daniel, the experienced Shevon Daniel, 3 overs, none for 17, and Manas Madhubhashana, 3 overs, none for 17. 7 extras given in that innings. So from the extras point of view, Josephians have been quite good with that. Just 2 wides, 4 leg byes, and just 1 bye.
The strange thing is St. Peter's started off badly. They were 2 down for nothing basically, and then 3 for 29, and then recovered with a super few partnerships, ending up on 214. Fortunately not being able to bat the full 60 overs. But still, I think they would be happy with this total. When you take the day's play the way they started, not expecting to go that far when they were just after the 3rd over, they were just 2 for none.
They would take 214 any day. It's good comeback from the Pete Wrights. 214 on the board is quite good from where they were, from how they started. 214, they would take it any day.
The slight weather's holding up well. It's a bit of clouds coming in, but I don't think there'll be any threat to play right now. You can see the Pete Rides coming in and the Josephian openers. That looks like Naren Muralidharan and Sadish Jayawardena skipper. Well, he's been behind the stumps, coming out straight away. Muralidharan also has scored some runs, so skipper of course getting the 1,000 runs in the season. Be full of confidence.
2 very experienced openers walking to the middle. Bit of cloud covered. The sun has gone down and it's a bit dark here at the Singley Sports Club. Hope the weather holds up for the next couple of hours, because it's going to be a very interesting reply from the Josephians.
They will need to bat positively to complete 105 overs for the day. 58 of it is done. There's another 47 remaining. Well, the sun may be taking a small tea break, Reshwar. Not that bad, not threatening as well. But if it continues like this, not sure whether we'll get all those balance overs in. For now, everything seems good. With the skipper to take strike. Sadish Jayawardena, under 19 cap.
Coming into the big match, joining the 1,000 run club. Sadish Javardhana. This is his stats: 17 games, 23 innings, 1086, and with an average of 49.36, just under 50. Strike rate of 62.92 and a best score of 134. So lot would be on Sadish Javardhana's hands here for the Josephians. Lakhidu Sachin to begin for the Petrites. Driven away straight away to the point fielder Rosal Gamage. Batted really well. Screens. He really gave the Petrites a good platform. These 58 runs, 55 rather.
Maybe a loosener, so the stump suggests just playing that way into the covers. Interesting to see how the Josephians tackle this run wide outside the off stump, and yes, umpires called it a wide. This 60 over rule being a bit strict of not letting them bowl too much of wide either of off stump or the leg stump. That keeps it a bit interesting, makes the bowler to bowl at the batsman. And we see Naren Muralidharan, 14 matches, 16 innings, 640 runs, another healthy average of 49.23, strike rate below 50, but that doesn't matter in 2-day games. Best score of 131. The appeal from the bowler, we're not worried. So, yeah, definitely going down the leg. You can see the wicket keep also moving down the leg.
This is Lakhidu Samara Jeeva, 12 matches, 18 wickets, an economy of 3.64 and best of 4 for 63. A lot would depend on him with the new ball, and that's Sadish Javardhana driven away beautifully to the fence. The first runs of the bat for the Josephians. Beautiful drive from Sadish. Shows how good this outfield is.
You can't bowl there to Sadish outside the stump. That's his favorite area. He will drive and cut you all day, day in, day out. They're going on that line. Rightfully, the Petrite captain putting that covers on the boundary. Straight away going on the defensive. That'll open up a gap for them to just knock it in there and get the singles. Good start for the Josephians. The wide, that would be a wide in any form of cricket. Basically pitched just outside that line, that popping crease. Well, it was pitched a little away. Might have been a no ball because you can't bowl outside the playing area.
Lakhidu has been wavered this over. Just one straight ball which is going down leg. Needs to get his line and length right here. Sun is holding up and quite gloomy, so he would love these conditions. Lakhidu running in. Much better delivery from Lakhidu. Well played by Sadish as well.
Sadish very sound in defense. Just playing it down. Much better delivery by Lakhidu. Getting a good start there. We see St. Peter's first innings 214 all out. There again, see that fielder in the deep. It's a good move. Or else they would have been leaking runs. But this is the strange thing. With just one boundary, and that fielder goes back. So that's taking a lot of pressure out. Just with the 2 slips of, well, the field changes for Muralidharan. 2 slips and a gully. And then they open that cover region again. Ideally, I would like to see that extra cover also going into slips, making it 3 slips and a gully. And asking Naren to play that drive. So he's off the mark, safely negotiated. And after the first over, Josephians are 8 for none.
Heels crest Naimere sausages, the bite that bites back.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී. big match fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමී තියනකම්.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි.
Good start for the Josephians. 8 runs in that first over. And it's Sean Roberts to ball from Vidya Mav at the end. 2 fast bowling duos from Bambalapitiya. Luckily Sachin was started not that well, and this is Sean Roberts. 12 games, 16 wickets with an income rate of 4.10, average 24.06, and a best of 3 for 24 rather.
Well, there was a Shayad non-striker's end. Josephines will have to be careful. Sadish known for that, ball watching sometimes, but I think that was straight to the fielder, so it's a good call. But actually the rightful thing is the non-striker's call behind the wicket. These little things, if you trust your partner, ball should be good. Beautifully driven again by Sadish, sorry, by Naren that time. That's a boundary. So both batsmen getting boundaries early on.
Batsman getting off the mark with a boundary. And, this one beautifully played by Naren Muralidharan. Races away to the boundary. No chance for the mid-off fielder.
Like the way he got to the pitch of it and just managed to beat that fielder. That will do a lot of good for him. Boundary straight away, feels good on the bat. John Roberts in his first over need to get his line and then correct. This is good cricket by the Josephians.
Followed up by a single. It's really good cricket, taking that scoreboard.
Good piece of fielding as well. Batsman, the fielder getting to it quickly, hitting the stumps. But batsman had already passed the stumps, jumping in the air to avoid the ball being hit. The ball hits the stumps. Josephian total has moved up to 13, just 1.3 overs. A really good start here. Something that they would love to have had. Another single. And to the skipper. Easily runs coming. And Reshwan. You like this Keels. Sorry, it's Crest. 9 minutes.
Yes. One to enjoy during a cricket game.
Any time for Reshwan.
Yes, of course.
What would you like to have with this, Reshwan?
A good game of cricket in front of my eyes would be ideal.
It's lovely. Sure, you're a favorite of this.
Yes, a big fan of 9 minutes.
And in the meantime, Josephian's getting along nicely. Like the 9 minutes going down Reshwan's throat.
Josephians have started very nicely, just like that.
Calmly. Only the run. Doesn't seem to be a lot of pace. So 2 overs gone. Josephians 14 for none.
Goldman's 3-in-1 face wash and face cream. 3-in-1 fix එක. Sharp look එකට trick එක.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සවිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
So Dakindu will continue the third over. Well, sun has gone down behind the clouds.
The fast bowlers from St. Peter's would love these conditions.
I'm sure the light pretty good, but both batsmen on 6 each and face 6 deliveries. So they're sharing the strike.
Both of them would want to complement them each other really well. They will want to rotate that strike, keep that scoreboard ticking without getting into a shell and just get into some pressure. But nevertheless, a brilliant start for the Josephians. Couldn't have asked for anything better. Sachin. Cut away another once again straight to that deep fielder. Fielder goes out when Sadish bats and comes into the circle when Naren is on strike. So Petrite captain going defensive against Sadish.
Well, I think they know his capabilities with the on the offside, especially Sadish 2 years ago getting 100 in the second innings. Yeah, it was last year. And what's happening here? Rudharan again wondering, wrapped on the pad. There was an easy single there. Sadish almost went to the other end, completed a run. Yeah, he was struck on the pad, watching the umpire. Well. He could have walked that. I think he thought he was gone. There we see from behind the scoreboard, crowds building up. Hopefully we can get some play in. Run shortish, played uppishly.
Narendra Muralidharan living dangerously. Both this batsman.
Well, he saw that delivery shot. Could have just got under it, but chose to get his bat to it.
Very brave from Naren, having deep square field and
the fine leg
fielder. Really brave.
I think he was lucky that he didn't get all of it. It could have gone to the fielder. Dug in short again, but not getting the carry. Keeper plays it easily.
Luckily, Sachin is known for his bouncers. He bowls at the batsman. So that's going to be a very interesting to watch out how he goes on with his bowling this evening. Sun has gone away, and it's not that sunny out here. So two fast bowlers love these conditions. Would want to create something.
That time much better. Another short delivery to end the over. 3 are gone. St. Joseph's 17 for none.
Protect your child's education even in your absence. School Fee Protector from Sri Lanka Insurance makes sure your child's education continues uninterrupted by paying their school fees in case of an untimely demise or total permanent disability of the parent. Go ahead, ensure your child gets the future they deserve with School Fee Protector from Sri Lanka Insurance. Sri Lanka Insurance, like a father, like a mother.
Big match fun, Prima Kottumi Tiyanaka.
Sean Roberts starting his second over. Sadish playing that very calmly. He tries getting 214 in their first innings, and out in the 58th over.
Straight to the fielder. Couldn't do a lot with the bat.
Elegantly played that the off.
Sadish is a batsman you can watch all day when he gets going. Easy on the eye.
Another thing I've noticed is the two Peterite fast bowlers. 16 and 18 wickets during the season. So not tear away bowlers who would get you those wickets. None of them have got a 5-wicket haul. And Sean Roberts this time dishing out the short stuff. Sadish Jadana easily letting it go.
Fast bowlers would want to make amends as their counterpart partner from St. Joseph's, Gagan Chamod, got a 5.
Well, interesting with new ball, you would want to pitch it up and try to get those slips in play, but yes, they seem to be going short at the batsman. Different ploy.
Not doesn't look like they are mixing it up, because we have seen the last 2 deliveries have been short balls, and I think just one ball in this over has been pitched up.
So maybe they're looking at going with the short ball theory, but I don't know how that's going to work, because they'll be just letting it go. You can just bowl 2 short balls in the over. Now calling for a helmet as well. Get a close catcher. Trying to change the tactics. Maybe looking at the light also. We're trying to, delay the process a bit. The good tactics in the game.
Petrites right now would like where they are. They got 214, 17 for no loss currently. The Josephians taking some time out of the game. These are new, handing over some anchor noodle. The schoolboys from both the schools enjoying a drink of noodle, yogurt drink, and that milk, ideal to beat the heat.
And they're having lots of fun. Rashwan, where were you?
I was up here in the com box.
Okay, so Sean will continue. That one pitched up. They got a close catcher now on the leg. Not, let's say, is not really close in. Wondering what sort of delivery that he would hang on to. He might have to flick it, because if he just defends it or gets an edge, I don't think he'll carry to him.
I think it's more of just playing with the mind of the batsman. You would be expecting a bounce delivery.
Time short. Cut to that field in the deep. Single. After 4 overs, Josephians are 18 for none.
රුපියල් 60 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
Cheer up කරමු හදවතින් ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය. Big match fun ක්‍රීමා කොත්තුමිය තියනකම්.
ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙමෙයි.
So Lakindu will continue the 5th over. It's taken a long time for these few overs. Started around 3:35. 25 minutes. Just 4 overs bowled.
Not a good over rate from the Petrites. Yes, two fast bowlers bowling from two ends, but should be overs should come quick and fast. Because today there should be 105 overs bowled. But as things are looking right now, I don't think we would get all 105 overs.
Definitely not the way it's going. Petrites taking their time on the field. The umpires also will have to get in on the act. Got to get as much as over as possible. Make this contest an interesting one.
If we get all 105 overs, Josephians hopefully would get closer to that 214 run mark. They have to bat for 47 overs. Can get closer on to 200 runs. I think tomorrow morning would be really interesting.
That is a long way out, Rishwan, at the moment. It's around 3:30 in the evening now, afternoon. Short delivery again down the leg side. Then Sadish can go for that pull shot. Not making any contact. We tried keeper. Thought otherwise. There are two fielders in the deep. He'll have to keep it down even if he gets it. Could really place it well if he needs that boundary. So that was the first one for the over. Again, and go shortish down the leg side. So let's manage to get bet on that. Moves into double figures, is on 10. And see 3-4 fielders coming having a chat to the bowler. Wonder what they have to discuss after every delivery.
Just the mind games played by the Patriots. Mumidharan getting the strike after some time. Just faced the 9 deliveries for his 7 runs.
Again a shortish delivery. Going down leg. Not being able to get that short ball at the batsman, you know. Ideally you target that the batsman's neck area, the face, or that badge on the helmet. He gets into his stance and then opens his leg out a bit. That one, a cheeky single into the covers. Been interesting to see if that had hit the stumps. Sadish was home. Let's see that again. Would have been close, but I think he had managed to make his ground. Only on to 8. The score has moved on to 20.
Risky single from Sadish, Naren and Sadish. They won't mind that as long as the Patriots don't get a direct hit, because direct hits can be really close.
Another one left alone by Muralidharan. Ends that over. 5 gone. Chose 20 for none.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිව්ඩෙල් යෝගට්.
Battle of the Saints, historical facts. Patriot bowlers have recorded 5 wickets or more on 42 occasions in the series, while Josephians have achieved the feat 31 times. Talk about the bowling, because we've already had a chat about the batting according to the wonderful Suwania. Good evening, Malinder.
Very good evening.
12 overs will have to be bowled by the medium fast bowlers according to the rules.
Yeah, this was 10 overs earlier, and now it's been 12 overs from the fast bowlers. So this is Sean Roberts.
Good to see the pull and the hook being employed by both batters. Yeah, he's a rare individual, Malinda Varnapura. He's played his cricket, he's been a fantastic coach, he's a commentator, and at the moment he's batting consultant with the High Performance Institute or Unit of Sri Lanka Cricket. But no, that's not what I was going to say. He has scored 100 in the 2-day game and the 1-day game. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
The only one to have done so and achieved that feat. Oh, very close.
This is a very good spell for the from the both fast bowlers. They've set that field, fine leg, square leg, and a short leg as well, and very consistent with that short delivery.
Again, good effort. You want to see that sort of effort. Lakindu Samarajiva is bowling from the other end. Big unit. Just 29 for 3 for the Pete Wrights. It's 22 without loss for the Joes. Bad light. That's a problem.
As you mentioned, it was a very good recovery from the Pete Wright batters, especially from
Chamindu Pereira and Rusanda Gamage. They ended up as the two players who got the half centuries. And their 77-run fourth wicket stand steadied the batting. 66 for Chamindu and Rusanda 55. And a 5-wicket haul for Gagan Chamod. He took the first and last wickets to fall.
You've seen him opening the bowling with his first over, first wicket, the first delivery, and 2 wickets in his first over.
Yeah, 2 for none.
Once again a short delivery, this time outside the off stump.
So the openers have been peppered with the short lifting stuff. Lairu Amarsekar 3 for 36. Siobhan Daniel held on to 2 catches. They lost their last 5 wickets for the addition of just 64 runs. Going for some lusty hitting.
This is what the big match is all about. Some of the big players fail and youngsters come out and show their character. Vishen Halambage, Owen Salgado and Nimtu Gunawardana. 3 most experienced players. Couldn't do anything for the Petes, but Rusanda Gamage came in and played his normal game. And as you mentioned, the partnership.
Malinda, the difference was that he played risk-free cricket and technically sound cricket. His driving off the front foot was exquisite. Rusanda Gamage.
This is the one we were talking about. A very good inning from him.
Played under pressure, played with conviction. He trusted his skills.
This time no chance, short and very well stuck by Sadish. Jayawardena.
Centurion in the last game. Good stuff. 6 gone. St. Joseph's in reply 29 without loss.
අපේ ඉදිකිරීම් සොයිමත් කරන අපේම අනර්ග නිපැයුම ජනතා GITO.
Heels Crest Naimiris sausages, the bite that bites back.
අතේ ඇති මුදලට ඇංක නිවඩෙල් යෝගට්. යෝගට් එකක් විතරක්ම නෙවෙයි. DR20 ප්‍රොබයොටික් සමග දෙගුණයක යහගුණෙන් ඔබේ පෝෂණයටත් වැළක්. ඇංක නිවඩෙල් යෝගට්.
Highest aggregate of runs to Rohan Buljans of St. Peter's. In fact, the highest aggregate of runs, the top 5 are all Pete Wrights. Clive Inman, Joe Miso, Santosh Gunatilaka, Rohan Paul Pille. Then comes Jehan Daniel and Dimut Karunaratna. Yeah, congratulations to Dimut. 2-0 series win against Ireland.
This is a lucky do. Samarajiva once again with the same field.
$29 for 3 St. Petersburg. See, already the close catches have been taken out. Sometimes you wonder why that sort of assistance from the captain is not forthcoming despite a few runs being taken. Oh, you can have your cheese bits.
Love to. We'll have a little while, yeah.
Don't waste time because they vanish.
I'm sure there's nothing, weather is not going to trouble us, so we'll have time.
You think so? Maliban. Great stuff. Available in most parts of the globe. Thank you for being with us, Maliban. That almost hit the halfway mark on the pitch. The umpires will start talking about the fading light. If this sort of short pitched bowling is going on, that's exactly what Asanka Jayasuriya and Rajit Masalage must be now discussing. Brendan Korupo is match referee, match commissioner Priyan De Silva.
As you mentioned earlier about the 12 overs being bowled by the fast bowlers, if the weather don't permit, you'll always have the opportunity to bring in a spinner. And that's bad
suspension.
news.
Well, it was brought on by the continuous barrage of short pitch bowling. Nimuthu Gunawardena trying to clarify.
That's bad. St. Joseph's 29 without loss after 6.2 overs, and umpires have decided to suspend play.
It has enabled a flag bearer to run across. They'll be happy with the Joe's openers. Quickly walking back. The covers are coming on quickly. They want to make sure that the immediate threat of a huge downpour is not going to damage the square.
Would be a good decision by the umpires.
Yeah, probably, because the build-up is pretty consistent and it's low clouds, rain clouds.
But I always believe that umpires should have a chat with the captain and say, if you continue with the fast bowlers, we'll have to suspend play. There's opportunity for you to go with a spinner.
Yeah, I know your position. I know your position. Hey, before we go any further, take a bite. Take a bite. That's the bite that bites back. 9 minutes. Enjoy. Thanks for being with us. Really. That's in very high demand. Mind you, like the Maliban. They come and go, disappear quickly. See, yeah, coming back to your point, not a bad idea, but the Pete Wright captain, if he was smart enough, he would have told the fast bowler, go for the Yorkers, without putting the short ball in. Maybe that would have been the initial plan to sort of bounce at the openers.
Yeah, also he should have asked the umpires as well about the light.
Yeah.
If he's really concerned to keep on playing. And as we know, the joint committees, OBUs, tried their level best to
The
play
technical committee.
Yeah, technical committees to play 105 overs per day. Unfortunately, this is not what we really wanted to see.
See, almost 39 overs lost if there won't be any play today. And I don't see the light improving at the rate we are going. It may improve if there is an absolute heavy shower. But if that happens, then we have other problems. The light may probably improve, but the ground will be absolutely waterlogged.
At least we'll want to start on time tomorrow morning.
Hey, we wanted to play as much as possible. See, play could have gone on till 6:15. That's 2.5 hours.
It's a very bad loss.
I think we'll have to sit and start eating all this stuff that are here for the promotional activities. Nothing else to do. It's not abandoned, by the way. It's suspended. So we have to stay with us. Yeah, great stuff. Kids will enjoy any time.
Definitely. And it's good to see schoolboys from both schools at the schoolboy tent I mentioned earlier as well. I remember I've been to the Jopet big match when I was 10 or 11 with my father at the Ketarama the first time, and to Oval, and I've never missed a big match in my school days.
Yeah, that's a tradition. You don't want to miss it. You do the rounds, you enjoy the banter. That's why people like you were able to create history in this big match too. After being bowled out just before tea for 214, St. Joseph's had 45 overs to bat to. Satish Jayawardene, the captain, wicket keeper, he came out with Naren Muralidharan. And St. Peter's, after losing their last 5 wickets for 64, would have been harbouring thoughts of getting a quick breakthrough, but it didn't happen.
Yep, good opening stand. And talking about Satish Jayawardene, Sri Lanka, 19 players, it's not that easy. And also Naren Muralidharan, I remember him playing his first big match last year, and even this year has been scoring a lot of runs for St. Joseph's. So it's not going to be any easy to get a wicket, but I'm sure Pete Wright fast bowlers tried their best with that short ball. Fortunately, they had an opportunity, but I'm sure Josephians would be very happy with their score 29 without loss.
So the danger in this is that if the light goes anything lower than what it is today, tomorrow evening, play will be suspended again. 16 for Satish Jayawardene, 11 for Naren Muralidharan.
And this is a very good batting card. You could see Siobhan Daniel, Hiran Kapurubandara, and
Hirun Jayasundara, Hirun Kapurubandara, Hiran Jayasundara, even Mudita Disanayaka, Avinta De Alvis, Lahiru Amarasekaran, all can bat, mind you.
But I was really happy with the Pete Wright's effort this morning. They lost the first 3 wickets, and that responsibility from Chamindu.
You can see the wind at ground level. The covers are slowly almost being blown away. The center cover, which has been put in place before they bring in the weights by way of heavy tires. So there is a possibility all the dark clouds that are hovering in and around will be blown over. If they are low enough, can get into a tight situation. The 89th Battle of the Saints delayed. Started off with St. Peter's put into bat. They were in trouble at 29 for 3. Then Chamindu Pereira joined Rusanda Gamage. They put on a 77-run 4th wicket partnership. Both of them went on to make half centuries and very well scored, compiled. Shannon Rodrigo made 19. Gagan Chamod 5 for 69, deserving. He took the first and last wickets to fall. Lahiru Amarasekaran captured 3 from the bottom. And Mudita Disanayaka, I thought he would have had better figures. He bowled exceptionally well. And after losing their last 5 wickets for just 64 runs, to be bowled out just before tea. St. Joseph's in the 6.2 overs available after tea in fading light got to 29 without loss.
Yep, we mentioned Gagan Chamod, a very good spell as you mentioned for a fast bowler. We've seen spinners taking wickets at the Jopet, but Gagan Chamod coming in as in the first over, couple of wickets and ended up with 5 for 69.
Great effort. He bowled with fire, and there was one particular over he was hit for 3 boundaries, but apart from that he bowled with a lot of skill, good variation and fair amount of pace and bounce that unsettled the batters. So with play suspended and very little chances of having a resumption. We'll take a break and come back to you if and when we have further information from the match officials.
මගේ ගෙවල් පස්යාලේ මගේ ඉස්සලම ඉස්කෝලේ ගියේ මම ලයිසියම් ගම්පහ. දැන් ඉස්කෝලේ යන්නේ සෙන්ට් පීටර්ස් කොලෙජ් කොළඹ. ඉතින් මම ක්‍රිකට් පටන් ගත්තේ ඉස්සලම 2 වසරේදී ලයිසියම් එකේදී 2 වසරේ ප්‍රැක්ටිස් ගියාම ඒ ඉස්කෝලේ 3න් තමයි ක්‍රිකට් වලට ගන්න ඇකඩමි එකට. ඒ වුණාට දැන් අපේ තාත්තා කෝච් කියලා තිබ්බා මේ මෙයාව බලන්න බැලුවලා හොඳ නම් 2ේදීම ගන්න කියලා. ඊපස්සේ කෝච් මාක දවසක් ගෙන්නලා බැලුවා බලලා කිව්වා මෙයා හොඳයි 2ේදීම ගන්නම් මෙයාව. කියන මාව ඇකඩමි එකට 3 වසරේදී ගත්තා. ඊට පස්සේ 3 වසරේදී තමයි පටන් ගත්තේ ක්‍රිකට් ගහන්න. ඉතින් 3ේදී ඉස්සලම් පටන් ගත්තේ පොඩි ටෙක්නික් අපිට කියලා දෙනවා බැට් එක අල්ලන විදිය, බෝල අල්ලන විදිය. ඒ වෙනකොට මම හැබැයි ගොඩක් දේවල් දන්නවා අනිත් කට්ටියට වඩා ඒ 3 වසරේ පටන් ගන්න කට්ටියට වඩා. ඉතින් 3 වසරේ අන්තිමේදී වගේ ඒගොල්ලෝ මම හොඳට සෙල්ලම් කරනවා දැකලා මාව ඇකඩමි එකකින් 13 ටීම් එකට දානවා. ඉතින් 13 ටීම් එකට මම 3 වසරේ අන්තිමේදී 4 මුල වගේ තමයි එන්නේ. එතනදී මම ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් සෙල්ලම් කරනවා, තව ගොඩක් මැචස් සෙල්ලම් කරනවා. ඉතින් එතකොට එහෙමම අවුරුදු 2-3 13 සෙල්ලම් කරද්දී 6 වසරේදී මම මේ ලයිසියම් කැප්ටන් කරනවා. ලයිසියම් කැප්ටන් කරනවා 6 වසරේදී. එතකොට මම ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් මැචස් වලට යනවා. ඒ අවුරුද්දේ මම ක්වාටර් ෆයිනල් එකක් ආවා අපි. මම කැප්ටන් කරපු අවුරුද්දේ. ඊට පස්සේ 7 වසරේ අන්තිමේදී වගේ ගම්පහ දිස්ත්‍රික් කෝච් කෙනෙකුයි ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් කෝච් කෙනෙකුයි මාව දැකලා මට ප්‍රැක්ටිසස් එන්න කියනවා. එතනදී මැචස් අපි සෙල්ලම් කරනවා. දිස්ත්‍රික් මැචස් සෙල්ලම් කරනවා. තව හෝම් ඇන්ඩ් හෝම් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේදී මගේ ටැලන්ට්ස් දැකලා මට මේ කිව්වා එක දවසක් බෝඩ් එකට යන්න කියලා. අනුස් සමන්නායක සර්ව හම්බෙන්න. ඊට පස්සේ මම බෝඩ් එකට ගියාම එතනදී අනුස් සමන්නායක සර්ව මට කිව්වා දනල් මේ ඔයා හොඳට බෝල් කරනවා. ලයිසියම් එකෙන් අපි එළියට ඇවිල්ලා කොළඹ ඉස්කෝලේකට එමු කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ වෙලේ මම තාත්තාත් අපේ පවුලේ කට්ටියත් එක්ක කැමති වෙලා සර් කිව්වා දනල් මං ඉස්කෝලේ දෙයක් විතර බලන්නම් කියලා මේ තමයි සෙන්ට් පීටර්ස් එකකිනුයි රොයල් එකටයි කතා කරේ. එතකොට රොයල් එකකිනුත් මට ඇප්‍රූවල් එක දීලා තිබ්බේ. හැබැයි සෙන්ට් පීටර්ස් එකෙන් කලින්ම ඒගොල්ලෝ මාව ගත්තා. ඉතින් මම සෙන්ට් පීටර්ස් එකට ඉස්සෙල්ලම ගියා 7 වසරේ අන්තිමේදී. මම පොඩි කාලේ ගොඩක්ම බැට්ස්මන් වගේ තමයි බෝල් කරන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි ලොකුවටම බැට් කළා තමයි මැච් ලයිසියම් එක ගැහුවේ. ඉතින් එතකොට මම නම්බර් 4 5 නම්බර් 3 ගහන වෙලාවකුත් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් බෝලිං වැඩි එහෙම හම්බුන්නේ නැහැ. එතකොට ලොකු අයියලා තමයි බෝල් කරේ මම අnder 13 ගැව්වේ 4 වසරේ ඉඳන් වගේනේ. එතකොට ඊට පස්සේ ටිකක් ලොකු වෙද්දි මම කැප්ටන් කාට පටන් ගත්තම මම බෝල් කරා ලයිසියම් එකේ. මොකද එතකොට එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එක තියෙනවා කියලා. ඉතින් අවුරුදු 4ක් 13 ගහපු නිසා දැන් මේ වෙනකොට ඕල් රවුන්ඩර් කෙනෙක් තමයි. ඉතින් සෙන්ට් පීටර්ස් එකේ මම ඕල් රවුන්ඩර් හැටියට තමයි ගහන්නේ. උයි අnder 19 ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට ඕල් රවුන්ඩර් හැටියට තමයි. සෙන්ට් පීටර්ස් එකට මම එන්නේ 7 වසර අන්තිම. එතකොට අnder 13 මම අවුරුදු 2ක් සෙල්ලම් කරනවා. ෆස්ට් ඉයර් එකේ ලොකුවට පර්ෆෝම් කරේ නැහැ මම. එහෙම මැචස් ගැහුවා ලොකුවට පර්ෆෝම් කරේ නැහැ. මොකද ඩිවිෂන් 3 ගහලා වෙලා ඩිවිෂන් 1 එකේ පොඩි කම්පිටිෂන් එකක් තිබ්බ කියලා මට දැනෙනවා. මොකද මම එහෙම ලොකු ක්‍රිකට් එකක් ගහලා තිබ්බේ නැහැ. ටැලන්ට් එක තිබ්බට. ඉතින් ඊට පස්සේ අවුරුද්දේ තමයි මම පර්ෆෝම් කරන්න පටන් ගත්තේ 13 last year. ඉතින් 13 last year මම පර්ෆෝම් කරා. ඊට පස්සේ 15 අවුරුදු දෙකම ගැහුවා. ඒ ගහනකොට 15 first year එකේ මම හොඳට පර්ෆෝම් කරා. ඒ වගේම 15 second year එකෙත් මම හොඳට පර්ෆෝම් කළා. මැලේසියා ටුවර් කියලා under 15 මැලේසියා ටුවර් කියලා ස්ක්වොඩ් එකක් හදනවා 25ක. ඒකෙත් මම සමාජිකයෙක් වුණා under 15 ශ්‍රී ලංකා එකේ. තව ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් මැචස් ගැහුවා. දිස්ත්‍රික් මැචස් ඔක්කොම සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඊට පස්සේ එතනින් under 17 එකට එනවා. under 17 එකේ මම first year ගහද්දී මම first 11 debut කරෙව්වා රොජර් විජේසූරිය සර්. මම ඉස්කෝලේට එද්දි මගේ කෝච් අපි ඉස්කෝලේ හෙඩ් කෝච් හිටියේ මලින්ත වර්ණපුර සර්. යාව විශේෂයෙන් මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ. එයා තමයි ගොඩක්ම මට උදව් කරේ සෙන්ට් පීටර්ස් එකට එන්න. ඊට පස්සේ under 17 ගහන රොජර් සර් ආවා. රොජර් සර්ත් එක්ක මම ගොඩාක් වැඩ කරා. ඒ අවුරුදු 3 වගේ 2-3 රොජර් සර්ත් වැඩ කරා under 17 ගහන කාලේ. සෙන්ට් පීටර්ස් එකට මම එද්දි ඒගොල්ලොන්ගේ ෆාස්ට් බෝලර්ස් ලගේ අඩුවක් තිබ්බා කියලා තමයි කිව්වේ. මමයි තව ලයිසියම් එකේ ලයිසියම් වත්තල එක්කෙනෙකුයි තමයි ඉස්කෝලේට ආවේ. අපි දෙන්නම ආවේ ෆාස්ට් බෝලර්ස්ලා හැටියට. එතකොට ඒ කාලේ මම බැට් කරේ යටින් මිඩ් ලෝඩත් නෙමෙයි යටින් බැට් කරේ. බැට් කරලා අලුත් බෝලෙන් බෝල් කරේ. ඊට පස්සේ ඔහොම under 13 under 15 under 13 under 15 ගහද්දී ඒ කාලේ මම බෝලර් කෙනෙක් හැටියට ගැහුවේ. under 17 එකේ තමයි මගේ චේන්ජින් තැන ආවේ. මොකද රොජර්ස් ඇවිල්ලා මගේ ටැලන්ට් එක දැක්ක බැට් කරන්න පුළුවන් මට ඕන තැනක කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ වෙලේ තමයි මගේ චේන්ජ් එක මම හිතන්නේ ඕල් රවුන්ඩර් කෙනෙක්ට මම මාරු වුණේ. මොකද මම කලින් බැට් කරා ලයිසෙන් එකේ මට මෙතෙන්ට ආවට පස්සේ පොඩ බැටිං වල ෆේල් වෙච්ච නිසා මම යටට ගියා under 13 15 කාලේ. ආයෙ රොජර්ස් එක මේ හදලා ගත්තා කියලා මම under 17 මගේ ෆස්ට් ඉයර් එකේ මම මැචස් 4ට විකට් 23ක් ගන්නවා. 5 ෆර්ස්ට් 3ක් ගන්නවා. ඒ අවුරුද්දේ ඇත්තටම කිව්වොත් රොජර්ස් එන්න කලින් අවුරුද්ද. ඒ අවුරුද්දේ අපේ කෝච් කරේ ශානක ෆර්නැන්ඩෝ සර්යි ක්‍රිෂාන්ත පීරිස් සර්යි කෝච් කරේ අපිට. ඉතින් ඒ අවුරුද්දේ තමයි ගොඩක්ම මගේ පර්ෆෝමන්ස් එළියට ආවේ. මොකද මැචස් 5කට විකට් 20 ගණන් ගත්තාම මගේ නම පොඩ්ඩක් හයිලයිට් වෙන්න පටන් ගත්තා. එතනින් ඊට පස්සේ රොජර්ස් ආව මගේ 70 අන්තිම අවුරුද්දට. ඒ අවුරුද්දේ අපිට ක්‍රිකට් ගහන්න බැරි වුණා. මොකද කොවිඩ් තත්ත්වය සහ හැම දෙයත් එක්කම සාර බෝම් බ්ලාස්ට් එකත් එක්ක. ඉතින් ඒ අවුරුදු 17 එකක් ගැහුන්නේ නැහැ. ෆස්ට් 11 මම ඒ වෙනකොට ෆස්ට් 11 මම ඩෙබියු කරන්න පටන් ගත්තා. මම ෆස්ට් 11 අවුරුදු 3ක් ගැහුවා. ෆස්ට් 11 අවුරුදු 3 මතක් කරොත් පළවෙනි අවුරුද්දේ මම මැචස් 9ක් 10ක් වගේ තමයි සෙල්ලම් කරේ. ඊට පස්සේ දෙවෙනි අවුරුද්දේ සහ තුන්වෙනි අවුරුද්දේ හැම මැච් එකම සෙල්ලම් කරා පර්මනන්ට් ප්ලේයර් හැටියට ගැහුවා ස්කෝර්. under 17 පළවෙනි අවුරුද්දේ මගේ අපිට ගෲප් ස්ටේජ් එකට විතරයි එන්න පුළුවන් වුණේ. අපේ ටීම් එක හැටියට අපේ ගෲප් ස්ටේජ් එකට විතරයි එන්න පුළුවන් වුණේ. ඊට පස්සේ අවුරුද්දේ ෆස්ට් 11 මම අවුරුදු 3ක් ගැහුවා. ඒ 3 ඇතුළත මම අපේ ටීම් එක ලිමිටඩ් ඕවර් චැම්පියන්ෂිප් එකකට ආවා ගිය අවුරුද්දේ. TAB චැම්පියන්ස් එක තමයි අපි වුණේ ඒ අවුරුද්දේ. විශේෂ තරගයක කතා කරොත් ගොඩක් තරග තියෙනවා. ගොඩක්ම under 19 සිස්ටම් එකට එන්න උදව් වුණේ ට්‍රිනිටි එක්ක මැච් එකක් තිබ්බා. ඒක ටෙලිකාස්ට් වුණා papare.com එකෙන්. ඉතින් ඒ මැච් එකේ මම විකට් 7ක් ගන්නවා. මම හිතන්නේ ගොඩක් සිලෙක්ටර්ස්ලා මැච් එක දිහා බැලුවා. මම බෝල් කරපු විදිය ඒරියාස් ඔක්කොම බලලා එතනින් තමයි මගේ චේන්ජින් පොයින්ට් එක කියලා මම හිතනවා. තව ෆයිනල් එකේ මම බෝල් කරලා විකට් දෙකක් ගන්නවා. ඊට පස්සේ බැට් කරලා අඩු ගානට ලකුණු 40ක් විතර රැස් කරනවා. ඒකෙන් ඒ වගේ තව බිග් මැචස් තුනේම ගොඩක් හොඳ දේවල් කරා. ෆස්ට් බිග් මැච් එකේ බෙස්ට් ඕල් රවුන්ඩ් වුණා. සෙකන්ඩ් බිග් මැච් එකේ බෙස්ට් බෝලර් වුණා. අන්තිම බිග් මැච් එකේ බෙස්ට් බැට්ස්මන් වුණා. බිග් මැචස් 3ක් මම සෙන්ට් පීටර්ස් එකේ සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඇත්තටම සෙන්ට් පීටර්ස් එකේ බිග් මැච් එකක් ගහනවා කියන බැටර් සෙන්ස් එක ගන්න ලොකු ඉස්කෝලේ ගහන එක්කෙන්ට ලොකු දෙයක්. මොකද ඒක තමයි ඉස්කෝලේ එක වෙන සාමාන්‍ය ලොකුම ඉවෙන්ට් එක. ඉතින් මම අන්ඩර් 17 ගහද්දී මගේ හීනයක් තිබ්බා කුමාරි ෆස්ට් රන් ගහනවා කියලා. ගහලා බිග් මැච් එකක් ගහනවා කියලා හීනයක් තිබ්බා. ඉතින් රොජර්ස්ගේ පළවෙනි අවුරුද්දේ මම බිග් මැචස් සෙල්ලම් කරනවා. බිග් මැචස් 3 ගත්තම තුනේ මම හොඳට පර්ෆෝම් කරනවා. පළවෙනි බිග් මැච් එකේ නම්බර් 10 ගිහිල්ලා 50ක් ගහනවා. තව විකට් දෙකකුත් තරම් බෙස්ට් ඕල් රවුන්ඩර් අවෝඩ් එක ගන්නවා. ඒ අවුරුද්දේ කැප්ටන් කරේ අපේ ෂැනන් ෆර්නෑන්ඩෝ. දෙවෙනි අවුරුද්දේ දී නිපුණක ෆොන්සේකා කැප්ටන් කරා. ඒ අවුරුද්දේ මම විකට් 4ක් ගන්නවා ලිමිටඩ් ඕවර්ස් මැච් එකේ. ඒ මැච් එකේ මම බෙස්ට් බෝලර් වෙනවා. ඊට පස්සේ අවුරුද්දේ අන්තිම අවුරුද්දේ මගේ වනුජ කුමාර කැප්ටන් කරන්නේ. ඉතින් ඒ අවුරුද්දේත් මම 2 day මැච් එකේ රන්ස් 50ක් ගහලා විකට් දෙකක් ගන්නවා. ඒ වගේම ලිමිටඩ් ඕවර් එකේ ලකුණු 81ක් ගහනවා. ඉතින් ඒ අවුරුද්දේ මම බෙස්ට් බැට්ස්මන් වෙනවා. මට කොහොමත් බිග් මැචස් තුනේම ට්‍රොෆීස් තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ලොකු සතුටක් තියෙනවා. මොකද තුනේම තුන් ඉරියව්වෙන්ම මට ට්‍රොෆීස් තියෙන නිසා ඒක ලොකු මෙමරි එකක් සහ ලොකු සතුටක් නෑ. බිග් මැචස් තුන ගත්තම පළවෙනි බිග් මැච් එක ඩ්‍රෝ වෙනවා. මං ගහන දෙවෙනි බිග් මැච් එක එකත් ඩ්‍රෝ වෙනවා 2 day බිග් මැච් එක. සහ තුන්වෙනි බිග් මැච් එකේ අපි ෆස්ට් ඉනින් දිනනවා මැච් එක එකත් ඩ්‍රෝ. මට අමතක වෙන්නේ නැත්තේ මේ ලාස්ට් බිග් මැච් එකේ අපි ලිමිටඩ් ඕවර්ස් මැච් එක දිනනවා. ඒක තමයි මට අමතක වෙන්නේ නැති සිදුවීම. මොකද හොඳ ලොකු ෆයිට් එකක් ගිහලා තමයි මැච් එක අපි දිනන්නේ. ඉතින් ඊට කලින් අවුරුද්දේ මේ අවුරුද්ද දිනන්න කලින් අවුරුද්දේ අපි සෙල්ලම් කරන්නේ නැහැ 50 ඕවර් මැච් එක කොවිඩ් තත්ත්වෙත් එක්ක. ඉතින් ඊට කලින් අවුරුද්ද අපි වරා දුන්න මැච් එක. ශ්‍රී ලංකා අන්ඩර් 19 ටීම් එකට එන්න කලින් ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ටූර්නමන්ට් එකක් තිබ්බා. ඒ ප්‍රොවින්ෂල් ටූර්නමන්ට් එකට ප්‍රොවින්ෂල්ස් ඔක්කොම ටික සෙල්ලම් කරා. ඒක සෙල්ලම් කරේ පල්ලේ කැලේ. ඒක බබල් සිස්ටම් එකේ තමයි සෙල්ලම් කරේ. ඉතින් ඒකට මම සිලෙක්ට් වුණා. මොකද මම ස්කූල් ඒ වෙනකොට ස්කූල් සිස්ටම් එකේදී සාමාන්‍යයෙන් හොඳට හයිලයිට් වෙලා විකට්ස් අතර හිටිය නිසා. ඉතින් එතෙන්ට මම ගියාට පස්සේ ඒ ටූර්නමන්ට් එකේ මම තමයි හයස්ට් විකට් එක උනේ. ඉතින් ඒ වෙනකොට මම දැනන් හිටියේ මම අනිවාර්යෙන් ශ්‍රී ලංකා අන්ඩර් 19 පූල් එකට එයි කියලා. ඊට පස්සෙ මට අපේ ටීම් එකේ මැනේජර් මිස්ටර් මහින්ද හලංගොඩ සර් කෝල් කරලා කිව්වා දනාල්වා 26 මෙම්බර් ස්ක්වොඩ් එකේ ඉන්නවා ශ්‍රී ලංකා අන්ඩර් 19 අපි බබල් වෙනවා ඔයාලා ලෑස්ති වෙන්න කියලා කිව්වා. ඉතින් මම මේ වෙලේ දැනගත්තා ශ්‍රී ලංකා 26 දෙනාගේ ඉන්නකොට. ඉතින් මට ලොකු සතුටක් ලැබුණා. එතෙන්ට ගියාට පස්සේ එතෙන්දි ප්‍රැක්ටිස් මැචස් 3ක් සෙල්ලම් කරා බංග්ලාදේශ් ටූර් එකට සිලෙක්ෂන් මැචස්. ඒවලත් මම හොඳට බෝල් කරා. ඉතින් ඊට පස්සේ මම ලොකු ආසාවක් තිබ්බා ශ්‍රී ලංකා කොහොම හරි ගහන්න අන්ඩර් 19 ගහන්න ඕනේ කියලා. දැන් තාම මුකුත් කියලා තිබ්බේ නැහැ. ස්ක්වොඩ් මුකුත් කියලා තිබ්බේ නැහැ. රිලීස් කරලා තිබ්බේ නැහැ. ඉතින් මම ගෙදර ආවට පස්සේ සතියකින් විතර මට ආරංචියක් ආවා සහ කෝල් එකක් ආවා ක්‍රිකට් බෝඩ් එකකින් අපේ ජර්සි නම්බර්ස් ජර්සි සයිස් ඉල්ලගෙන. මොකද ටුවර් එක තියෙනවා මේ බංග්ලාදේශ සීරීස් එක කියලා. ඉතින් ඊට පස්සේ ලොකු සතුටක් ලැබුණා. මගේ ෆස්ට් සීරීස් එක උනේ බංග්ලාදේශ් අන්ඩර් 19 එකත් එක්ක. ඉතින් අපි සෙල්ලම් කරේ දඹුල්ලේ. මම ටුවර්ස් දෙකක් සෙල්ලම් කරා සීරීස් දෙකක්. බංග්ලාදේශ එකයි ඉංග්ලන්ඩ් එකයි. මම කැප්ටන් කරේ දුනිත් වෙල්ලාලගේ සහ වයිස් කැප්ටන් රවින් ඩි සිල්වා. ඉතින් ඒ තැනට ගියාට පස්සේ මට ලොකු සතුටක් ලැබුණා. මොකද ගොඩක් කල් මහන්සි වුණා පොඩි කාලේ ඉඳන් ඒ තැනට එන්න. ඉතින් ලොකු සතුටක් ලැබුණා. අන්ඩර් 19 එකේ මම ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේදී හිටියේ අවිෂ් ගුණවර්ධන සර් සහ ෆාස්ට් බෝලින් කෝච් චමිල ගමගේ සර් සහ ෆීල්ඩින් කෝච් පූචන්දන සර්. ස්පින් බෝලින් කෝච් හැටියට හිටියේ සචිත් පතිරණ සර්. ඒ වගේම මතක් කරන්න අපේ ට්‍රේනර් බුද්ධික සර්වත් මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ. මම බංග්ලාදේශ් ටූර් එකේ මැචස් 3ක් සෙල්ලම් කරනවා. කඩලු අතරටත් එනවා. ඒ ගාම ඉංග්ලන්ඩ් ටූර් එකෙත් මම සෙල්ලම් කරනවා. බංග්ලාදේශ් ටූර් එක මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ 5ට බිංදුවක් හරියට අපි දිනුම් මුළු ෆුල් සීරීස් එකම අපි දිනුම්. ඒ වගේම ඉංග්ලන්ඩ් සීරීස් එකත් අපි දිනුම්. ඒක අපි කොළඹ සෙල්ලම් කරේ 3ට 2ක් අපි දිනුම් ඒකෙත්. මම ඉස්සෙල්ලම ක්‍රීඩා සමාජ වලට එන්නේ පොලිස් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයෙන්. ඒතකොට මට අවුරුදු 17යි. මම ඉස්කෝලේ අන්ඩර් 17 ලාස්ට් ඉයර් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ තමයි මට පොලිස් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයෙන් ආරාධනාවක් ලැබෙන්නේ ඇවිල්ලා T20 තරඟාවලිය සෙල්ලම් කරන්න කියලා. ඉතින් ඒ අවුරුද්දේ ඉස්කෝලේ මැච් එක ගොඩක් ක්ලෑෂ් වුණා. මට T20 තරඟ දෙකයි සෙල්ලම් කරන්න පුළුවන් වුණේ. SSC සමග සහ චිලව් මේරියන් සමග. මම මැචස් දෙකට කඩලු 5ක් ලබා ගන්නවා. මට ඉස්සෙල්ලම ඇරයුම ලැබෙන්නේ පොලිස් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයෙන් කමල් පුෂ්ප කුමාර සර්. එයා මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ සහ ලක්ෂාන් රොඩ්රිගෝ අයියා මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ. එතකොට පොලිස් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයේ එයා හිටියේ. ඉතින් ඒ දෙන තමයි මට කතා කරේ ඉන්නේ කියලා. ඉතින් එතන මම ක්‍රීඩා කරනවා මැචස් දෙකක් මම ඩෙබියු එකේ SSC ට එක 3ක් ලබා ගන්නවා. එතනින් එහාට මම T20 තරග දෙකයි ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ ඉස්කෝලේ ගහන ගමන් මට ශ්‍රී ලංකාවට හම්බුන්නේ නැහැ. මොකද ඉස්කෝලේ එකත් ක්ලෑෂ් වෙන නිසා සහ අන්ඩර් 19 ශ්‍රී ලංකාවත් ක්ලෑෂ් වෙන නිසා මම අවුරුද්දක් විතර අන්තර් සමාජ ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ නැහැ. ඉස්කෝලෙන් අවුට් වෙන්න අන්තිම අවුරුද්දේ මට අන්ඩර් 23 එකට ශ්‍රී ලංකා රැන්කින් ගහලා ආපු ගමන් අන්ඩර් 23 එකට මෝදිත රණතුංග කැප්ටන් කරේ BRC. එයා කිව්වා දනාල් ස්පොට් එකක් තියෙනවා එනවාද BRC කියලා. මම කිව්වා මම එන්නම් කියලා මම ෆස්ට් මැච් එකට ගියා BRC. ඒකෙත් මට මැචස් දෙකයි සෙල්ලම් කරන්න පුළුවන් වුණේ. ඩෙබියු එකුනේ ආමි SC එකත් එක්ක මම කඩලු 7ක් ලබා ගන්නවා ඩෙබියු මැච් එකේ 3 day එකේ අන්ඩර් 23. ඉන් පසුව ප්‍රීමියර් තරඟාවලියට එන්න කලින් NSL තරඟාවලියක් තිබ්බ ගිය අවුරුද්දේ. NSL තරඟාවලියට මාව දාලා තිබ්බා ස්ටෑන්ඩ් බයි ප්ලේයර් කෙනෙක් හැටියට ටීම් කොලම්බෝ එකෙන්. ඉතින් එතනදී මම ප්‍රැක්ටිස් සෙෂන් එකේ ඉද්දී NSL එකට කලින් ප්‍රැක්ටිස් සෙෂන් එකේ ඉද්දී බානුක රාජපක්ෂ අයියා මාව දකිනවා. දැකලා මට කියනවා දනල් මල්ලි මේ කොහෙද ගහන්නේ කියලා මාව දන්නේ නැහැ. ඒතකොට එයා කොහෙද ගහන්නේ කියලා මම කිව්වා 23 ගේ BRC කියලා. එයා කිව්වා එහෙනම් අවුලක් නැහැ දිගටම BRC ඉමු කියලා. එයා තමයි මට කිව්වා දනල් මල්ලි බලා ගන්නම් BRC දෙකටම ගහමු කියලා. එයා තමයි මට ඉස්සෙල්ලම BRC එකේ තියාගත්තේ මාව ප්‍රීමියර් එකටත්. ඉතින් ඒ අවුරුද්දේ මේ අවුරුද්දේ මම ප්‍රීමියර් T20 one day 3 day format තුනම BRC එකට සෙල්ලම් කරනවා. 3 day තරඟාවලියේදී ලකුණු 50 ඒවා තුනක් සෙල්ලම් කරනවා. සහ one day තරඟ දෙකයි සෙල්ලම් ගන්න පුළුවන් වුණේ මොකද ස්කූල් එකත් එක්ක ක්ලෑෂ් වුණා. සහ T20 තරඟ 4ක් සෙල්ලම් කරනවා. 3 day මුළු ටූර්නමන්ට් එකම මම ෆුල් මැචස් ඔක්කොම ටික ගහනවා BRC එක. මේ අවුරුද්දේ BRC ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයේම සෙල්ලම් කරන්නේ. ඉතින් අපි T20 සෙමි ෆයිනල් එකට එනවා. ඒ ගාම් 50 overs ලිමිටඩ් ඕවර් ටූර්නමන්ට් එකෙත් අපි ලංකාවේ 3ට එනවා. සහ 3 day එකෙත් අපි 6 වෙනි තැනට අපි එනවා මේ අවුරුද්දේ. ඉතින් ඊටම හොඳ සීසන් එකක් BRC කණ්ඩායමට වයිට් බෝල් හොඳ සීසන් එකක් සහ රෙඩ් බෝලුත් අපි ඇවරේජ් හොඳට කරා. මුල් මැචස් තුනම අපි අවුට්රයිට් දින්නා. ඊට පස්සේ පොඩ්ඩක් අපි අපේ පර්ෆෝමන්ස් පොඩ්ඩක් බෑප් නිසා තමයි අපි 6 පොසිෂන් එකට යන්නේ. ඒකට අපි ඊට පස්සේ අපිට 6 side ටූර්නමන්ට් එකක් තිබ්බා මැලේ ක්‍රිකට් ක්ලබ් එක ඕගනයිස් කරපු. ඒකෙදී අපි චැම්පියන්ස්ලා වුණා. මම බෙස්ට් බෝලර් අවෝඩ් එක මට හම්බුණා. ශ්‍රී ලංකා අන්ඩර් 19 මම සෙල්ලම් කරලා තියෙනවා. ඉතින් ඒක ලොකු ඇචීව්මන්ට් එකක් මට. මේ වෙනකොට ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඉමර්ජින් ප්‍රැක්ටිසස් වලට මම සහභාගී වෙනවා. ඉතින් මගේ බලාපොරොත්තු ශ්‍රී ලංකා ඉමර්ජින් කණ්ඩායමට සෙල්ලම් කරලා ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේත් සෙල්ලම් කරලා ඉක්මනින් ශ්‍රී ලංකා නැෂනල් ටීම් එකට නියෝජනය කිරීම තමයි මගේ බලාපොරොත්තුව. ළමැදියේ විල් ස්මිත් එහෙම කියන්නේ බෑඩ් බොයිස් සන්රයිසර්ස් හයිදරාබාද් දඹුල්ල විතරයි නූඩල්ස් ඩැනි නිර්මලාත් පුරේ ගණන් විද්‍යාව සෑම් කරන ලංකන් වෝරියර්ස් වයිට් බෝල් තමයි කැමති T20 one day තමයි වැඩිම විකට් සහ රන්ස් එක අවුරුද්දේ ඉන්ටර්නැෂනල් අවුරුද්දක වයිට් බෝල් iOS, WhatsApp, Instagram, mobile games, Netflix, YouTube, AB, Sana, Cover Drive, IPL, 300 runs, English movies, T-shirt. මට මතක් කරන් තියෙන්නේ ලයිසිඑම්ඒ කෝචස්ලා මතක් කරන විශේෂයෙන්ම චන්දන සර් සහ සුක්‍රි සර් ඒ වගේම නෙල්සන් මෙන්ඩිස්ව මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ. මම CCC එකට සෙල්ලම් කරා පොඩි කාලේ CCC ස්කූල් ඔෆ් ක්‍රිකට් එකට. රජස්ව මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ සහ මලින්ත වර්ණපුර සර් මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ. ඒ වගේම අනුෂ් සමන්නායක සර්වත් මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ. සහ හත්වැල්ල අංකල්ව මතක් කරන්න විශේෂයෙන්ම මට ක්‍රිකට් ඉස්සෙල්ලම ක්‍රිකට් බඩු අරන් දුන්නෙත් ඒ අංකල් තමයි. ඊට පස්සේ කුමාර හැනබගේ අංකල්ව මතක් කරන්න විශේෂයෙන්ම සහ හැම කෝචස්ලාම මතක් කරන්න මට උදව් කරපු අනුෂ් සමන්නායක සර් විශේෂයෙන් මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ. මගේ අඩුපාඩු සහ හැමදේම බෝලිං ඩ්‍රිල්ස් බෝලිං ප්‍රැක්ටිසස් හැමදේම එයා මට උදව් කරනවා. ඉතින් එයා විශේෂයෙන් මතක් කරන්න ඕනේ. සහ මට අමතක වෙච්ච සහ කියන්න බැරි වෙච්ච සෑම දෙනාම මතක් කරනවා.
The Battle of the Saints between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College.
the toss of this 88th Battle of the Saints. I have the two captains with me, Vanuja Kumar of St. Peter's College, Siobhan Daniel of St. Joseph's College, and the match referee Pradeep Jayaprakash. Siobhan Daniel will now spin the coin. Tails it is. St. Peter's College has won the toss. Vanuja, what are you going to do?
We choose a bet first.
It was mentioned about there are three youth internationals. You see Rusanda Gamage, Vishen Halamage. Plenty to say to his charges. Here's a strong outfit. Sadish Javardhana, Naren Muralidharan. A big oval here. Plenty of gaps. It will be interesting.
So the first ball of the 88th encounter, outside the off stump, swinging away. It's in front of first slip. And that's the wicket. Just wide outside the off stump. The Peterite batsman just throwing his bat into it.
He'd be a disappointed exit here.
Yes, there you see, definitely wide outside the off stump, just throwing his bat into it. Got the outside edge, straight into the hands of Sadish Javardhana, the wicket keeper. Gracefully accepting. That one nicely played. That's put between mid wicket and square leg. That's going towards the boundary. It's gone into the boundary for 4.
For the moment.
Sit uppishly over mid-off. That's going towards the boundary.
Off the pitch. I just mentioned that's very well struck. It went like he did before. That's nicely played as well. Just a bit in the field right mid-wicket.
So, change of angle for the seamer, and this time he lifts it over the infield. At least the long on fielder to inside the ring. This time sweeps.
Given. Took a bit of time. The head umpire could touch it. But straight away you could see it's a lot slower, wasn't it? Yeah, that would have been umpire's call. But yeah, those who are watching at home will probably ask the question, where did it pitch? But umpire is the closest person to judge, so he's raised the...
Slight misfield from Deshan Senaviratna. Very good score, considering that this is a 60-over encounter. Shanal Boteju taking on Dunit Pellalage.
At the one-day, big match one-day.
Loose delivery from Siobhan Daniel. Got the treatment. Short delivery. Lahiru Davatake miscues it. Team is training, but here's the replay. Short delivery. Toe end of the bat. Easy catch for the captain, Siobhan Daniel.
A rather dragged down from Dunit Villa, one of those loose deliveries, rare loose deliveries from the... This time whips it off his pads, beats that fielder there and trickles down.
Pulled him. What a delivery from Siobhan Daniel. Should have played on the front foot there. Look at where he is.
He's the set batsman.
That's his half century. Beautifully played on the offside for a couple of runs.
Yes, very well played, young man. And tough cut. He needs to carry on. The Peterites would definitely want him to carry on.
Lahiru Amarasekara.
One shortish, pulled uppishly in this fashion for quite some time.
Again, outside his pads, again the angle.
Tossed up.
Oh, brilliant strike this one.
Definitely the Josephians are applying pressure. That's nicely played. That's going towards the cover.
Comes down the track, lifts it over the mid-off fielder and gets a boundary by Daniel. Another cross-pattern shot. This time he finds the gap. The ball will race away.
There you are. He has mistimed it. Well. He's gone. Turning his wrist.
27 runs on the board.
Yeah, just only a moment ago that I was just talking about how he's been a bit loose since he got his 50. And again, see where his head was and never in a position really. The ball was just outside his eye line, so that's not the easiest thing planned from Shinal Boteju. 81 of 136, St. Peter's College, 1-2-7 for 5. Bat in hand, certainly can make a contribution, as you can see. That's Lahiru. Again, a flighted delivery. So it's going to be Mudita after a successful over. Driven nicely.
Got him. Dunit Vellalage strikes. Pinned him up. Vellalage. Beautiful delivery. You cannot do much for a delivery like that. As we speak about Dunit Vellalage, he strikes. Third wicket. Niman Umesh. Not every day you'll see a national player coming and playing the big match. Yeah, he kept a little low. That was hit very hard by Sanjay Gunath.
Big shot. Sanjay gets enough on it. Goes all the way. Delicately done there. Done. Straight away. Down the ground goes.
That he will want to develop.
That's a top edge, and it will go all the way.
That's a match referee, Jayaprakash. Took his head away from it. Otherwise, it could have been a run out.
That's a heave on the leg side. Danal Hema has already got a big match half century. Sanjay Gunath playing his first big match.
So that is the end of. There you are. That seems to be his half century. That's gone. So Peter has gone to 250. What? Hassan Dugambage got out for 13. The main scorer has been Danal Hemananda got 55 and Shinal Boteju got 81.
Josephian bowling card. Siobhan Daniel and Dunit Vellalage, the outstanding bowlers there with 3 wickets apiece, and Mananda.
Again.
Once again, short and wide, and Sadish Javardhana goes for that back.
Reach at the front foot. That's nicely played. Beautiful shot. Going towards mid-wicket boundary.
For a very long time. Oh, that is as good as she can get. But a catch. And Jayawardena.
But the Peterites, they've set a high benchmark. Look at that. It was flying. It was moving away from him when he was going on to his left. Gamini. Catchers win you matches, and this kind of batting can also win.
So Peters have not that has been put away nicely.
Big stroke this time. Goes down on one knee.
And a youth international. Big one. Comes back. Very good. Is Muralidharan. Beauty.
He got
as Niman Umesh continue.
Short delivery. Another big stroke from Daniel.
Oh, beautiful timing and placement, even better.
Slower ball, but equally dealt with. was some risk involved, but very well executed.
St. Sebastian's Morotua. He batted deep inside his crease.
This time again, Balalage.
Right over for leg side. Three fielders on the boundary. And with this time where Lalage goes over the off. They lost 4 wickets. Go by the end of the day.
Oh, that ball gets Walalage.
Going on the back foot. Oh. Josephines have quite a batting lineup. That one down the leg side.
He's got their 251 in 60 overs. And that bowled him. So that's another wicket to fall.
It's pretty short. Trying to pull it. No, he missed it completely.
Continue. It's been very impressive. Right arm off spinner. That's the half century for the Josephian captain, Siobhan Daniel. Brilliant knock so far, but his job is not done yet. The Josephian captain tumbling from the other end. 71 deliveries. They'll surpass the Josephian, the Pete Wright score rather. As we speak, Siobhan Daniel. Bowling change. Captain Vanuja Kumara. The schools rugby, the Dialog Schools Rugby League happening concurrent.
Get inside the popping crease. Another big stroke this time. And that's gone.
Shenal Boteju. Gone. Good attempt. Good attempt. Superb work.
What a catch from the substitute fielder. Diving in front to take that catch. Really good catch.
He dropped it short.
That was the last batsman out. 11. You see that replay of that coming down the wicket and trying to swing at it.
The Josephian card. Sadiq gone for 15. Narayan 6. Siobhan Daniel, the skipper, a brilliant knock, 71.
Shannon Rodrigo got 3 for 26 of 7. And then Nimman Umesh got 1 wicket and Nimtu Gunawardene got the other wicket.
Peters winning the toss, batting their first in their 60 overs, 251 for 8. With Shenal getting 81. Then Alimadan the easy batting on this track volley, so that will be a handful. Got 5.
That is definitely not needed.
Yeah. And there again. That's sailed.
Put it nicely. St. Peter's 19 for no loss in their second inning. That's another swing at it. Gets
3 maidens in that process.
And that's a wicket. Wow. There you go. Lairu Amarsekar straight away in the game. That's a wicket. Over 10 minutes remaining on the clock. And he tries to do this. Shenal Boteju had to walk in after Halambage lost his wicket. But overall, I think wickets will be
for the entirety of this innings. The 4 spinners have shot the 12 overs bowled so far.
Lalage started off for the Josephians, 1 for 17 of his 5 overs.
88th Battle of the Saints between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. We are live from P. Saravanamuttu Oval Grounds in Colombo. This is day 2.
St. Peter's College won the toss and elected to bat first on the strength of a superb 81 by Shenal Boteju and a workman-like 55 not out.
Day 2 we have 105 overs scheduled at the Oval Grounds. Good start from Mithira Tenura. Oh, Abhilash Vella.
Maybe one reason why that's perfectly it. Timed it nicely.
Try to get on the attack.
As we say that, Siobhan Daniels who have perished. As you see, the ball is well flighted outside the off stump. Goes for the expensive drive. An easy catch, well taken. Well bowled to Siobhan Daniels. So
No, you're right, Bridges, because the Pete Wright should at least get 225 to 250. I would say that's nicely played. That's good.
Adjustments which obviously you're taking a calculated risk and score some runs.
That's again nicely played off the back foot this time by.
That's gonna put St. Joseph's College out of the game. Cheeky. This outfield is very fast here.
And even in the second, lines have not been consistent enough to trouble the batsman. This time, Lavatake gets enough bat to it, and he will get a boundary.
Get wickets, which, as you see, Pete Wrights are just playing the ball on his off every ball. Well ball again. There we go. Run. Bad fielding, I would have said. The fielder should have been in quicker than that.
Yeah, that's his 50. Davarage deserves that. Stands here at Tamil Union Grounds, or the Pisara Oval. Particularly the last hour. So, as a result, like I mentioned, the wicket has got a bit better, and that's his half century, Abhilash. And not many times you will see a night watchman getting a half century, but this time he has helped his team immensely in order to make a substantial total, get a substantial total on the board. Very well played, young man. That is why they are trying desperate to get back into this game. Batting and very good thinking.
That's how a proper batsman thinks. There goes Devatage over the top, straight into the hands of Deep Midon. 9 for 4. As you see, the ball comes down, didn't connect. He got too close to the delivery, didn't get the leverage he wanted to clear the boundary. He backed himself to go.
After 49 overs in their second innings, that he tried to move away, give a lot of pace, and try to put another wicket. There, see the replay of that. Moving towards the offside, try to hit it over to a fine leg, but misses it completely. Oh, he bowled him this time.
With some turn. There you see a flight delivery, slowed it up, and just clipped the off stump.
Did he get touch on it? A reverse sweep.
Siobhan Daniel continues, and it's a full toss, and these two batsmen.
That one a foolish delivery.
It's fairly high in a two-day game. This time, does he find the gap? No, he doesn't. And that's the wicket.
So that's 5 for Siobhan Daniel.
Hit it straight to deep square leg. And well-deserved 5 for Siobhan Daniel. He has had a magnificent game for St. Joseph's College. A lone warrior, I must say, for the Joseph. He is known for his big hits. And as we speak, that will be the first boundary for him. This time he darts it. He gets elevation and a misjudgment from the fielder. And misjudged the elevation. A boundary for Nimanu Mesh.
That run again, high in there. 60 overs in the innings. He had 12 yesterday. So we see the pre-tried batting card was under for 7. Vishen 22. Abhilash, a fantastic 61.
Bowling performance. Siobhan Daniel stands out. 5 for 80 for him. And Lairu Amarasingh, St. Peter's College 232 for 7. Abhilash Villalage and Lairu Davatage scoring half centuries, while Shevon Daniel
is from the scoreboard end.
Welcome back to SSC Grounds here for the 89th Battle of the Saints encounter between St. Joseph's and St. Peter's College. The light situation and the rain has started now, and the situation looks pretty bad. We doubt very much whether we could have any play for the rest of the day, but we're still waiting for the umpire's confirmation. See, the covers are still on the field. Now possibility you see the St. Joseph's
batting
College.
of St. Joseph's. Sadish Jayawardena skipper, not out on 16 of 22 deliveries, and Narayan Mullidharan 11 of 16 deliveries, just 2 extras, 2 wides, that is 6.2 overs. Josephs are 29 for no loss when play was stopped for bad light. So look at the bowling card as well.
Just the two opening bowlers. Actually go 3.2 overs, 13 for Noah and Shane Roberts. 2 overs, none for 16. Just a matter of 6.2 overs between them. 2 extras and 29 for no loss. St. Joseph's went bad light. Stop play. But things have definitely not improved. So we're waiting for the umpire's confirmation whether the game would be called off. Most likely it will be that, Michael.
Yeah, definitely. But the cutoff time is 5:15, we were told. So we'll have to wait till that. Bring you updates on. We'll probably, I think, 5:15 will be the main decision whether they can play it. Like you said, very unlikely. It's gone really dark. There is a drizzle outside, so till the drizzle finishes, you can't take the covers away. No, I don't think there will be a light improvement. So most probably be tomorrow. We'll just take a look at the session highlights just before we wind up. Yeah, that was the Pete Wright's small huddle.
Having a small huddle just before the commencement of the innings. The Josephine 2 openers, Sadish Jayawardena and Narayan Mullidharan. That's a beautiful shot off the back foot. The 2 Josephines were batting quite well, I think. Suddenly we saw the light fading and the Pete Wright pace bowlers bouncing at them, and the umpires deciding, yeah, that was off the back foot and nicely pulled away.
Well, there was about 40 minutes of play. The 6 overs been bowled. And there we see, called off at that time. Players walking off. Covers came on. There was no rain at that moment. So the light reading is taken, which will stand for tomorrow as well. So they will have to stop if the light fades to that level. Then the covers came on. There was no rain until a while ago where there was a slight drizzle.
But definitely, Michael, the light was pretty bad at that stage. The light improved a bit, but it started drizzling. You see the match summary. St. Peter's 214. Chamit Pereira got 66. Lasunda Gamba gave 55. Shannon Rodrigo 19. Gagan Chamodu, the pick of the Josephine bowlers, 5 for 69, and Lairu Amrasekara 3 for 36. Mudita Disanaka chipped in with 1 for 33. St. Joseph's in reply with 29 for no loss in 6.2 overs. Sadish Jayawardena the captain, 16 not out, and Narayan Mullidharan on 11 not out. So St. Joseph's trail at this moment by 185 runs, but remember they got all 10 wickets in hand and another 54 or 53.4 overs to bat.
So probably looking at this, well, they were supposed to bowl 105 overs today, so quite a lot of overs been lost. 58 in the first innings of Pete Wright innings and just 6. It's the 7th over, so 65 overs. We lost 40 overs for the day. There might be a little bit of early start tomorrow. Well, we had the slight 50-minute delay today. 9:30 start. We started at 9:45. So most probably 9:30 start, or even maybe 10 minutes before that, the umpires will decide on how they go. But quite a lot of overs been lost on day 1. Day 2 will be interesting in the morning how it pans out, depending on overnight rain.
Yeah, that's exactly what it will be. If there is a lot of overnight rain, then morning start also might be delayed, and we're losing a lot of cricket in this game. So with that news, play is still suspended. We hand you back and we'll be back soon as play is possible.
Battle of the Saints between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. We are live from P. Saravanamuthu Oval Grounds in Colombo. This is day 2.
St. Peter's College won the toss and elected to bat first on the strength of a superb 81 by Shenal Boteju and a workmanlike 55 not out.
Day 2, we have 105 overs scheduled at the Oval Grounds. Good start from Mithira Tenura. Oh, Abhilash Vella.
Maybe one reason why that's perfectly it. Timed it nicely.
Try to get on the attack.
As we say that, Siobhan Daniels has Daniels who have perished. As you see, the ball is well flighted outside the off stump. Goes for the expensive drive. An easy catch. Well taken. Well bowled to Siobhan Daniels. So
no, you're right, Bridges, because the Pete Wright should at least get 225 to 250. I would say that's nicely played. That's good.
Adjustments which obviously you're taking a calculated risk and score some runs.
That's again nicely played off the back foot this time by.
That's gonna put St. Joseph's College out of the game. Cheeky. This outfield is very fast here.
And even in the second, lines have not been consistent enough to trouble the batsman. This time, Lavatake gets enough bat to it, and he will get a boundary.
Get wickets, which, as you see, Pete Wrights are just playing the ball on his off every ball. The ball again. There we go. Run. Bad fielding, I would have said. The fielder should have been in quicker than that.
Yeah, that's his 50. Davarage deserves that. Stands here at Tamil Union Grounds or the P. Sara Oval. particularly the last hour. So as a result, like I mentioned, the wicket has got a bit better, and that's his half century, Abhilash. And not many times you will see a night watchman getting a half century, but this time he has helped his team immensely in order to make a substantial total, get a substantial total on the board. Very well played, young man. That is why they are trying desperate to get back into this game. Batting and very good thinking.
That's how a batsman, proper batsman thinks. There goes Devatage over the top, straight into the hands of Deep Midon. 9 for 4. As you see, the ball comes down, didn't connect. He got too close to the delivery, didn't get the leverage he wanted to clear the boundary. He backed himself to go.
After 49 overs in the second innings, that he tried to move away, give a lot of pace and try to put another wicket. There, see the replay of that. Moving towards the offside, trying to hit it over to fine leg, but misses it completely. Oh, he bowled him this time.
With some turn. I see a flight delivery, slowed it up, and just clipped the off stump.
Did he get touch on it? A reverse sweep.
Siobhan Daniel continues, and it's a full toss, and these two batsmen.
That one a Polish delivery.
It's fairly high in a two-day game. This time, does he find the gap? No, he doesn't. And that's the wicket.
So that's 5 for Siobhan Daniel.
He hit it straight to deep square leg. And well-deserved 5 for Siobhan Daniel. He has had a magnificent game for St. Joseph's College. A lone warrior, I must say, for the Joseph. He is known for his big hits. And as we speak, that will be the first boundary for him. This time he darts it. He gets elevation and a misjudgment from the fielder. And misjudged the elevation. A boundary for Niman Umesh.
That one again, high in there. 60 overs in the innings. He had 12 yesterday. We see the pre-tried batting card. Rosanda out for 7. Vishen 22. Abhilash, a fantastic 61.
Bowling performance. Siobhan Daniel stands out. 5 for 80 for him. And Lairu Amara Singh, St. Peter's College, 232 for 7. Abhilash Villalage and Lairu Davatage scoring half centuries, while Siobhan Daniel
is from the scoreboard end. Positive start off the back foot is the bowler here, Sadish Javadana, top score of 207.
Next one off the edge, down to third man. That'll go all the way to the boundary. Very good shot, very well pulled in front of square. Right. Edges it and is taken at second slip. Close.
Yeah, for the second time in this match, he's provided the breakthrough for the openers. Genuine edge straight to the fielder. And Vanuja is a safe fielder.
Siobhan to take strike. Pulls it brilliantly in front of square.
4 for 63.
Beautiful shot by Sadish. Again puts it around the corner, goes to the second run.
Take a look at this. Take a look at this.
This is disaster for St. Joseph's. Bad calling.
Oh, how can you describe this? Very well played. And he was running very quickly for the second. There was no communication at all. Sadish Javardhan was also ball watching.
Boundary line on the leg side. Here's that short delivery. This time
Sadish Jayawardena finds the cutaway nicely. That's 4 runs.
Chance of throwing down the stumps. Sweep shot. Nicely played.
9. The Sanaiko on 9. That's beautifully driven this time. Pass mid off. That's good. That's swung away towards the mid-wicket boundary.
Trying to get him off his lens. And that's gone against the run of play. Not quite sure what he tried to do there.
Yes, that was definitely a good catch too in the slip position. Is he well taken there by the beat right captain?
For
this time, Jayawardena off the back.
He has been around for some time. That's a bad delivery down the leg side, asking to be hit. Continue bowling his 11th. Nicely driven again by Sadish. That will bring up his half century. Coming back for the third, a good piece of fielding there on the boundary, just pulling it.
Knock from the Josephian wicket-keeper batsman Sadish Jayawardena, able to score. He's looked good and he looks solid. He's got it. Yes, exactly. We were all up for an exciting finish as Sadish Jayawardena pierces the gap. And that's gone. Niman Umesh has produced a beauty to get Dunit Villalage. The Josephians have lost their 4th wicket. You can see the replay. It was not quite short enough. A loud appeal from
batted for an extra hour. Nicely played there into the gap. Teams. Oh, that was closed. Got an edge. Arnold in his playing days, if whoever dropped a catch was given the opportunity to bowl and get the wicket. Straight, he has the batsman guessing. There we go. There we go. Another wicket for St. Peter's. Banuja has struck wicket for 112.
Yeah, this has been a great over. The first one was a quicker one. The second one spun past the outside edge, but this one had bounced.
Then put unnecessary pressure on yourself. The best way to go about things is to play the ball on its merits.
He won't let those go.
St. Joseph's.
I think more than the runs, it's the occupation of the pitch.
That's again nicely played by Jayawardena. That goes into the boundary.
That's his 100, Corey.
That's his 100. A very, very well played 100 to Sadish Jayawardena. Definitely batted really well for St. Joseph's at this stage.
Job is not done.
In hands. Some good performances we were able to witness from both schools. Sadish Jayawardena stood out with an unbeaten 103. Naren, Siobhan, Mudita, Dunit and Mithira
taking first wicket of Naren Muralidharan. Once the Sahan got match summary. St. Peter's College won the toss and elected to bat first, 251 for 8 in their first innings. Then in reply, St. Joseph's College were bundled out for 163.
Delayed much anticipated 87th Battle of the Saints between St. Joseph's and...
We are really in for a good fight here at SSC, and this is the tally. Sense of that there is a Damitwira Singh
will now give it a spin.
Heads is the call.
Heads is the call. It's a tail. St. Peter's College have won the toss. We'll talk to the...
he's with Vidura Prasad. Rajita Masalage is the standby umpire.
Well, this is St. Joseph's for the 87th Battle of the Saints.
Side that is full of experience. And their captain, Nipunaka Fonseca, is a 5th-year player.
Exactly. One of very
expected.
Well, here we go. Ball number 1 of 87th Battle of the Saints. Right away.
That starts off with...
Meanwhile, Harita, I also think let's get to it after this delivery. This time much better, but very, very good cricket from Sharan Fonseca.
Left arm to the left-handed batsman. There is a short leg. One down the leg side. Pulled away nicely by Yasit Rupasinghe. That's cut away nicely. That's going towards the boundary. A long chase for the Pete Wright.
There you go. Cut away nicely this time to the extra.
He's taken 7 wickets with the best of 2 for 21.
This is a good stroke this time from Rupasinghe. It should find the boundary. Yes, it does. Good stroke from Fonseca. He finds the gap as well. And he finds the boundary as well.
That's beautifully played. Driven between cover and extra.
5 overs, and if they get through this phase, if St. Joseph's gets through this phase, and saying that, he's just carved it behind square, and that runs Silva. Well, this time no chance whatsoever for Danal Yamananda. You've given him a life and he's used it.
Played 5 seasons at the under 19 level. That's a top edge, and will that run away? Yes.
The tone certainly, but this was a good bowling change too. Well flighted. Just get in line. We had only mentioned last over that they should bowl in line with the stumps. Positive start. Very positive.
Because 2 new batsmen on this wicket, and with them having all freshers. Overs before playing a loose shot.
Nima Numesh once again from the edge of the crease. He got the ball angled towards line. He had time to play. So both batsmen getting off the mark with the boundary. This is trouble.
Trying bowling wicket to wicket.
He dropped it wide outside off stump, and a very good response.
That's gone. Wrong shot there. Misjudged the length completely. Misjudged the length and the line. Here we go. The straight one it was. Misjudged it completely. And Castle.
Veerasinghe boy who did that.
Good stroke this time from Hiran. Goes over mid-on. It's running down to the boundary, and probably a lucky escape for Kenneth Lianage. Once again over mid-on. Good connection. That's another boundary. Very soft dismissal.
About he ran to meet the ball. No comeback. Very well bowled. Davatagay said thank you very much.
I think the Josephian camp will be pretty happy with this score at the moment. Nicely cut away in the gap. That should race to the boundary. Last 7-8 overs, they can have a dash.
That's an inside edge outside the off stump. As you see there, sweeps it into his pads. The wicketkeeper aware of it, takes it comfortably. So that's another wicket loss as a crucial time for St. Joseph's. And these two guys
tend to straight shorter, but that doesn't matter. Shenuka de Silva, you beauty, out of the park there from Shen.
And the Pete Wright too badly missing Rinija Sahan, and that's lofted high in the air and taken well deep down at the middle of boundary. Next wicket to fall. Yeah, you see the replay of that. Shenuka de Silva coming down the wicket.
Hitting it high over mid-off. Well taken at the long off boundary.
Shinal Boteju, the fielder in that occasion. Wonderful.
Again, nicely played.
And the covers are coming on. Umpires have decided to
0.3 overs being put into bat by the Pete Rides. St. Pete. Let's see Sharon Fonseca getting 52. Very well partnered by Yasit.
bowling card. Danal expensive. The grounds, the 87th Battle of the Saints between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College.
Out there on 47, he's batted well with Mithira Tenura, Kenneth Lienege and Shenuk.
Pete Rides bowlers struggled early on, especially like you mentioned, Danal Hemananda was off mark, was expensive. Starts off with a wayward one. Hemananda coming around the wicket. This time on the pads, run out opportunity, and that's gone, is it? Yes, it is. Wicket is gone. Here's a replay. Hitting on the pads, and Sahan just walking away on the stumps, and Sahan Davatake rather very active coming on. Call it Sahan Davare has to walk back for 8. It's 240 for 7. Overcome this first innings total. And the last ball coming up in the Josephian innings. Good Yorker once again.
Could be another couple. Misfield. That is how you progress. Will be a very happy man after being under pressure.
Look at that. Top 3 batters all getting 50s. When that happens, Harth, I think that.
Nima Anumesh 3 for 56 off his 16 overs. The most.
So here we see Vishan Halal Bage just play in the first ball of this innings.
Trying to take it away from the batsman. That's beautifully driven past cover point. That's going straight into the boundary.
Nicely cut away there in the gap. That could be another boundary.
It's again wide, but hit a bit uppishly.
Beautifully bowled there. Well, just moving.
Beautiful delivery. Vishen Harambage didn't come forward properly, I thought, Michael. They see half.
Yeah, but
halfway through.
He was in no man's land, but that delivery was.
This time.
Especially of Mithila Tenura. And just as I speak, another full toss. Bit of extra bounce for the bowler, but nicely start with the bat. There you go, the pressure created from Devtusa leads to... Yes, like I said, he has made the batsman play at every ball and slowing that ball down a wee bit and getting Lahiru Davatake drawn into that drive.
Them, keeping them fit. Next one pulled nicely to the gap. That's going to go for a boundary.
As we speak, Nimuthu Gunawardena finds the rope there.
Well done. Man deep. That's it. That's wicket number 3 for St. Joseph's College. That's what pressure does in the deep from Hiran Jayasundara. There we go. He saw it short. 2 men guarding that ropes. I really don't understand the mindset trying to go over the fielder.
That was driven uppishly over the extra cover fielder's head.
Loud appeal and given. That's the end of Captain Nipunaka Fonseca. The leg side. Very unlucky way to get off. Just a slight edge.
It's not a wicket taking delivery, but the ball has done the job the captain asked for.
From Yasita.
Very sloppy indeed.
And that's a wonderful stroke there from Shinal Boteju. Gets to the 50 with a fine, deserved half century. Shinal Boteju.
No excuses for that type of cricket.
That time he bowled him. That ball really turned in.
He's turning square now. Cannot go on the back foot.
As he saw that really came into him.
That's
this time
gone.
he's out. Stumped. End of Danal Hemananda. Stumped by Sharon Fonseca after bowling of Lahiru Amrasekara. Lahiru Amrasekara getting his first wicket after bowling 16.2 overs. Field. And it's given out this time. He's trying to reverse sweep it. A very good innings for St. Peter's. Was holding things up. Oh, that would have been a very, very close call.
Batsman doesn't seem to be happy.
I thought he got a bit of bat into it, Michael.
Time has gone on. He's got his control there again. Next one.
This was coming. So third.
Hitting the right spots as you flighted outside the off stump.
Very well bowled. Very well bowled.
Batsman nowhere close to it. Didn't cover the line. Hence pretty straight as well. As I say that. Clean bowled.
Brilliant delivery. Spun a lot.
I think they will be able to get the 162. As you see there, the ball outside the off stump, turning in, playing against the spin, trying to make some room for himself, exposes his stumps. A little help like that might do for St. Peter's. Running down to the fence.
Bowled him. Went on. Nomesh. This is what happened.
Head forward, didn't know where the ball was. Ball trickles over with the top spin, hits the middle stump, bells come off. The Josephians delighted.
Innings. Top scorer Shinal was always there.
Going for less than 2 runs and over, almost 2. Shenuka 2.08.
The opening bat, first innings. Here we go.
Again, first ball wicket that is. What a start for this follow-on. Shenuka de Silva. That's a very disappointing start for St. Peter's College. Look at that short ball trying to go over the top. Got a mid-wicket.
That should have been hit out of this ground, Megan.
That's the kind of the Pete Wrights are having today.
Just lobbing it up to short mid. So one in the first delivery. This is not going to look good.
In fact, it's a short one. That should run down to the boundary in no time. Anyways, he's off the mark, and off the mark in style. Shinal Boteju.
Down to the boundary. Will it make it?
Look at that. Acrobatic. But this time in the gap. And very, very well played from...
Not easy.
Oh, bad comeback. Very bad comeback from Shenuka de Silva. Dropped it.
Game coming up in a couple of days' time at this venue.
Nicely placed. That's going to go all the way for 4. This afternoon it was looking very dicey. Oh, well bowled.
Oh, no.
Yes. Very
Another
well
soft 43 for 2.
As you see, comes up, was not there at the ball. It still went through with the shot. pushed at it. Simple catch to short extra cover. St. Joseph in business. St. Peter's are
not much of a cloud cover in that area.
Once again pierces that offside. Valiant effort.
That's probably the shot of the day for me. Ranjika beautifully drove past the ball.
Came at a place where there was pressure. That's a horrible delivery. Straight at the head of Lyro, but it doesn't matter. He gets the half century.
Good strike rate, nearly a 7.
And that's the end. End of the game. Lyro without a game.
Match has been suspended due to bad light.
St. Peter's College, Shinal Boteju. Before that, it was a...
Picked up only 2 wickets. The 2 off spinners, Shenuka De Silva and Yasid Trupasingh. The 87th Battle of the Saints, St. Joseph's College, after being asked to bat first, made 206.
මම මුලින්ම 6 වසරේදී කරන්දෙනි මධ්‍යම විද්‍යාලයේ ඉගෙනීම හදාරනකොට එක දවසක් පාසලේ ක්‍රීඩා භාරයේ ගුරුතුමා සමග ආවා කෝච්. ඒ දෙන්න ඇවිල්ලා එක දවසක් කිව්වා මෙහෙම ක්‍රිකට් ඇකඩමියට මෙහෙම ළමයි බාර ගන්නවා. කැමති කට්ටිය ඇවිල්ලා සහභාගී වෙන්න කියලා. එදා ඒ මේකට තමයි මම ඊට පස්සේ ගිහිල්ලා සහභාගී වුණේ. මම මුලින්ම ඇකඩමියට සම්බන්ධ වුණේ දිනේෂ් කුමාර කියන කෝච් හරහා. ඊට පස්සේ කරන්දෙනි මධ්‍යම විද්‍යාලයේ අජන්ත කුමාර සමග මම under 90 under 17 වැඩ කරලා තිනවා. ඊට පස්සේ ගාල් රිච්මන්ඩ් විද්‍යාලයට ගියාට පස්සේ ලක්මාල් සර් සමග ධම්මික සුදර්ශන සර් සමග වැඩ කරලා තිනවා. කරන්දෙනිය මධ්‍යම විද්‍යාලයේ මම ක්‍රීඩා කරනකොට මට හම්බුණා 2016 නැගියන ක්‍රීඩකයා. ඒක මම ලබා ගත්තේ කඩලු 100ක් සමග runs 600ක් ලබාගෙන ඒක ගැන මම ගොඩක් සතුටු වෙනවා. අතරම ගොඩක් සතුටුයි. ලංකාවේ තියෙන පරණම බිග් මැච් වලින් එකක් මම අන්තිමට ක්‍රීඩා කරේ 114 වෙනි බිග් මැච් එක. ලංකාවේ ගොඩක් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා බිහි වෙච්ච බිග් මැච් එක. ගොඩක් සතුටුයි මට. ඒක අවුරුදු දෙකක් මම බිග් මැච් ක්‍රීඩා කරා. ලොකු එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකක්. ගොඩක් සතුටුයි. මුලින් මේකට සහභාගී වෙන ගැන ගොඩක් සතුටු වෙනවා. මොකද අවුරුදු 10 බාලා අන්තිම 15 දිනකට තේරෙන්න ලැබිච්ච එක ගැන ගොඩක් සතුටුයි. ඉතින් ගොඩක් හොඳ ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා එක ක්‍රීඩා කරා වෙන රටවල් වලත්. සමහර ප්ලේයර්ස්ලා අද නැෂනල් ටීම් වල ප්ලේ කරනවා. ඉතින් ගොඩක් සතුටුයි. ඇත්තටම ගොඩක් සතුටුයි. මුලින්ම මගේ පළවෙනි අවුරුද්ද මම LPL කණ්ඩායමක් නියෝජනය කරන. ඉතින් ගොඩ ලොකු සතුටක් දැනෙනවා. මම රිච්මන්ඩ් විද්‍යාලයේ 19 ප්ලේ කරනකොට මට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබුණා ගෝල් CC කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කරන්න. ඒකේ මම මුලින්ම ක්ලබ් එක ප්ලේ කරේ ගෝල් CC. ඊට පස්සේ මම අන්තිම World Cup under 19 World Cup ගිහිල්ලා ආවට පස්සේ සරසන්ස් කණ්ඩායමේ මම නියෝජනය කරා. ඊට පස්සේ under 23 එක SSC කණ්ඩායම නියෝජනය කරා. අන්තිමට දැන් ටැමිල් යුනියන් ක්‍රීඩා සමාජයේ අවුරුදු දෙකක් තිස්සේ ක්‍රීඩා කරා. ඇත්තටම ගොඩක් සතුටුයි. මොකද නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලත් එක්ක ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ලැබිච්චේම ලොකු සතුටක්. සුරංග ලක්මාල්, ඉසරුදාන, දිල්රුවන් පෙරේරා, ධනංජය සිල්ලා, ජෙෆ්රි වැන්ඩසේ, ඒ වගේම කමිටි එකේ රංගන හේරත් ඉන්න එයා ගොඩක් වෙලාවට උදව් කරනවා. ලොකු එක්ස්පීරියන්ස් එකක් ෂෙයා වෙනවා. මොකද නැෂනල් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලත් එක්ක එකට ක්‍රීඩා කරද්දී. මම වන් ඩේ වල ගත්තා. මම ගිය අවුරුද්දේ පොලිස් කණ්ඩායමට එරෙහිව විකට් 4ක් ලබා ගත්තා ලකුණු 16කට. ඒක ළඟ ගිහින් මැච් එකක්. මොකද පොලිස් කණ්ඩායම අපි මුලින්ම බැට් කරලා ලබා ගත්තේ ලකුණු 110ක් වගේ. ඒකට
We are live from the Singley Sports Club for the 89th Battle of the Saints between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. It's not good news from Singley Sports Club. The day's play has been called off due to rain. It was called off due to bad light earlier, but then the rains came down. But it came down as a drizzle, but there's no chance of play here. So it's pretty unfortunate for both set of teams for not to have most play of that third session. As you see the slight drizzle coming down, covers have been put around the playing area. And joining me in the commentary box is Michael Adams.
Yeah, definitely a sad situation here. Just 65 overs of the day have been played, so we lost 40 overs. That was when it ended. The Josephians, the two openers, skipper Sadish on 16 and Narain on 11. 29 in the 7th over when bad light was called. Then after that slight drizzle came in. So we won't have any more play here today. Let's see, Lakindu 3.2 overs, 13 runs, and Sean 3 overs, 16, 2 extras. Well, the day started off with Josephians winning the toss and then inviting St. Peter's into bat, getting St. Peter's all out for 214 in 57.2 overs. The main highlight there, Reshwan, was Rosenda Gamage on 55 and
Chamindu Pereira scored a brilliant 66 to hold fort for the Peterites.
And this was before the Peterites were 29 for 3 at one stage in the morning. The Gagan Chamod, the main wrecker of the Josephians, for the Josephians, with 5 for 69, and Lairu getting 3.
We're coming up with the final session highlights, where the Josephians got off to a good start. Sadish Javaran, as you see, got off the mark with the boundary. And from then on, Narayan Mulridharan also got off with the mark with a beautiful drive, raced away to the boundary. And from there on, first all Josephians doing the scoring.
Until the light came into play. A few short pitch deliveries, and the umpires thought light is not good enough. Players walking in. That was it. You see, taking the reading again for the final time. That reading is going to stand. Whatever is on that meter will be checked tomorrow. If the light gets dark, and they will call off play if it comes into that same meter reading. That was earlier in the day where we saw covers coming on.
This is where the 89th Battle of the Saints stands on day 1. St. Peter's College 214. From where they were, they would take 214 on any day. They were 2 wickets down in that very first over, and they ended up on 214. Then the Josephians in reply just got to bat just 6.2 overs. Got to 29 for no loss. So Sadish and Narain, Sadish 16 not out and Narain 11 not out. So they will have to start again from tomorrow morning. St. Joseph's College trail by 185 runs.
So, well, that's one. The main thing tomorrow morning for the Josephians will be to get 85 runs. If not, they'll have to bet again, because that for the 2 days you need you can't have a lead of over 100. So 85 runs is the first target that they'll need to get, and I'm sure they'll want to get a bit more. And you'll never know whether Josephians, even before the Peterite target, may make a declaration and put the ball into the Peterite court to see what they're up to. Because I don't see, there's no reason of betting 60 overs and then, trying to get a score. It'll be all up to, my main man would be Siobhan Daniel. And if he goes the way he goes, then I'm sure we'll be in for an interesting day, provided rain, light doesn't interfere.
As you said, I think Josephians will come with a plan. They have to change their plans. They can't come into their plan as they came into the big match. So they will have to bat that first session really aggressively. Will want to get closer to that 214 run mark and somehow put some pressure, and as you said, try to go for an early declaration and put some pressure onto the Peterite batsman and try to go for the target. But then that's all matters with the weather. There's a lot of factors to look. So I think if we talk about the day's play, Rosanda Gamage and Chamindu Pereira, the two batsmen who stood out for the Peterites, who took them out of the shell. They were 29 runs or 29 for 3 when they were together. Then Rosanda Gamage thought was really brilliant. He got the Peterites out of a big lump and scored a brilliant 55. I think in that partnership he was the most run scorer.
Yeah, because like you said, 3 for 29, basically 2 down for no runs, 3 for 29, and he played positively. If you look at him, 55 in 71 deliveries, and his first 30 odd came at a runner ball with about 6 boundaries. So that put the Josephians on the back foot. And I think there is the place, because the Josephians, at 10 overs, it was 60 for 3. So though wickets fell, Rosanda Gamage was making runs flow from the other side. So the Josephians had to spread the field out. And that's where it became a little bit, they went on the back foot and then couldn't recover for some time. But then some splendid fielding, brought them back in, got those wickets of Rosanda. And then Chamindu, who got a brilliant 60 odd, but he took his time. He faced about 120 odd balls for those runs, but he kept the innings going. If not, the Peterites may not even have batted 50 overs.
Yes, I think Chamindu Pereira was he has a lot of patience. He is a kind of bat who would actually I think for the future he's a brilliant bat, because he even though everything was going around him, he just took the game on its own. He didn't go to change his plan. He played the ball at his merits, and loose deliveries he put it away, and he scored 66 runs in 125 deliveries. And facing that amount of deliveries in restricted first innings overs, 60 overs, is quite an effort. I think that young man can be really proud about himself, of his performances here at the big match.
Yes, 125 balls, staying out there, delayed the Josephians in getting those wickets, right? Took them up to 57 overs, which was a lot. And with Gagan Chamath bowling for a long time, the Josephians couldn't bowl their overs as quickly as they would have liked to, and which they have done during the season. Went almost up to 245 to bowl them out, which was also a bit of a problem, because you look at their main spinner, Yendra Devthus, couldn't strike it rich this time. So they had to depend on all the others. And when the fast bowler bowls, it takes at least 4 minutes for that over, right? Whereas the spinners would have done it in under 3 minutes, which would have given the Josephians a little more time to bat. But unfortunately that didn't happen. And then the weather came in, which if not at least 40 overs of the day, if we saw the Josephians batting, I think it would have been a very, very interesting day. Either losing a few wickets, Peterites would have been on top. If not, Josephians would have been end of the day on top. So it's basically you can say it's a square. No one is on top at the moment, because the Josephians are okay. They are 29 for no wicket, but still with the weather coming in, I would say Peters will be the happier of the two sides. Get into 214, and now it's all up to see what happens tomorrow morning. But then you'll never know. Cricket is a funny game.
I think from the Josephian outfit, player to stand out. The player who stood out in this game was Gagan Chamud. He started with the ball just brilliantly on his very first delivery of this 89th Battle of the Saints. He trapped in front Owen Salgado and then got the big man, the captain of St. Peter's College, Nimuthu. And he finished off and getting that big wicket of Vishen Halamage. He was dropped. Vishen Halamage was dropped by Shevon Daniel, but caught once again from Shevon. And then he got the big wicket of Rosanda Gamage, that final wicket of Lakindu. So he finished off for 5 for 69, and I think well deserved standoff for Gagan Chamud. He can keep his head up high, his heads up high, because he bowled brilliantly.
Well, commitment wise, he gave 100%, and I would like to bring something in the season. He was doing his A-levels this year, right? And he came for a match against the Thomases at this very ground after doing his A-level exam, and they got permission for him to come in and play after lunch, because he was sitting the exam, his final exam, on that particular day. So that's the commitment that boy has put in, and richly deserved this 5-wicket haul today.
Yes, I think that commitment has paid off in the big game. So 5 for 69, he would cherish that moment for the rest of his life. I think Definitely. He can be proud of himself.
Yeah, and normally you would see the spinners getting the 5-wicket hauls. So after some time that you see a fast bowler coming and doing it, and he did it in style. He bowled from both ends and really did it for the team. And this is his last year, so I'm sure he'll be really proud of it. So we'll have a look at the... Yeah, that's the picture, what we can see right now. You see the session.
First session was shared. They were 106 for 4. So, and then the Peterites were all out in that second session for 214.
There the Josephians getting the upper hand, getting 6 wickets in that second session. And well, nothing much happened after that. So there was no play in the third session basically.
The next 3 sessions of tomorrow will be really crucial and really interesting to watch, and these are this weekend live fixtures from March Madness 2023. So 28th and 29th April, 2 big matches happened. The 89th Battle of the Saints here at SSC, and the 71st Battle of the Goals in Moratuwa, Sri Sumangala versus Moratu Mahavidyalaya. Then on the 29th, the 41st limited overs encounter between Trinity College Kandy versus St. Anthony's College Kandy happening at Asgiria. And 30th April, 3 one-day games happening. St. Joseph's College taking on St. Peter's College for that 49th Battle of the Saints, and the 30th one-day encounter, Sri Sumangala taking on Moratu Mahavidyalaya in Moratuwa. Then 13th one-day encounter, Tissa Central College taking on Kalturu Vidyalaya in Magona. So 3 games happening on the 30th to finish off this March Madness 2023. Exciting games coming up this weekend, as you see, and we will be back with the live action tomorrow from 8:45 a.m. at SSC Grounds, St. Joseph's St. Peter's 89th Battle of the Saints, Day 2. Interesting day to watch out. The Josephians and the Peterites will want to make their name held up high tomorrow. It's going to be a very interesting day. It's not going to be like the other years. They will have to take a different approach, as we spoke. And Michael Adams, what do you think will happen tomorrow? What do you reckon?
Well, I'm sure the Josephians will look at going after some runs and maybe bat hour 2, see how it's going, and maybe decide. But I'm sure they are in for a declaration. Whether they get the 214 or not, they'll have some target in mind, how long they're going to bat, and try and go after the Peterites. If they need to make a match of it, I'm 100% sure that they're going to do that.
And that's it from us, from the Papare.com production and technical team. That's it from here at the Single Sports Club. Hope to see you tomorrow live from 8:45 a.m. From SSC Grounds. Hope you have a good night and stay safe. Thank you.
Catch me howling at the moon.